Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant, independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours.
I swear to God, I'm irritated as this new StreamYard setting. Saturday, February 1st, 2025. Thank you for joining me. Funny way to start. I'm sitting here in the background trying to figure out how this new setting on StreamYard is working. I swear I had it all figured out right before we got started. Not that you guys need to hear it, but since it started that way, there's something that shifted in the way these are working, and now I somehow am unable to remove this or add this without that happening first. We're moving, like for the podcast, it's just a weird, funky change for StreamYard. Wouldn't have brought it up if I didn't start out funky. But see, doing it again. There we go. God, that's so strange. Well, thank you for joining me today. I mean, really, probably one of the most information-dense shows I've done in a while, and that's saying something for how information-dense this always seems to be. So there's a lot we're going to get to today. It's basically broken up into two main things. I kind of moved it around a bit. I want to start with largely foreign policy update on what's going on with the ceasefire, the exchange, the Bibas family, because that's happening today, as well as a lot of the kind of continuation of the coverage around the intersection of the Israeli aspect to what's going on in this country as well. And the latter part of it is going to be focused on kind of the way I framed it in the title today, the under the cover of fighting DEI or woke politics or whatever you want to, that conversation. I see again, I framed it as the deep state agenda because that's how this seems to be understood by people today. But that's just an amalgamous term. Everyone seems to have a different opinion of that. My point is the agenda that we've all been fighting, whether it's the Great Reset, even if you see that as just woke politics, which is, I think, honestly, we'll get into today, a fraction of the real picture, if even just something that's been set up in order to be taken down. So we all look in the wrong direction. Not to say that there's not obvious real things going on in that conversation that are important, that we should fight. But even Republicans are now calling this out, saying, guys, we can't just call everything DEI. It makes it meaningless. Well, yes, exactly. See, I can't stop seeing parallels to the way the Israeli government is acting and projecting. And if we know how obvious it is, the influence, the infiltration of this government, it doesn't always have to be that's why. But for example, the allegation of anti-Semitism is used in the exact same way. It's meaningless today, and it shouldn't be because there is racism because of the way it's applied by Zionists to any criticism of Israel. Now, with this case, we see things that are in most cases, I would argue, should be called out, but are becoming the focal point. There's two ways to look at it, or that we should discuss as the focal point, while you're missing larger agendas that are rolled out kind of along with it or around it, as if that's the only thing we should be fighting, missing the larger kind of WEF agenda around it, but also the idea that in doing so, there's two examples, I think, today, going at it in a way that is either illegal or opens the door to more government abuse going forward. Now, even I can come along in some way to go, well, if we're in a situation where, and I agree, our government is broken, Congress is spending ridiculous amounts of, again, my opinion is it's all our government, not one side of it, which just seems childish to me today, how obviously that's not the truth. But the point being that clearly I see the problems with the Department of Education, for example. I mean, it's transparently a problem. But if you're going to go at it, well, what I was saying is to go at it in a way that maybe you have to circumvent the controlled, broken government. I understand why the logic is there. But if what we're seeing is them not just kind of circumventing these broken structures, but going at it in a way that is not even necessary. Say in the conversation of congressional spending and the way Trump is handling it through DOGE, it is opening a door to have an entity that's not even necessarily a real part of the government structure at this point, more of an advisory role that will disappear soon. And all the people involved with it, including Trump himself, have egregiously obvious ties to foreign entities without even signing ethics pledges for some of these people. And now they're taking control of the spending. I mean, I get why it looks like a win to see what you think are the bad guys when really it's all of them being pushed aside. And even my point within that as a side note is we don't even know for sure these are the bad guys. They fired all these FBI agents. Okay, good. I mean, are they the ones that are the problem? I guess we're taking his word for it, right? But see, they're going, of course it is, because that's what he's doing. Well, do you know that? You don't know what these people are thinking. Don't fool yourself into thinking you know what Trump and Elon want and feel. You know what they tell you they feel, which could be the truth. My point is, how do you know that they're not getting rid of all the deep state fighters in the FBI? If it's as simple as that. My point is, you don't know. It's an easy thing to go, well, he's fighting it because he said he did, or here's a screenshot on Twitter. So we know. It's really alarming how obvious this is going. And my point was it's the Twitter files dynamic. Even if these things are real, you're still taking it at face value without truly learning it for yourself or understanding it or looking beyond a screenshot of a screenshot that Trump shared on Truth Social and then screenshot it and share it on Twitter. And when you just know it falls. I'm seeing people I otherwise respect, intelligent people who are simply going, okay, because Elon said this happened today, now we know. And I'm going, whoa, we haven't even gotten the details yet. It's a tweet he put out on Twitter. And then, the entire corporate media is reporting it as if we already know it's true. And as far as I can tell at that moment in time, nobody did other than Elon tweeting it out. That seems like a terrifying shift for me, or really just the reality of the mainstream media, how it's always been, but it's bleeding into everything. And now we're pretending the independent media is basically what this extension of the mainstream media that's taken over that. But all of this is important to me because of how I think we're being played. We're being sidestepped. That we should be fighting some of these things, but that should not be the only thing. And I'm clearly of the mind that these things are, like we've talked about in the past, transgendered conversation being, at least in one part of this, a backdoor to the transhumanist conversation. And that's not even a secret, guys. You can tie this back to the origins of that conversation, to a lot of these points. We've gone over all of this. So if we know that, and I've seen Republicans cover this in depth, why do we not then stand back and go, whoa, okay, well, just fighting the pronoun game is not the only thing we should be cheering. And not to say that's what's going on entirely in that conservative conversation. People are calling this out. People are going, good step, now what's next? But I'm seeing in the main part of this almost as if it's a means to an end, and almost recognizing that if we feel that's the only thing we have to do, then they can easily get you to, the whole winning game that's being played right now. Just things that are clearly not in their interest. Or as I said before, taking action that actually makes you less free or less, that undermines your rights or allows the government to take more invasive action in your life. But as long as they're hurting the Democrats, winning, it's frustrating. And let's just even say Trump is doing it for the best of intentions, with the best of intentions. What happens when a Democrat person comes into power and absorbs all the same things you gave them? Somehow they always have this secret mindset that we'll do things that won't let that happen, or we'll never let them be in power again. It's a game that's always played. So I'll leave it there since we have a lot to talk about today, but I want everyone to be on guard around this stuff. I know our general audience always is, because we question everything, right? It's basic. But there's a lot of people that I think are in that mindset, but have like a block when it comes to things that they want to see, or especially the lowest common denominator rung of the, as long as we make fun of the Democrats, or as long as we call the Republicans Nazis, that we're winning, or that we get, we gain from that, or our momentum is more than it's what we call team sport politics. And none of it has the intention of changing anything in your life for the better, simply keeping you running in place so they can carry out their agenda. But let's start with the conversation of foreign policy today. And if you're truly going to stick with me today, and I hope you always do, I know most of you don't have the time as much as, it's just, it is what it is. Long form content, I think, is really the most important thing today, but I know it's hard for everyone to carve the time out with the way our lives are designed to be able not to do that, right? If that made sense to you. Then ultimately you'll see the connection between this coming from the foreign policy side all the way around over, because if, keep in mind my thought around what I believe is the obvious problem we're dealing with. And I believe whether it's the DEI aspect or really just the woke politics, the over-focus on those things, I believe we're being sabotaged for the interest of a foreign government's agenda. And I think your government knows that, which is alarming. And I think the signs, the red flags, the proof is everywhere. And I say it like that for a reason, because it's not questionable that these people are influenced by a foreign government. The only question becomes, are they doing so at the expense of American interests? And I think that's transparent. So if you see the overlap, we need to start asking whether these people who you believe are fighting against what I think is the deep state, or rather, I said that wrong. If the people you think are fighting the deep state, when I think they're working with the people that are that, the globalist, deep state, everything, well, that's Israel. That's the United States government, all of it. That is the infrastructure we're actually recognizing. That's the Palantir overlap with U.S. intelligence. And that's what that is. The unelected power structure that is there, that has been given a beef that are on steroids right now because of what Trump's administration is doing. But as long as we keep calling out the pronouns, apparently we're winning. So first, I want to show you what Steve posted today. On April 4th, TLAV and I will be playing music with some of our favorite people. Really just kind of like a little gathering before this, like a birthday party, because both of our birthdays are around the same moment. And on the 5th, the next day, Tripoli and a bunch of others, and a lot of stuff's going to be happening for what he's a part of, which is the, what was it called again? It's the, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, Third Eye Carnival. And the link, just for the record, this link here for some reason didn't work. That's why I shared this one, which is the link if you wanted to buy tickets to join us and have fun. Just want to throw that out there. Should be a good time. Now, I want to start with a quick point about censorship. The Parseval, I'm following him. I'm not too familiar with a lot of his work. I'll just read what he said here. And it's interesting because this is a person who was pretty pro Elon Musk and pretty happy about the whole thing that's going on with, saving free speech and all that. There's a lot of disillusioned people coming out about this right now, and it's just not being engaged with, as you might imagine. Today will be my final day on X, he says, for a very long time, if not ever, if not forever. Like most, I was lured here with the promise of free speech, which has turned out to be a total lie. The truth is I have never liked social media for most of my life, and I've avoided using it. I never wanted to be the algorithm guy, let alone the algorithm guy for social media. But sometimes we end up on a path we've tried to avoid. Normally, I wouldn't even announce my departure, but I've made too many good friends here to leave them hanging without saying something. I want to be clear that I'm not leaving because I feel defeated, but because I want to focus on efforts on other things in real life. Now, I'll tell you, right, if it wasn't that my work was so intertwined with not just Twitter, but just online engagement, I would have done this a long time ago. I'm very aware of the mental health overlap when it comes to losing yourself in this, and I just constantly check myself. I have to. I can't let myself be lured into the idea that what we're seeing in this fake reality is the representation of the world. Always remember that. It's almost never the full picture, if not even the reality. But so what he's saying is I'm just going to find solutions or actions in real life. We all should. He says, thank you all for the incredible journey support the game along the way. The success I've had here wasn't mine alone. It was ours to share because without all of you, it would have never happened. I wish nothing but the best, and so on. The Free Thinkers Project says, sad to see you go. I feel the exact same way. Maybe I'll follow your lead. So I just thought it's interesting because if we're being honest with ourselves, there's not free speech on this platform, period. Now you can argue it's better. It's debatable for a lot of very obvious reasons, but it's not free speech. If we know they're censoring, which they are, it's not, period. But this game they play where they pretend that it's not only it's a free speech platform, but that they're saving free speech. People like really bombastically stupid things like Jones saying that he's literally saved free speech for the planet, or without him, we'd all be doomed. It makes me laugh out loud that I think anybody that I know he doesn't think that either he's making, or either way, the point is that it's childishly stupid to think that what isn't even happening here is somehow saving, but the reality is he knows that. So you should feel like he's making fun of you when he pushes these things that you know as a matter of fact aren't even the reality. But either way, overall, I think this is a small aspect of the larger game that's being played to get you lured in to following along. The Pied Piper. Now, I wanted to show something I thought was interesting on that very small note. I keep trying to show these different things because what I really think is happening on Twitter right now is far more surreptitious and underneath than we're seeing. And I think that's very obvious. But I was trying to find a tweet of mine that was gone. Or no, that's not what it was. I was trying to find I was looking up the last American Vagabond in general on the archive to see if there was an archive of my just general channel, right? And the reason I was doing that is because I wanted to find, I can't tell if I'm wrong or not, but I could have swore that we were just about to pass 80,000 subscribers on the channel. Let me do this real quick, and I'll show you what those are. I just mentioned it, right? I could have been wrong. That's always certainly possible, but I thought we were at 79 point something. It could be that we were at 69 point something, and I just somehow misread it, but I was thinking, whoa, we're almost at 80,000, and I said that the other day. And I came on today, and I'm like, wait a minute, 71? That's wild. So I looked up Social Blade, but it only goes back to before it passed 70. I couldn't see beyond that. I was like, well, that's weird. So I decided, let's look. Let's go back and see if I can find the archive. Long story short, I found one. I was like, oh, cool. Let's check it out. And so here's what happens. Oh, shoot. Don't go back. Okay, good. Damn it. Okay, good. It's still there. So open this. Watch this. So this is an archive of my channel, right? For the last American, the TLA Vagabond. And there's two of them. one for 2024, and one 2025. This loads, but watch what it loads into. If it doesn't load fast enough, I've got it loaded already. Okay, look at this. Redirecting to Lebanon trend. What? That's consistently, by the way. So why is, okay, well now it says something went wrong, but here's the page. Lebanon trend. Isn't that strange? So the way, and I'm not claiming I know this is even Twitter, but the point is this is the Wayback Machine being, because I think we've seen pretty clearly that the Wayback Machine has been somehow manipulated by a lot, not just Twitter, but there are archives being pulled, largely that seem to be related to Israel. That's crazy to me. But isn't that wild? And then if you look at the account, it's actually suspended on Twitter right now. I don't know what that means. But if you look in the archive, it goes to this other channel. I mean, my opinion, the reason I'm showing that is I think there's weird things happening, whether it's about trying to create false realities, trying to circumvent things, trying to redirect, echo chambers, all this kind of stuff. And so I just thought that was odd. And I wanted to share that with you. You look at it for yourself and tell me what you find. Check out yours, see if there's something different. But I do find that strange. And let me know if you think we lost 10,000 followers, which wouldn't surprise me. But not an important thing. I just wanted to share that. And there's going to be a one or two other points like that show you, which I've shown before. For example, if I'm trying to show you Donald Trump saying something and you look it up and it doesn't show it there, even though the tweet's there. That's consistently happening. I mean, you guys have seen it. Very few people seem to want to point it out. Or I'll try to look up a tweet that I quoted in sharing, except my quotes never show up, but they're there. It's just small things like that. Those are the kind of small suppression tactics that guarantee channels like ours that are objective and nonpartisan keep suppressed, or rather just really, really stepped on. So it takes 30 years longer than anybody else to actually make it get growth. That's what I'm seeing. That you can look and your quotes are supposed to pop up early. I'll show you that as we go through it. But I think that's important for us to remember that there's not a balance in all of this that's deliberately being anchored and driven into the very people that I think are screaming about DEI and all the rest of it. That's what I believe is happening. So first on foreign policy, this overlapping with Israel as well for two reasons, or just both of these things. Trump's Greenland obsession may be about extracting metals for tech billionaires. Now, just on the first part, like Greenland in general, we shouldn't move away from how ridiculous all this is. This is naked imperialism. Doesn't matter what narrative you spin up. They don't want it. The government doesn't want it. Didn't we all scream about national borders and everything being very important, except when we want something or when Trump tells us it's good for us? It's late. That's one of the points I was saying before. Okay, fine. Let's say you thought that was in your interest. Well, then make it happen the way that we pretend we actually are, right? Freedom and liberty and all that. Not just words, but actual principles, instead of just moving it aside because might makes right, or peace through strength. It's just war, guys. They're just driving you in to be the very thing that you said you're not. All of us. It's like a lot of what I'm seeing today is about driving us to almost want or call for an authoritarian government without knowing or claiming that's what it is. It's like pretending we have a free speech platform while we're being censored. It's about as Orwellian and stupid as that. So we'll get to that when we get to the diversity, like the picture I used today. Well, I'll get to that when I get to that. But the absurd part of it is like pretending these things, like even the word diversity. It's like sustainability with the World Economic Forum, guys. They've tricked people into thinking those things are bad, and they're not. They shouldn't be overcompensated. It shouldn't be forced. But the idea always we should be hiring and on a meritocracy mindset, guys. Always. That's what everybody should be doing. Who's best for whatever position. And I don't think it should even matter about diversity when it comes to the idea of skin color. It's ridiculous. But a lot of cases in the world and a lot of normal diversity can be a positive thing. Of course, it can obviously, as we've seen, be something that's abused. My point, though, is that these words, like on that wall you can see on the picture, they say compassion and freedom. Oh, but it's paint over it, though, because those are Democrat things. It's just sad to see this. So my point is those people are being played to convince them to think that things that are not, or let's just even say just benign, like just things that are there are becoming bad only because you see it as the thing that they're doing it as. Like sustainability is not sustainability. They're actually attacking sustainability, and then you attack it too because you think that's it's crazy to me. So in this case, Greenland is about their control over these things. In this case, it's just about the rare earth minerals for the artificial intelligence infrastructure that is going to be controlling your life. And let's not forget, spending $100 billion right out of the gate and $400 billion more over the next so many years, I guarantee that will not wash. You are going to end up spending more money than whatever $1 billion they shave off with these peanut DEI programs, which $1 billion is a lot of money. But if you're already on the hook to spend $100 billion, let's be clear. You're not going to come out pretending you shaved off money, but they want you to think that's the case. They want you to think we succeeded by, look, we saved all this because we hurt the Democrats. And then we went on to spend $499 billion more just with the first program they rolled out. So let's wait and see if they can shave off another $499 billion worth of DEI, which I don't think is there. The point is, if they get you thinking you've won already, you won't pay attention when they roll out the technocratic prison. But this is clear. This is not something that we should support unless this is going through the right channels or the right, that Greenland people even want this, which I don't think is the case. Or we have this kind of, this is the same conversation. This is the North America, I'll grab that, by the way. This is the North American Union. The very thing that all these people that are currently supporting seem to have been fighting, or pretending to anyway. That's what we're talking about. As Israel's globalist ambitions become clear, Team Sport Republicans endorse the North American Union. Right? Globalism and all this. That is Israel, guys. What they're doing is objectively globalism. And they have the very clear plan that they'll tell you about if you even listen and not just listen to a Jones or anybody else or the corporate media, because they're pretty much the same thing right now. Because they will tell you that they're the ones, or they won't even mention it while talking about the Chi-Coms and globalism when literally they're the ones rolling this stuff out. Save that for you. So this one, Pete Hegseth refuses, and let's not forget who we're talking about. Every one of these people are like wild-eyed Zionists, openly telling you about biblical rights and prophecies, and these are the people that are deciding military actions, or at least pretending to. He refuses to rule out military strikes on Mexico, which, by the way, to be objective about this, they always say this, but it's a very bombastic American type thing. All options are on the table. All it really means is we will if we want to. It's kind of a childish thing to do. To say I'm not going to say I won't because if I don't want to say I can't, I want to be able to say it. At the end of the day, what you're basically saying is, well, then we can nuke you if we want. Well, yeah, that's what that means. Doesn't mean they're going to. All options, well, that means chemical weapons, doesn't it? Biological weapons. Let's not pretend like I think that's what they're going to do. But at the end of the day, this is a bombastic threat against your neighbor, literally sharing a border. And all this is about striking up the conversation because, think about it like this. If you're Mexico, you know the U.S. government acts. That's not something you take in stride. You go, well, okay, then we're on a military footing. Even if they just did that to get a better deal, which is the kind of nonsense you hear from people, which doesn't mean it's not, it could be. It doesn't change the fact that there's real world consequences, but which is probably what they want. I think that's the reality. I think they want this to spin out of control. Let's not forget, the point of what Israel's trying to accomplish is to destabilize this country, to flood this with immigration. That's their stated policy. Don't listen to me, listen to them. But anyway, this is the kind of things we're seeing, whether it's Panama or Mexico or Greenland or Canada. And we'll get to the tariff point in a little bit. Now, I got to remember, we have a lot to get to, so I can't languish in these conversations. I always want to get into a lot. So here is what I want to get into on top of all of this. Okay, so those are some starting points. If you didn't see, the peace president just bombed Somalia, okay? Now, of course, the same conversation as always. And we'll get into this, by the way, and show you that Donald Trump deployed military personnel on the ground in Somalia during his last administration, but didn't start any new wars. Just because we don't call it that doesn't mean it's obviously what we're talking about. Or assassinated Soleimani, which could have caused an entire war, or tried to overthrow Venezuela, which could have done the same. The point is he's doing the same things that all the rest of them are doing, just frame it differently, and maintained all the same wars. In this case, why are we still bombing Somalia? Why are they still have people in Somalia? Why are they still? Because of the same conversation we've always had, whether it's about geostrategic control, resources, or simply because Israel wants it. All three of those things are true. Or if we're really going to pretend that Donald Trump bombed Somalia to take out ISIS people that he apparently defeated 17 times over last time, then I have a bridge to sell you. On top of the fact that we should not forget, ISIS and Al-Qaeda are literally proxy armies of the United States government in Israel. I'm not going to stop pushing that point because it is verifiably true, and it's easy to see if you look at the evidence, which we'll go through briefly. Today is not about that in specific, but ultimately the point about Somalia and how it ties into this, and we've covered for a long time. But U.S. government orders airstrikes against ISIS targets in Somalia. Again, don't miss the point of how funny it is to claim he's defeated ISIS, but now starts bombing them. But obviously, of course, his game is that, well, we defeated him, what is the word he used? Like there's some remnants, but it's basically defeated. But that's not, even then, Trump has made comments about that, or ISIS-K, or all these different games they're playing. My overarching opinion, this is something that they're doing. right? That what we're seeing are elements, not this specific bombing, but ISIS and also ISIS-K and the Crocus City Hall attack. These are elements of their same proxy game, whether it's like their funding and arming of the Azov Nazi movement or the moderate rebels or any number of these same exact things they do all around the world. They arm and fund and work with the worst elements you can see. It's very provable, just like they work with Saddam Hussein before they took him out, just like they work with Osama bin Laden before they took him out. You see a pattern? It's obvious. So this really quickly, the United States used manned fighter jets. Now, I was thinking about what the relevance there is. I think it might become more in a second, versus drones, which is what they almost have always used in Somalia, versus a manned flight. Now, the first just thought jumped to my mind is they don't want this to be seen as like Obama, because he drone bombed this place like crazy. But Trump continued it in the 2016 and 17, but it was not as much. But it was still problematic and illegal. But on top of that, I kind of get the sense that it's about trying to stay away as much as you can away from the drone conversation, because that's what they're doing, because that's coming, because the technocracy Palantir dynamic is being shoved down your throat, but they don't want to point to it because they're pretending they're fighting woke DEI over here. That would be my thought. But let's wait and see. It's an interesting choice, isn't it? Why would you use a manned fighter jet that's far more expensive and that's human life that could be lost? Seems like an odd choice, doesn't it? It seems like a not strategic choice. So you wonder why, but maybe there's something I'm missing. And it says an airstrike against Islamic State targets in Somalia. 3 U.S. officials told them. President Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth confirmed the airstrike, claiming no civilians were harmed. They say that every time. And almost every time it turns out to be not true. It's simple, guys. You look at the history yourself. In most cases, it ends up being, grudgingly reported as well. They were in the area, or like Obama. Well, they were in a location where we deemed it war. Therefore, anyone in that location is now combatant. That's not a joke, by the way. If they were there when we bombed, they're a combatant. That was what they actually did, and they do the same thing here. So, and let's be clear, Donald Trump's administration has already shown themselves to be like spectacularly dishonest in ways that are blatantly obvious to see. Gaza condoms and the drone conversation, and California and the military with the water. It's sad. But something tells me they wanted those things to be seen. Who knows why? But it says no civilians, no details were released about the targets aside from the president labeling them, quote, senior ISIS attack planner. A senior ISIS attack planner in caves in Somalia. It's kind of silly, isn't it? Like, let's be real about this. Even though caves of Osama bin Laden, that was also kind of a manipulation, especially since we now know, if you actually care to look, that this was not what they made it out to be. These are elements of their proxy armories, but it seems like an odd game. So cutting to the chase, I get the sense this might not even be real. Just my gut. Doesn't mean they didn't kill people, but like whether this was even some kind of an ISIS attack, it's also possible that nothing even happened. That they just, like the military in California, or like just made it up. So far, that seems to be something they like to do. Either way, and let's not make it about left or right here. Our government lies to us as a matter of policy. But I think we'll see more of this as it goes forward, like whether they use this or not and how it develops. But notably, the strikes were not drone strikes, but were carried out by fighter aircraft. This is one thing, honestly, this is what I think was the most relevant. And also why they're bombing Somalia, which has to do with what they're doing in this location. From the USS Harry Truman, which is currently in the Red Sea. Okay, perfect. So right between Africa and Saudi Arabia, in perfect striking position for what's going on in Israel and what they're doing in the Middle East. So maybe it's them just going, that's what we're just going after ISIS over here, and totally not just facilitating Israel's genocide, which is what we know they're doing. Maybe both. But I'm convinced that is, in fact, major parts of this, that Israel wants them in this location for what they're trying to accomplish, and that's just a way to make it make sense. So here is what Donald Trump said. This morning, I ordered precision military airstrikes on the senior ISIS attack planner, just so it's clear. He didn't make it plural. He didn't make it out to be the senior ISIS attack planner. Don't you think we would have a name or a fate or something other than this? Nobody seems to report it unless it happened in the last couple hours. And other terrorists he recruited and led in Somalia. These killers, who were found hiding in caves, threatened the United States and our allies. It's just a wild thing to think about. You know who else threatens our U.S. ally? Israel, constantly. Or China, or Russia, or plenty of things. But we're going with the caves in Somalia. Like, it feels like a contrived story. On top of the fact that we're talking about recruited in Somalia, which we can prove, as we'll get into in a second, that these are elements that have been used and influenced and funded and trained in a lot of ways by the United States. Our military has targeted this ISIS attack planner for years. And here's where, of course, and this overlaps with the point I was making before, whether DEI or just bad Democrat is the only, that seems to take away the conversation. He goes, but Biden and his cronies wouldn't act quickly enough to get the job done. You mean aside from the fact that Obama bombed this place into smithereens for his entire administration and they just pretend Obama's running Biden? So how does that make sense? Or the fact that Biden also continued. It's just words. It's a way to go, oh, okay, so it's a good thing because Biden didn't do it. I'm not making this up, guys. That is as simple as that gets for some of these people. If Democrat, then bad. If Trump says Democrat did, then we do good. Like, that's just, like, I can't make it any stupider. That's as stupid as this, because at the end of the day, it's basic reverse psychology. Clinton wouldn't build the biometric wall, and so they go, well, we'll do it. Not realizing 10 seconds ago they were fighting it because of the Great Reset. But now Clinton bad. Now, just to be clear, as always, I'm not talking about the majority. I really, really don't think that. I'm of the mind that the vast majority of people right now are very much concerned about a lot of this. Just don't know where to go, don't want to talk to because they get pushed out of the circle by who they thought were their friends. I mean, that's where it's just like with COVID-19, but slanting to the Republican side. He says, but I did. Right. Biden didn't do it. I did. The message to ISIS and all others who would attack America is, we will find you and we will kill you. He loves doing that. Big bombastic statements when, I mean, they even seeing this? Do they even care? This is for you. This is for your propaganda. And let's not forget, Trump is very well aware that this is something that they've been working with their entire lives. Now, and I'll get to my post in a second. Of course, this is the kind of thing you get. And you remember this clip. By the way, this clip was denied even by a lot of Republicans at the time. This was Obama saying, and us training our ISIL forces. ISIL. That's the Islamic State in the Levant. That's what they're talking about. And he said it because we know this. And it got later proved when we're talking about the moderate rebels. They were funding the terrorists, which continued through Donald Trump's administration, guys. Just like the funding and support of the Syrian group, Al-Qaeda, Hayat al-Sham in Syria, which I'll point out at the end of this segment, was something that both administrations were okay with. And now we see why, because they were chosen to rule in Syria. The terrorists they were fighting or pretending to, or, fighting in large quotes. But here's what I said. So you attacked your proxy army? Or is this simply another made up or altered story to play your base for Israel? Hashtag Gaza condoms, hashtag California water, hashtag drones. I mean, look at the engagement on this underneath Trump, but probably that. But, I think a lot of people, even supporters, are this doesn't make sense. Right? No wars were the peace, but all, immediately bombing, immediately artificial intelligence, immediately mRNA, immediately everything that seems to challenge what we thought this was. Yeah. Start showing your principles and integrity and take a stand and go, this is not right. Like a lot of them are. Right? Like Simon Godek was the one calling out just the other day, or I think I have it in here, about the free speech dynamic. What he did with the executive order is explicitly a violation of your constitutional rights. But far too many people don't care because, I think largely because it's bad Democrat protesters. That's as simple as it gets. Because they showed you the ones with blue hair and then they made up stories about how they were attacking Jews. And none of it was true. And I'll include this: False Flags, A Secret History of Al-Qaeda, watch along Q&A, the 3 different parts of James Corbett's amazing documentary, which, again, if you haven't seen and you watch, if you have any discernment, I shouldn't even say it like that. Like, there's no way you could watch this and walk away without going absolutely without question. This is clear what the evidence shows. As always, question everything. Look at it, question it, find more evidence, do your own diligence. But in my opinion, what it shows you is transparently obvious. Now, by the way, what I said a second ago in regard to, I guarantee you there was some level of left protester that did something that I would criticize, that might have been a crime. Maybe they attacked a Jewish person. Maybe they secretly hated Jews. But when you look at the information and even what the police reported and even what people, it's obvious. I mean, there were Holocaust supporters that were hand in hand with the people they claim were hating Jews. And most of the groups at like Columbia, for example, were Jewish organizations fighting against the genocide. That all got lost in the mix when they were screaming that it was, some pogrom against Jews. Now, again, don't notice the Cradles article not popping out on this non-censorship platform because that's how this tends to work. See if it pops up there. Nope. And this was what I'm highlighting is their article talking about ISIS. And that's why you don't get to see it because they're suppressing this. ISIS conducts new attack on army positions in central Syria. 2023. Right. So it makes sense, right? Because ISIS is fighting against the West and the Jews, we're told, but then fights Iran and Syria and Iraq, and all the people that Israel doesn't like. Like, it's just, I can't even with a straight face talk about it. Is anybody confused about that? Is anybody confused about how there's no way that even lines up? That the moment that they're going, Iran is the leading state sponsor of terrorism, and ISIS attacks them or attacks Israel in another context and goes, oh, I'm sorry, we didn't mean to attack you. That's a real story. Actually, that's one I should grab because people never believe that. ISIS fighters regret attacking Israel and have apologized. That's Newsweek. Former defense minister says. Either you're just ignoring it because you don't want to believe it, or the point is all this together shows you something you can't deny. At the very least, ISIS is not what we're being told. Or at the very least, Iran or the ones they're attacking are not, because you can't pretend they're the leading state sponsor of terrorism and then the group that you keep telling us is the leading terrorist group in the world attacks them. It's just basic deductive logic. So I said, and just like that, ISIS suddenly starts attacking the enemies of Israel and the U.S. government again, completely by coincidence, of course, as usual, after being 100% defeated a few times. And again, I tag James Corbett's work because it's important to see. Now, also, this was January 7th. This is the one I was referencing, really. ISIS claims responsibility for deadliest attack in Iran since 79 revolution. Okay, how many times exactly do we need to see ISIS attack the enemies of Israel at the peak of hostile rhetoric, which is when this was, before we truly understand what we're seeing? If anything they say about this group is true, they would be attacking Israel. They would be attacking inside the United States. They would be attacking anywhere but where they're attacking, which seems to be focused on the enemies of Israel. Over and over and over and over. Over and over and over. When's the last time they attacked Israel? Oh, that's right. Never. Maybe there's a reason for that. You remember this. This is the C-SPAN clip talking about that, which is important. I mean, I wouldn't say this proves exactly what they're saying, but it's important to think about the overlap. And then the evidence we do have, I think, is, I would say, I feel it's proven. I would say, and I don't use that lightly, but at the very least, the evidence is overwhelming. But this is from C-SPAN a while back.
And others.
You tell the story about how you tried to find out what they call the Mossad when they deal with publicly?
I thought it was a reasonable question, but the trouble is you can't pick up the phone book. There's no Langley in Israel that you can look up, CIA, or in our case, the Mossad. We thought we should ask, what shall we call it in English? You can translate the Hebrew words, as I said, Mossad is institute, but when they write a letter to their friends in the CIA or the British intelligence, what do they call themselves? It took a while. It was a matter of asking the Prime Minister's spokesman. The best you could do, because officially the Mossad is under the Prime Minister's office. And I think he sort of wondered why you want to know and all that, so we explained. And he came up with the Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. I mean, if it were to have initials, it would be ISIS. Just simple words like that. Interestingly enough, kind of a British model.
And of course, at the time, they weren't like, oh, because it wasn't, it didn't necessarily exist in the context we see today. So, ISIS, certainly could just be a coincidence, but how many coincidences do we ignore? Like this, for example, using terrorist forces, Israel moves to take Syria, and U.S.-Israel openly admit they support Al-Qaeda. Right. Okay. So if we watch them support the group that at the time when this was being reported, they hadn't even removed the bounty. Jelani had a $10 million bounty on his head, and they were supporting him for leadership. They were kind of trying to water it down at the moment until they got that out of the way, and then they've come out in full. Jelani is now the leader of Syria right now. He was elected by the military junta because that's democracy, right? No, there was not an election, guys. He was put in place by these people. The ones screaming about democracy when they don't like the actual leader that's elected by the people in places they don't want to be free or they want to suppress. Because I shouldn't say it's always that. I don't think any of these governments have the interest of people's in their minds. I really don't. I'm a pessimist for government. But nonetheless, it matters that they're lying about what's going on. If people vote or elect somebody, like keeps happening in Venezuela, for example, which international observers continue to agree with was the case, now question it, of course. But if all we have is Elon Musk screaming they're wrong and everybody else going, come on, guys, it becomes very obvious. And things like this. They are working with ISIS and Al-Qaeda on the ground in public fashion. Here is a real look. Take a screenshot of this and look it up for yourself. Look it up on TinEye. That image is from Syria post the overthrow. That's an ISIS patch on one of the people that they're supporting. Or this one, which is a guy that was assassinating Syrians on the ground wearing an ISIS patch. I mean, it's public, just like the Azov movement with Nazi and ISIS patches. I mean, it's crazy what people will ignore. So the reality is, if we're going to be honest about this, these are the people they support. Al-Qaeda, ISIS, the same terrorists they pretend they're fighting, just like Israel funding Hamas to keep them divided. They're using these people to make you think they're in a war against them. They're in a war against you and your rights. So in Somalia's context, let's to be clear again, we're talking about ISIS being bombed in Syria, or the claim of the main planner of ISIS. Okay. Despite all the evidence showing that both Trump and, well, really just the U.S. government, but through both Trump and Biden and Obama's, and for as far back as you can look, for the most part, in the context of ISIS existing, there's been evidence that they have been overlapped, working with, arming, funding, creating for the purposes of the very thing we've seen, the war of terror that was used to create the surveillance state. Now we're seeing phase 2 to create the biotechnocrat surveillance state, the what I call it with the, I keep forgetting that. We'll get to it. The AI infrastructure, the bio AI infrastructure they're rolling out. So in this case, the point is, in 2017, if we're going to pretend that this is something that he's not a part of, why did Trump send troops to Somalia in 2017? And it simply says, President Trump has outlined defeating radical Islamic terrorism as his foremost foreign policy agenda. Well, okay, what happened? What happened during Obama's? Anytime you want to sense the war on terror, well, every administration, you can, by metrics, prove that it only got worse. And then what is that? Who benefits from that? Well, the group telling you that that's the problem they need to fight. That then they need to get more power and more suppression. Israel. If you don't remember by now that we have been fighting Israel's wars for your entire lives, and there's 1,000 people from Jeffrey Sachs, all will point that out, then I don't think you want to see it. Israel, Netanyahu in particular, has been constantly being shown in Congress, the one driving them to these things. And then every time it ends up with a destructive outcome that doesn't help the United States, and we keep doing it. They keep doing it. The government keeps doing it. Why? Because they're compromised. Because ultimately, in that process, it gives them more control over your lives, which benefits both of them. But it says, but given the U.S. leaders' insistence on putting American interests first, just like today, but it isn't true, the Somalia deployment raises the question of what threat al-Shabaab poses to the United States. When you think about it, guys, with all this going on in the world, Israel showing a very clear concern, but other than them, there's obviously people that are far more concerning, but this happens. Now, why? Why would Donald Trump waste the time and the effort and the resources to go after groups in a cave? Because they want you to think it's a massive network, right? But a network which just showed you seems to be almost uniquely going after their enemies. Okay, well, that's interesting. I think it's obvious because of what we're going to show you next, that this is an important location for what Israel's trying to accomplish with the greater reset dynamic as well. But it says, the question is a fair one. From a U.S. perspective, do we really have a dog in this hunt? Says Kenneth Menkas, professor of political science, Davidson College, a Somali expert. That's one thing. That's one of the things that the Trump administration is going to have to explain it to its constituency, or not, because they don't care. But the point is, this in 2017, troops on the ground for what? Even at the time, they were going, this doesn't seem to make much sense. Okay, 2017, June. This is written by Mint Press News. America's shadow war in Somalia gets a fresh start under Trump. Not long before Donald Trump took his presidential oath, the Obama administration was taking care of unfinished business in a part of the world that many Americans likely never think much about. In Somalia, a nation forced into a state of emergency, thanks in part to an ongoing famine that is being fueled by a covert U.S. war on terrorism. This consistency to the belligerence of the way they respond around the world. Now, Americans didn't get much insight into this because we weren't paying attention largely because of how, a lot has changed since then. But even just technologically, my point is that we can see the consistency of their saving people turns into destruction and famine and civilian death and resource theft and World Bank involvement and, some of pretty much always Israel. That's what's going on. Like any other place we could point to, it's transparent. Obama made some of his final foreign policy impressions by expanding the so-called war on terrorism there in Somalia, even as he reached the final days of his last term in office. But it should be noted that the U.S.'s interest in Somalia has little to do with actual stopping of terrorism and more to do with strengthening its grip on the country's oil reserves. In the early 1990s, U.S. petroleum companies Conoco and Amoco and Chevron and Phillips flocked to Somalia to exploit their natural resources for profit. Just as many companies had done in Africa before them. That's the Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Did we play that short clip the other day? Like, that's how this works. It used to be just blatant because there was no internet. We weren't paying attention. Well, now it's the same thing with a different narrative. With the expansion of the U.S. bases across the continent, it's no surprise this exploitation has continued. Now, I mean, think about it like this. If you got puppet regimes popping up because they were fighting the Democrat woke politics, and all of a sudden all they're doing is placing their people in place around different countries so they can exploit all the resources, and we miss it all because, yay, they're not saying pronouns anymore. That's how that works, even if there's important parts within that conversation. Somalia is only one target of a much larger drone campaign that swelled under Obama. Now it looks like Trump may take this campaign even further, and he did for the most part, especially in light of statements accusing Obama of not doing enough to stop extremist factions in the country, right? That's Trump. So it's quite obvious. The point is that, the reality is it's not about, they're all on the same page, guys. It's about, like we're seeing today, going, Obama didn't do this or Biden failed on that. So get you blindly stepping in a direction they want you to go in. In this case, he said that, but my point is that either he's lying about it then to do that, or he believed it would increase. And the point is he did. He increased it. He kept bombing. Trump, who previously attempted to cloak his partisan opposition to the Obama administration and Hillary Clinton in loose anti-war rhetoric, has since become an even more hardened pro-war politician. It's likely that the U.S. military will expand its grip on the war under his command with greater casualties not far behind, which is true. This is 2017, July. What you aren't being told about the U.S.'s war in Somalia? One quick point. It says, to put it simply, these American troops deployed in Somalia that barely got talked about. Many people have denied it even. These troops are not just advising and training local troops, which is always what they try to pretend. They are also directly involved in combat missions. Just like with Israel, by the way, and every other thing we've told you, every location, they always pretend, oh, no, we're just advising. It's not the case, like in Yemen, for example. As these clashes intensify, expect more American deaths to come and expect further deployments. Such deployments will also likely lead increased airstrikes because the U.S. argues that such airstrikes are needed to defend their troops from Islamic militants. However, even the New York Times called this out, this circular reasoning. This is what they tend to use, and Trump's using it all the time. In its public announcements, the Pentagon sometimes characterizes the operations as self-defense strikes, right? Who says that all the time? Though some analysts have said this rationale has become a self-fulfilling prophecy. It is only because American forces are there on the front lines that they face imminent threats, right? So you put them there, then you get to rationalize bombing because, well, now they're in danger. Sort of like occupying a location and then bombing the people trying to take it back. It says, to recap, the United States essentially identified a group that poses no threat to the U.S. or Europe and targeted it with drone strikes. Drone strikes actually help turn small insurgent groups into a very formidable force due to the instability these strikes create and the innocent lives they take. It's blowback. So continuing to remember where this goes, why would they be doing this? It doesn't seem to be any real interest in them other than the argument they're fighting the bad guys that we know they're working with. Okay, so what are they doing this for if there's no real threat at the time? And on top of that, which only seems to grow the very problem that then used to justify more of what they do. It says, that being said, Somalia is allegedly a transit point in a supposed weapons route from Iran to Yemen that supplies the Yemeni opposition with weaponry to combat Saudi-led forces in the war-torn country. Well, you see how even back then, we were trying to tell you that even the Saudi dynamic with Yemen was Israel. And it's the same dynamic because Saudi Arabia is sort of a bulldog for both of them. In this case, now we can see because Yemen has become a central part for Israel now too. Surprise, surprise. Funny if you go back and look how long we've been calling these things out. The point, though, is that now we can see an interest for Israel in this dynamic where, okay, well, we need to stop that from happening. And how do we do that? We occupy the territory and we control what happens. Yep, same old, guys. And it says, in this context, Somalia's proximity to Yemen means the North African nation is one of those strategic maritime areas the U.S. can't afford to lose. Somalia is also reportedly, which by the way means at the expense of everything they pretend they care about. Human rights, civilians in general, everything. Somalia is also reportedly sitting on a substantial unexploited reserves of oil. Consistencies everywhere, as well as about 25% of the world's known uranium reserves. No small thing. Somalia's recently elected president, who was chosen in an election paid for by the United States and the EU, is supportive of American military assistance, even though his people are, in most cases, banned from visiting the United States. How transparently stupid. It's obvious what's happening here, just like they are doing it everywhere else. Not literally everywhere, where they are, my point. Everywhere else we've discussed that they're deployed. And this is what their objectives are, guys. These are what their objectives are. Now, November 2017, the U.S. has quietly deployed more than 500 more troops to Somalia. So the point is, it just kept continuing. We're only in the first two years into Trump's administration. Now it's December 2017, massacre in Somalia. U.S. troops to blame? The point is, we know this looking back, but this is the evolution of it. Now, this is from Ron Paul Institute, and it simply says in August, 10 villagers in Somalia were killed in a military raid conducted by the United States and Somali troops. According to a recent investigation by the Daily Beast, they were killed by Americans. Now, think about how crazy it is to write about, to be so rightly concerned, but to be 10 people died. I mean, literally, Israel's killing 10 people every 15 seconds I'm talking right now. And it's all because of narrative. Well, it doesn't matter. We could argue the same narrative right here. They were being held by the bad guys, but they didn't even try to make the argument. You know why? Because they knew that wouldn't fly. But for whatever reason, the entire Western establishment pulled out all the stops to allow Israel to make arguments they knew the world wouldn't believe. How do you make sense of that without seeing that they're being manipulated, compromised? Now, this was a show we did in 2019. Just showing you the quick continuation of it all. The U.S. killing Somalians still in 2019, which continued through. It's not unique to left or right. The point is to show you that it's not unique to left and right, that both Biden and Trump have done and continued the same thing, or Obama. And also, let's not forget, back in 2019, oh, weird, well before October 7th, UN urges Israel to stop killing unarmed protesters. Yep. But I guess they were UNRWA all the way back then, whatever that meant when we didn't even talk about it, right? No, there was no narrative. Nobody talked about it because racism. It's crazy. Now, this is today, or rather 2024, October. Israel eyes Somaliland base bid to counter threats from Yemen's Houthis. Now, Somaliland is it's a specific location within the larger Somalia. Look it up to get more into the details. It's some kind of division between, a location declaring for itself, but it's ultimately still in Somalia, which is an important location for all the same reasons we just discussed. Resources, geostrategic control, and Israel wants it. So now, as these become more transparently, now that we can see the Israel-Yemen on the surface of it, well, they're coming, and we need it, which they've always been trying to accomplish it for all the same reasons and others we pointed out going back a long way, even including the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, the control over the waterway, the control over oil flow. All these things are important with this Suez Canal being controlled by, or is it, it's the, hold on. To make sure I just don't, these names always get mixed. It's not that, it's the Strait of Hormuz. That's where Iran controls that choke point. And they've always threatened if something happens, that they'll close it down, which will basically shut down the oil flow from Saudi Arabia. And so for a very long time, that's largely why they're in a war with Yemen, to control the other side of it, which is the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. In this case, I think Israel's making it clear. All of this is U.S.'s actions in foreign policy are because Israel wants it. Here's Middle East Monitor from October 15th. Israel's quest for strategic depth in the Horn of Africa through Somalia. Lastly, from the Daily Shabbat, it says, sowing chaos, Israel's influence in the Horn of Africa, right? It says Israel's fueling instability, like everywhere else, it seems, in the Horn of Africa, undermining peace efforts between Somalia and Ethiopia. Right. So as they try to stop them to the peace they're trying to achieve, right? Then that gets used as the justification for why we have to be there, because they're just a bunch of animals and savages, right? Except you're the one pulling the strings and forcing people into chaos, like you do in everything else, like you did in Rwanda, like you do in Bosnia, like you do in every genocide we've seen. It's easy to look up, by the way. So much people choose to ignore. I did an entire show on this because it blew me away that it was that obvious. Was Israel involved in the Rwanda genocide? It's yes. It's not just yes, it's provably yes, according to basically every testimony. It's very clear. Not only did they arm them before, during, and after, they were driving this into reality. That's not some focused Israel point, guys. It's part of the history you can easily look up. People just don't talk about it because they're afraid to be called racist. Same thing here. Now, the last part, it says, under Israel spreading unrest, it says Israel, already entangled in conflicts in the Middle East, has now set its sights on destabilizing the Horn of Africa. This is the globalism. This is their imperialist objectives. The greater Israel and beyond. Everything they pretend all of their adversaries want, which there seems to be no indication of. Maybe they do, but there's no evidence I can see other than them claiming that, as they literally do it. And the U.S. marches around the world and puts bases everywhere and overthrows countries and takes resources. But it's all the bad guys that they want you to look at that aren't doing that. And they've now set their sights on destabilizing the Horn of Africa. Israel is seeking to establish relations with Somaliland because of its geostrategic location and recent developments. Somaliland represents a valuable intelligence hub and potential base for joint operations for Israel. So it's just funny how these things come to pass, and now you can see quite clearly what's actually going on. Now, quick other side note, interesting of the relation to today, this is from 2017, Ron Paul Institute. Why Washington took Al-Qaeda in Syria off the terrorist list. That's Trump's administration, guys. That's 2017 and before, but this is when it happened. So all those right now trying to pretend like it's all the bad stuff and Al-Qaeda and ISIS, all the bad. Like right now, the point is, no, that's Obama. They're the ones that fund ISIS. No, it's the government, guys, and they're all part of it. And if you're blinded to these things, you just that's dishonest. The truth is that they did this under his administration. And as always, you could pretend he was played and tricked. But if you're going to do that, then you could play and pretend that for any of them, Obama and the rest. My opinion is that none of them are. The reality is Hayat al-Sham is the group currently in charge, and here we can see where they got pulled off so they could do this. Now, it says it might come as a surprise to many Americans that their government does not classify Al-Qaeda in Syria as a terrorist organization. The reason it refuses to make the determination would shock most people. The Syrian franchise of the organization involved in 9/11 attacks on New York and Washington has, which, by the way, again, the bigger picture is clear, but realize that even that shows the proxy element working with Israel and the United States. But it says have gone by Jabhat al-Nusra, Nusra Front. Vanessa Beeley and I have talked about this many times, and was sent to Syria by the head of Al-Qaeda in Iraq. Okay, Baghdadi. Then it says, while Nusra maintained its status as Al-Qaeda's boots on the ground, its war against Syria. It says in 2015, the group decided to rebrand itself as Jabhat Fatah al-Sham, while, as reported, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation continued to incorporate smaller organizations into its structure, so continue to bring in more terrorist groups. This is one of the reasons for the failure of last year's cessation of hostilities in Syria. The moderate fighters, otherwise known as the terrorists, we can prove today, and the legitimate terrorists were so point is terrorist groups, all of them, were so intermingled that it was impossible for the U.S. to separate them. But the State Department did not buy into the PR makeover of Al-Qaeda and designated al-Sham, the first one, Jabhat Fatah al-Sham, as a terrorist organization, right? Then, I'm sure you know what's coming. Earlier this year, and this was on 2017, al-Shams decided to, on a new rebranding. Vanessa and I had an entire talk about how stupid and obvious this was. To name itself, guess what? Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, HTS. The leader of the new group is the same old leader, and it's listed by the U.S. as a specially designated global terrorist with a $10 million bounty. That's the guy currently in charge of Syria right now. But strangely enough, the U.S. has not designated the new one as a terrorist group. Why is that? It's a good question. It says, again, from the Canadian State Agency, the reasons for the reluctance to list the new group may have to do with one of its new members. It's the Zenki Brigade, a jihadi group from the Aleppo government. The Zenki Brigade was an early and prominent recipient of U.S. aid weapons and training, like all of them. It says, for the U.S. to designate Hayat al-Sham now would mean acknowledging that it supplied weapons and tank and missiles to terrorists. Simple, right? So it's not just that simple, though. That's just the way you can make sense of it at this time. Now that we can see them being given command over Syria and Israel building bases in Syria and publicly telling you they're no longer ever going to leave Syria, we know what's happening. And still people pretend like we can't see this. And still Republicans act like we don't know that they're working with them. It's transparent. Now with Tulsi Gabbard, like we just pointed out, making the argument about how, reading Syria, Al-Qaeda and Hillary Clinton's statements. Okay, fine. I agree with that. But you're currently working with an administration that made sure they weren't labeled and is currently working with them in Syria with Israel. So it's just all misdirection. As long as you can point out she said the bad thing about the Democrat, we'll ignore the fact that they're all still doing it. We can't be this easy to manipulate. Now, on the Bibas family, right? Talking about the manipulations of these things and realizing how obvious it is to use transparent, like lies that we can prove have been building, that we know they're about to use. I've been telling you they were going to do this for how long? Almost over a year. And here we are. Suppressed News pointing it out as well on the 31st of January, saying Yardis Bibas is being released tomorrow. That's today. Not knowing the status of the whereabouts of his wife and his kids. If anything happened to them, we will threats. That's what people are saying, Israelis. Meanwhile, the reality is that Israel killed them and refused to take their bodies in December. You can prove this, guys. The evidence is very clear now, especially since he's been released. Okay, now realize that at the time we made this same argument. At one of the earliest ceasefires, pauses, they called it. They tried to return the Bibas family bodies. We told you at the time. And Israel refused to take them because they had a whole propaganda campaign built around them being alive, because it was one of the, I think, if not the only example of children being taken. But they really wanted to think like it was all these children. No, most of them were the girls and men that were part of the IDF. And who knows if they even planned to take this or if it was some random other Palestinian. They just owned it because they knew they'd be blamed for it anyway. Who knows? Nonetheless, every single person that's been released has been telling you that not only they treated them well, but they even shielded their bodies with their bodies to make sure the IDF bombs did not kill them as best they could. And this guy is on the record, just like all the rest that have still maintained their stories to this day. Now we'll see if he continues to say it now that he's out, that they were killed by IDF bombs. Okay, so this has been a plan. Now, this is the show we just did yesterday, the 30th. Israel opens fire on released Palestinians during exchange. More than once, by the way. That's very clear. No one's calling it out other than independent media, as well as violating the ceasefire since day one to now, just like with Lebanon, and continues to openly violate the ceasefires. Now, just the comparison between the people that they're releasing is just sick. High-fiving, cheering, heart symbols, not raped and pregnant, and all the lies they were telling you, not tortured. To their own, they're telling you that. When they come out, they were treated well. They gave us food and clothing, all of them. The guy, it's hard to see in this picture now, but this guy is emaciated, beaten up, tortured, cuts and bruises, and has scabies. He got that while in the supposed care of the Israelis. By the way, taken when he was a child, not charged with anything, and now released. After, 6 years? That's what the story was, guys. It's disgusting. So, we already saw this as well. Again, this is not the one I showed you before where that young girl got shot at her back, or rather shrapnel from a bomb. On the 30th, Israel deploys preemptive crackdown on celebrations as Palestinians await freed prisoners. Right. You can't let them be excited about getting back their family members because, God forbid, we show them happiness because then it looks like we're failing. That's the kind of petty, small mindset of weak people. And they did. A preemptive crackdown on joy. Now, up till I started, which who knows if any of this changed since, Israel has freed 183 Palestinians after 3 captives released in Gaza, realizing that those are all people that they have been holding in most cases for indefinitely, meaning just until they now release them with no endpoint. Then there was no charge, administrative detention. That is the vast majority we're talking about here. And then on top of that, we have people that they then scoop back up. That's already been shown. There was one guy that got released, and then days later, they grabbed him. That right there is another violation of the ceasefire. On top of that, they've scooped up probably more from West Bank. And just like the last deal they pretended, they did the same thing, but in Gaza. The days before, they were arresting far more, and right after, we scooped them all back up. That's why they put it in the agreement. They still violated it. So right now, the point is they're arresting and taking over the West Bank. Right now. It is the extension of the genocide. It's what it is. So it's a game. That's how they're playing this. Nonetheless, I'm happy to see these people getting released. I'm happy to see some level of slowing down of their genocide. But here's the main thing of this, for today anyway, because we've been seeing this build. Jerusalem Post shares this 12 hours ago. Yardis Bibas, the father, whose wife and 2 young children remain in captivity. They know that's not true, guys. He's now free, and he's telling you that they're not. Reunites with his mother, father, and sister. Welcome home, he says. So as of this point, the information we have is still the same. His family was killed in Gaza by IDF bombs. Okay, we shared this. This is just one of them from October 25th. And you can see, oh, that's right. This one doesn't have the subtitles. Basically, I might have one. Dang it, I don't want to try to find it right now. Oh, you know what? I know where it is. I'll be able to find one in the thread over here, I think. Point is that there's one that's got subtitles. And what he's saying is, and please verify for yourself, I've shown many times, is that they killed my family. And he says, Netanyahu, you're a monster or something like that. What did you do? You killed my family. Like he's calling him out. We showed it the very first time we got it. And what I've been disgusted by is the fact that they've all continued to use these children, even though that's been reported widely, and even the corporate media covered that. They know what they're doing, guys, and it's despicable. Yes, they never should have been taken in the first place, but everything we've seen so far shows that they've been taking care of these people, even if it was a crime they were taken, and they should still be held accountable for that crime, 100%. It's just hard they want you to be so outraged when you can see them torturing, raping, and murdering, and starving to death, and burning the holes in their legs of people that they have in custody that aren't even charged with a crime, who are also in many cases taken while they're children. So here he is being released. Doesn't seem to be emaciated, but God forbid his head is shaved, which who knows why that happened at this point. But of course they're saying, we will never forget or forgive what they did to this man. Then she's trying to abstractly reference the fact that his family is hurt, gone, killed. But she doesn't want to say that because we're not sure where they're playing it just yet. Are we still going to pretend like they're alive? Or are we going to pretend like they got killed by Hamas, even though none of that is true? And people, every one of these will never forget all the things that you could post beneath that a far lot more than shaving your head. Now realize that even he has said in the video that they were protecting him and them from these bombs. Numerous people that have come home have told you that they watched people die by IDF bombs. Still say that. It is spectacularly, it's just crazy how much evidence there is, and we still get lied to by radical manipulators, Republicans, Zionists, and in some case Democrats, mostly Western politicians and media. But this is Muhammad Shihada telling you before on the 24th. There's going a concerted effort where they're going to use a campaign to blow up the ceasefire using the Bibas family, even though they know that they were killed. They keep pretending not to know. The reason the bodies weren't returned until now is that Netanyahu refused to take them in 2023. And so now the point is, we're getting today is supposed to be the rest of the alive people, and the women and children are supposed to be the other day. So already, if they were going to make this argument, it would have been that day. And the last day is when the dead bodies are supposed to come. So which they're already seeing, like Elon Levy and the rest, they're already making this a case. So that is where I think they're going to make this case to say they didn't return them. So violation. And let's not forget, Haaretz, Ynet News, people in the Knesset publicly stated that Trump told them they could violate the deal basically right now. Getting into phase 2, they can violate the deal, that Trump would back them up. I mean, they're already taking the West Bank. That was part of the deal. Elon Levy, where are they? I've posted this beneath him hundreds of times. And again, guys, it was a public story, and I will show you this myself. But this is Adita Wands, I don't know how to say this name, but he says Netanyahu killed all members of the Bibas family along with other Palestinian children, then refused to take them back when they offered them. The only survivor was his father, a prisoner who was released today. The deal was offered in 2023, but Netanyahu refused to choose and chose to kill them and hundreds of others instead. Imagine and watch this horror video of your army. Adult male like you in that building would definitely die too, especially Bibas. And the point is, these are all places where they were being held and built. They're just bombing everything, destroying everything. And now look at any picture of Gaza. If you're going to bomb 98% of the entire location, then pretty sure you don't care about the people that are hidden and kept in that location. This is the kind of transparently obvious things, like basic deductive logic. If they're bombing like they were, they're not concerned about the hostages, guys. That's pretty effing simple. People like Elon Levy have a job. Their job is to use this family. One of the most disgusting people in this entire conversation. One of the others who people claim is some Indian guy that's being paid to do this. That's certainly possible, but it's irrelevant. He's another Zionist promoter saying the Bibas family, still hostages. He's saying this is today or early this morning, I think. Yeah. The father came home with them. The world's silence is deafening. This person says Hamas continue their cruelty and torture of the Bibas family. This is their way of saying, F you, Israel, we're still in control. It's time to go back in, put an end to this, and get these babies home. You see what's happening? Same thing. Now, this is the 31st. Did the UN ever say his name? Yeah, they did. Did the Red Cross ever say his name? Yeah, they did. Did any world leader ever say his name? Yeah, they did. Did any mainstream media? Yeah, they did. Did any human rights org? Yes, they did. But who cares though, right? You listed off on Twitter, we can all pretend like it wasn't. They're building a propaganda narrative, guys. And I posted this. So if you quickly search for just TLAV and look up the word Bebus, you can see how long we've been talking about this. This goes back to December 23rd, 2023. Responding to Eli David, which I think I've got right here. Yep. I think that's the one. He has me blocked now, so I blocked him back, but he blocked me a long time ago because I was just truly making a fool of him. I mean, this guy's really, he doesn't seem to be that bright, to be quite honest. But here's what he was saying, December 22nd, right? At a time when we already knew this. This baby is still held hostage by Hamas, and they refused to release him in the hostage deal, right? That was the deal. That was, we knew the bodies were being presented, and Israel refused. And so they put Mr. Moron here to make this argument to set the propaganda campaign. And I said they tried to return their bodies after being killed by Israeli airstrikes. Israel refused. This is December 22nd, I said this. Hostages have confirmed IDF killed hostages to keep using them like you do everyone else. This person responded saying, who told you that? Hamas? Hamas are liars, terrorists, and rapists. Typical, right? No, I don't blindly believing anybody. I'm saying you can look at the evidence, look at what even the corporate media reported, look at the people who have come home and told you, yes, that's what's happening. Then what you have to do is embrace the evidence versus a screaming narrative, some idiot on Twitter. Neither are definitive at that point, but you still go, well, obviously the evidence, but not screaming idiots like this. But I literally just said, again, the returning hostages did, as well as the Bebus father. Only one person here is trusting anyone, and it's you. I don't trust either side, right? You get the point. But see, if you go through, you can see that what I've been doing is simply posting this underneath anybody or captioning them. Like Aviva Klampas. Look at it. Why is there any? It says, why is this night different than any other? As long as people go, they see these cartoons. They knew what was going on, and they still kept building this narrative. They kept building this narrative. It's the same similar people, but this has built. And Dan Cohen made the clear point that in reportings on the death of the Bebus family, even CBS was forced to acknowledge they were killed by Israeli airstrikes, not Hamas. Now, just searching the word Bebus on Twitter, you'll find it seems that most of them are me. Which I just think is interesting. I mean, it's like such a sad and disgusting story, right? I just want people to recognize that not only is this something that we have been trying to show people this entire time, showing you that we can recognize that they've been doing this, that it gets no recognition by anybody on their side, despite knowing it's the reality. Like I'm talking from the Israeli side. And so they know these families have been killed, and they still want to use them. It's just like they still pretend that woman was raped, even though their evidence now proves that you can not only that it didn't happen, but that they knew it didn't happen. There is a profoundly sick society here in regard to the Zionist influence. That's what it comes from, that they will convince people to lie about their own family members. It really is disgusting. Now, Mohammed says, Hamas will release the Bebus family tomorrow. This was on the 31st, which will indicate his family is unfortunately dead. This is because the ceasefire agreement stipulates dead civilian and hostages will only be released at the end of the phase one, and that all living women and children will be released before that. And this person simply shows you, like, this was public knowledge. This is November 29th, 2023. Hamas says 10-month-old baby was killed by Israeli bombings. Now, yes, I wouldn't blindly take Hamas's word as much as I would take Israel's word, especially since we know that Israel funds Hamas. But it's still the public evidence. Then we got the video, right? Then we got the coverage of it. Now, the point is, at this point, especially now with him out, you know the reality. The Guardian, same thing. There's Eli David. Now, alternatively, quickly on that last point, though. So as this goes forward, guys, it's going to be very important what we see come out from the propaganda side of this. At this point in time, just like we were saying, every single one of these people that have come out have maintained what they said, which is the same thing. That not only, I mean, they were taken, so it's not like it's this, they're the best people alive, but it's that they fed me, they talked to me, they literally shielded my body when they were bombings from Israel, and that we saw my family die by ADF bombs. Like, this is where we are right now. And the narrative continues. It's disgusting. That means, just so it's clear, in case you're missing it, that means they don't care about them. They don't care about their own people, which should be pretty clear by now. Now, here is the alternative. This is a Palestinian prisoner hostage that was being released, always in their jumpsuit, right? Which every other ones they release are allowed to look released in dignity, right? With their uniforms and whatever else. This is a hostage, and what they're doing is they're holding their arms up around over their head and pinching them. Even the Red Cross came out, not mean pinching them like with their fingers, but like the pulling it back so it's uncomfortable. Which, again, this is not some monumental thing, but realize it just shows you the kind of hatred and vitriol they have after torturing and raping them while they're in prison. And it says Red Cross workers expressed outrage as Palestinian prisoners being released as part of the deal are led with handcuffs above their heads. So it's, again, overall, you just continue to see that these people are more than vitriol. Like, it's just like mean, right? There's that level of hatred that they just want these people to hurt when they're not even charged with the crime. And on top of that, that everyone that wants to make a case about it below is going to say, well, there shouldn't have October 7 and dumb stuff like that, despite knowing that these people are doctors and random civilians, which is what we're now finding out. And we already knew for the most part. But Jeremy Scahill pointed out, as we showed you before, more Palestinian captives are dying in custody. This has been continually happening. It's not happening alternatively in Gaza. Why is that? Oh, except IDF bombs where they're killed, and they keep telling you that. You realize there's not one person that's come back that said these people were killed by Hamas? How is that possible with all they've been telling you? They're going to be raped and pregnant and tortured. Nope. None of them. Funny how that worked out. It says in one case, Israelis reportedly told lawyers they could not speak to their client because he was in interrogation. Turns out he died 6 months before that. Check it out for yourself. As always, Dropsite News doing great work. The source material there for you. Now, Lord Bebo has this thread you can look at that just shows you a bunch of these different parts of this. As usual, out in the public, in the sun, waving, right? I mean, that's not to say he didn't have his own trials and tribulations, but the point is he does not look emaciated, and every one of them are telling you the same, and I'll show you next. Positive things to say about these people. The children, they're basically, cheering them on. Now, this is interesting. These papers were signed by the prisoners released by Qassam brigades, include a pledge not to return to service in the occupation army or participate in the war on Palestinians and the massacres against women and children. But I guarantee they're not going to abide by it. And you could argue it's in duress, right? So it probably wouldn't apply, but it's interesting. Then it says, where was that? Right here it says, Qassam fighter puts his gun carefully on the table to sign the document. So not only are they signing them, the prisoners being released, but Hamas is signing it. Isn't that crazy to think about? Do you see Israel signing pledges not to hurt anybody? Like, it's like, not that we should even believe it be real, but it's still an interesting symbol that Israel just continues to show you what they really are and then demand that you think they're not. It's wild. And I've already seen comments about, look, he put his gun, he pointed at everybody. There's so many dumb people out there that just want to make every small thing. You know why? Because all their major claims about all they said were happening are showing to be false. So they got to pick out what they can. Oh my God, they made him wear a necklace. Oh, look, he made her hold the gun. That was an old one, right? And they're all smiling with thumbs up. Terror, I think Fetterman made a big deal about that. Overall, they show the Biba's family being released, saying Yaris Biba is with his father and sister. His wife, Shiri, and their children are not with him. Qassam previously announced that his family died during this bombing. And as far as I can tell, that's being maintained right now. Now, funny enough, just the ongoing overlap to this, just showing you all the different people. And, just look at the contrast, guys. It's just transparent between what you're seeing, people released from Israel, and people that are coming out released by Hamas. Here's what you're seeing. He points out that their former Israeli captive, Gadi Moses' son, says his dad was treated with respect and lived in the same conditions as his captors. It says he was provided with books and reading glasses. Yeah, what monsters. Again, I'm not trying to diminish the reality of taking POWs in the middle of a conflict, but at what war has that not happened? The U.S. has done it countless times. So if we're only going to pretend like it's a big evil terrorist thing because it's a group you don't like, when they're objectively treating them, within international law. What am I missing here? You can't just keep screaming all these dark, dangerous narratives when it's not adding up in front of you, even if they're just choosing to not do the things because they want to make them look like they're not. The point is they're still not doing them. And here we are, we're watching people come out beaten, tortured, raped, and mutilated from Israeli prisons, many of them not even charged, many of them arrested while they were children. over and over and over. And then every one of them has come out and said things like this on the other side. You just can't ignore this. The thing that scared him the most was Israeli bombardment. His son is saying this. That's from Hebrew Walla News. And the link, I have it right here. Translate. And as always, there's a little bit of a weird translation with Google, and probably intentional. But it goes on to say, argue as captives about, who owns Israel. It's interesting. If you read it, it wasn't like they were having like conversations about it, about why they own it versus them. But if you read the basic points, it says, throughout his captivity period, which was essentially alone, Capricorn sought ways to relieve the boredom. One of them was conversations with his captors, discussing Islam and political matters. I mean, just if you watch any engagement with Israeli Zionists, with anybody, it's hatred, violence, and anger all the time. They wouldn't converse. They'll yell things they want you to think. And if you speak wrong, I mean, we've seen these videos. They share them themselves on their own social media. They'll eventually probably be looking at them from a cell, right? But it says, after being handed books about Islam and the environment, he found it difficult to read them without glasses, so they gave him glasses. In the absence of electricity, Capricorn used to go to sleep at the sun level and get up before rising around 3 a.m. He sometimes heard the bombings of Israel, some of which he were close. He said it was very scary for him, his son said in the first interview. Says most of the time he was treated with respect. Hear this, guys. When they ate, this is a Hebrew media from Israel. When he ate, they ate with him. We hear that with every one of them, the women especially. It says he felt no fear except for a few moments. Most of the time there was boredom. God, you know how many people in Israeli prisons would give anything to feel bored instead of what they went through? Capricorn heard about the deal that was in November, and he knew names of kidnappers who were released. I think that means the kidnapped, to the translation issue. He was excited for them to come out, wanted to, of course, but happier for them. He said he came back much better than he could have imagined. Yeah, because they've been told they're raped and tortured, and they come back and they're smiling and they're fed. But they can't help but try to frame it like this is the caveat. It's not. It's consistent. Now here, Tim Anderson shares this. It says, eyes open, former Israeli POW speaks about the people from Gaza. Now it says, listen carefully. And it's in Hebrew. You can look it for yourself. These women praised those who took her hostage. Now it says, what I saw there was more shocking. It says, then the prison itself. I no longer care about being a prisoner because I realized something that never crossed my mind. These people will not retreat. They will not leave the matter easily, but they will not leave it ever. I heard them say that despite the news of death around them, despite the loss of their loved ones, they used to say, even if we all died, even if only one child from us remained, we would not surrender. That's because they're resilient. And they're fighting for their homeland, and they're fighting for their own self-determination. And it says, and if we finished, another generation will come with the same fate and perhaps with a stronger faith. They love to try to make it about terrorism, guys. It's just not. That's why she's speaking with respect. It says, when I heard that and I saw their eyes and saw their strange trust, I realized the scary truth. These people do not care about death. They do not fear it, but it seems that it is part of their beliefs, part of their history. They used to say in their holy book that motivates them. When I understood this truth, I began to think inside myself, is that what it says? We must find a solution to this war. It says we may have to surrender. We may have to look for a way to peace. Because they are simply not, we are simply not the strongest side. It says, I say this after I have seen everything. This was my conviction now, and this is why I speak honestly. They hate this. Israeli government hates this. I used to think that we would face people who could defeat them, we could defeat them, but I am now sure that they will never be defeated. And despite all this, I used to think that they would attack me, they would humiliate me, they would hurt me. But the shocking surprise was that they did not touch me badly. I do not know why, as in like other than grabbing your arm and, even that it seems like they're like very careful, which every one of them had told you. It's not my opinion. So the bottom line is, guys, that think of it like as an American, right? If you're in the United States, American Revolution, or defending your homeland, it's the same conversation. To act like it's terrorism just because you would die to fight against the enemy, that's what you would do too if defending your country. But apparently it's only a bad terrorist boogeyman thing when they've got brown skin and live in a different place of the world. The history is transparent. Here, Zachary Foster says, over the past 2 weeks, something remarkable has happened. All the people who cheered on as Israel killed dozens of its own hostages and prisoners of war in Gaza over the past 15 months, all the while opposing a hostage ceasefire deal. All of these people are now celebrating the release of the Israeli hostages and prisoners of war. In many cases, actually claiming the Thai release as something Israel achieved, even though Israel had no part in it. Hamas made a deal with the Thai government, and Israel tried to claim it as their success. It's disgusting, these people, these Zionist manipulators. But it says, all these people are now celebrating the release. It says, you people did everything in your power to condemn the lives of Rami, Godin, and the people that were released. And now you're celebrating the release? You're a bunch of two-faced, shameless cowards who love death more than life. He says, I'm speaking to the 95% of Jewish Israelis who, as of January 2024 poll, supported the continuation of the war, supported the annihilation of Gaza, knowing full well that every bomb dropped on Gaza was equally, if not more likely, to kill the hostages. How long have we been saying this? This is objective fact. It says, over the past 15 months, Israeli Jewish society has become one of the most cowardice societies in recorded human history. Now, be clear, he is not speaking to Jewish people. He's talking about specifically the Israeli Jewish society that is controlled by Zionism in the state of Israel, which is not representative Jews around the world, despite what they love to push. There's a lot of Orthodox Jewish organizations that will tell you that. That does not represent us. Here's another one. Ryan Rosbiani points this out, and it's just a kind of a visual overlap. There's music playing in the background. Look at the stark difference between the returned Palestinians versus the Israeli prisoners. This one before, after. Quite a big smile. And then there's this guy. Before, after. I don't know how you can pretend this is not the most obvious thing in the world. Again, I think we're speaking to the majority of the world anyway. I think you guys all know this. It's only a bunch of very, very influential manipulators controlling governments and media that are making it appear, are screaming you down for being racist when you're literally pointing out government action. Look at that, guys. That's the reality. Everyone we've seen are emaciated and tortured and bruised and terrified. Some of them, that guy couldn't even remember his name. He was so traumatized. Not this guy, not this guy, but the other one we showed you that came out like clearly like psychologically traumatized. Remember, the guys, not only did we see that on video, Israelis raping prisoners, and then debated how they should be able to do that on their live TV shows. But it has come out through human rights groups that they use dogs to rape them while they're in there. I know that's a horrifying discussion, and I don't want to talk about it as much as you don't want to hear it. But that's been reported numerous times by human rights groups. Why do you think they're traumatized? A few months later, he died due to abuse and negligence. Guys, that's the reality. Even though he was released, he died. That's what's going on in Israeli prisons. Remember, this is what's going on with Hamas. Every one of them so far. Now, the ceasefire agreement, let's not forget, was, as we said on the 15th, before it even started, because they were telling you this if you had the ears to listen. If you simply looked anywhere other than controlled media, the Israeli government was saying this. Israeli media was saying this, that they were given the agreement to break the deal on the second phase. Trump said so and gave them the right to go after West Bank, which they already did. Miriam Adelson gave him a lot of money for that. That was her stated reality. Remember that. That she gave him the $100 million, which I think is now over $200 million, so she could annex the West Bank. That's Haaretz telling you. It wasn't a secret. Just as always, this weird dynamic where the Western media and the Western government go, what? I have to look into that. There's no evidence I've seen. That sounds racist. Like Matt Miller style, just blatantly ignoring the facts. Well, we'll investigate. Well, SOF MD again points out, Now that every single female IDF soldier is out of Gaza, because they are, has anyone been able to confirm any pregnancies? Israel's ready for hostages to return pregnant. Matt Miller even pushed that lie. And they're all using the pants with the blood in the back. And now that's, as we already knew, but it's now been even further confirmed that one, she wasn't raped. And two, they had video that proved that it was her ankle and her hand and her wrist that caused the blood on the back of the pants. And they still lied about it. And all these screaming manipulators online, or that even some that didn't know any better, were just, think about it like this. There's either people that knew they were lying or people that were willing to push the lie when they knew they couldn't prove it. Just because they chose to take at face value what Israel said. That's stupid, guys. That's ignorant. It's a lot of that today. And this is the same point as always. Even if it turned out to be true, taking it at face value before you knew that just because they said so is still ignorance. Now, this one is this is Lifshitz. This is the very first person. I actually forget if she was IDF or not. In any case, I don't think she was active, so let's go ahead and call her hostage. The point is that she was released first, and it destroyed their narrative. She said they were kind. She said they treated her well, and Israelis attacked her for it. They literally, you know why? Because that's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to lie for the government, like they all seem to want to do. Remember, all the lies, all the people that randomly came up and were like, yeah, I saw that guy raping her. I saw them kick the head around like a soccer ball. Nope, those were all proven to be false, and they lied about it. Why? Because somebody told them to do it. I mean, you could think about it, threats and so on, but, what does our government do? Do it for your country. People fall for that. But in this case, all the Israeli detainees said at their release, and apparently only one has not continued to say that. That's an interesting way to think about it, or to see it and understand it. All of them came out saying that they were treated kindly. Only one of them has then suddenly changed tune like months down the line. I forget her name. Noah, I think, is the longer-haired one. But the point is, why? I mean, think about how all of them have said the same thing, including her, and then she changes it into a kind of a bombastic narrative of how they abused her, and everybody else still saying, I think it's pretty obvious that she was convinced to lie. But you decide for yourself. This person, and again, the point is that all of them maintain they were fed, medically cared for, and treated kindly by Hamas, and yet the desperate atrocity propaganda continues. Even parroted by mainstream media and mainstream alternative media to this day. This is Lifshitz. Oh, this is the one I showed you earlier, saying, it says she was taken half naked on October 7th because she was dressed that way. And it says, what did Hamas do? Oh, I think you can hear this one. Hold on. The point is they covered her, just like the Biba's mother, by the way. They literally covered her head. And despite people wanting to make that into some weird repressive thing, it's technically about respect. It's about the idea that the point is they wouldn't care about that if it wasn't supposed to be their right. They did it out of respect. And here is that video.
Even if they didn't have that intention, now they might have. And I'm half naked, so...
You're worried about rape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was worried to get raped.
Yeah, of course.
And fortunately enough, they didn't do it.
She was given a hijab that covered most of her body.
I got a very strong feeling. This is that fabric is my only protection.
Right. I mean, it's completely fair. I mean, even if they had no intentions of it, even if the majority bulk of them felt it was somehow religiously wrong, like they're telling you and have clearly done and made that's been proven, there could still be someone who doesn't care about that. There could be a person that's not part of the group. I mean, this should never be diminished. The risk and the fear, 100%, guys, that'd be terrifying, especially if you're a woman around a bunch of men. It's just reality, but it didn't happen. That's what matters. And at the end of the day, all of them are treated the same way. Covered, treated that way. And there's been cases where videos we can see that they even tried to sell you as being something else, where the guy is saying, don't touch them. You're not allowed to touch them, like very clearly. Oh, and so this one says, it's forbidden for them to touch us. I was just saying that. It says women are sacred. Women are like queens. That's what she said. Literally told her mom because they treat women like queens. That's what she said. There's right here. Oh, I was missing the bottom. That's what I was doing. Okay, there it is. It says, you and I played and then I won. It says, because Anjam was exercising. He says, at the time, they said, if Hind beat her, then we would play too. Then a young man from them did arm wrestle with me, but he brought a towel. Why a towel? Because it's forbidden for them to touch us. So they're hanging out with them and playing games with them. And it says, for them, women are sacred. They talked to me about how to look after Ajam. We told them that sometimes we have friendships, that my daughter Ajam might have a friend or that she might have several friends before she gets married. And I also encouraged her to do that. So I'm not even sure the relevance is that she can get to know and learn before she gets married. And then she says, and we would argue that. So she's talking about their own personal life. But the point is the same. And it's this, she says the same to this very day, that they treated her with respect, that they see women as sacred. I just don't know how people can ignore all of this. And she wasn't raped. She wasn't abused. Lifshitz says, when we arrived there, they first told us that they believe in the Quran and that they wouldn't hurt us and that they would provide us with the same conditions that they have in the tunnels. And they took all of our needs, took care of all of our needs. I'll give them credit for that. They were very courteous. They made sure we were clean and that we ate, and we ate the same food they did. Consistency from the very first person to today. Think about how desperate this must be for the Israeli manipulators. Now, as the squirrel points out, Trump's plan, which is actually the plan of his Israel lobby genocidal Zionist handlers who own him, that's what he says, is to complete the Gaza genocide after the first two phases of the ceasefire gets the Israeli prisoners out by cutting off all the essential aid and starving out the people as they sell it as voluntary migration. Trump already said they're going to be displaced. So we have to think about this. If they this is what we've been saying from the beginning. Even if they get all their people back, the point is they're still in a controlled location where Israel can take them all back. Even though they signed the piece of paper, they clearly aren't following it. So once this happens, Israel can just going to go back to doing what it wants, and they already have the green light from Trump. It is just unnerving, guys. It says Israel yesterday banned UNRWA, and I'm not going to get to today. I put it off, but it's same thing we've talked about, same story, the right of return, and they're just banning them, and which is the only way they're going to get any support. And it says, which plays a key role in supplying and administering essential services and goods from food to healthcare to education. That's the first part of the plan already enacted. Getting rid of it. Steve Witkoff is a lifelong fanatical Zionist who sees Israel as his true homeland. All those reports about him playing hardball with the Israelis is BS PR, he says, that is used as part of the genocidal campaign to fully annex Gaza and the West Bank. Instead of like the two-party illusion, like they use these false binaries all the time. Just yesterday, after his visit to Gaza, which consisted of a quick in-bed tour with the IDF, Witkoff advanced this agenda by saying Gaza is now uninhabitable. Yeah, gee, who told you that? As every day we were saying, stop them, they're destroying all of Gaza. No, you're racist. They're just getting rid of Hamas. You know, this is my point about it. Who doesn't see this? Who is not smart enough to look at that and go, oh, well, they were lying, obviously. Only manipulators, guys. The only people who don't see that are people that don't look and only watch what they're supposed to because they follow partisan media, or people that are dishonest. I'm of the mind that the vast majority is aware of this right now because it's everywhere. It says, and lying that people returning to the north were going back south. It says after, like that was because they were not allowed to go to the north. They were shooting at them, guys. It says after they have made, which by the way, don't forget, that was an agreement for the ceasefire to go back to the north, but they never intended to allow it. No, the media, not the U.S. government, have said a word about shooting children and breaking about 6 different parts of the ceasefire. I don't even think, I haven't been following the Hamas statements, but not in the last so many days, but I bet you they're saying something, but I haven't seen it. I just think it's interesting that we're not seeing the obvious points. You know, as a matter of fact, if Hamas did anything, the entire conversation would shift into they broke the ceasefire. After they made Gaza actually uninhabitable by cutting off all essential services and supplies, they will goad them all to the border with Egypt, then create a media spectacle about how Egypt is being inhumane and evil by not opening the border. As they add pressure in the background to their puppet Sisi to open it, or they will cut off all military and financial aid. I bet you it'll be much easier than that. I bet Sisi is where's my favorite dictator? Trump literally said that in the Oval Office. This is a guy who was put there by them that mostly people don't support in Egypt because he's pro-Israel and they're not. But it says that, and there's a lot more than that, but it says at the same time, they will do the same thing with their puppet in Jordan and create some sort of agreement where the population will be divided. This is opinion, but it says this is the plan. Largely, I agree. He says whether or not it will work is uncertain at this time. Several very important factors can lead to its failure. People in Gaza's, well, I think just for time, we can leave the pipe. I think what he's saying there is where this goes. I believe that's what's happening. Now, here's what Trump just said in regard to that exact point. Again, stating what we all told you was going to happen. I don't mean like some variation of it, like literally what we said, exactly what we said the plan was, and the entire thing pushed back. Not true, not going to happen. That's racist. We're only fighting Hamas, human shields, and here we are. That it is absolute. Think about it for Palestinian, like how frustrating this must be. And then obviously that takes the cake, but realizing just anybody else that we're over here going, guys, this is happening. Here it goes. Look at them go. No, you're wrong. And then 10 seconds later, those same people who said you were lying about it now going, this is why it's supposed, this is the good thing. This is why it's going to help them. Oh, you mean the thing that you just got done telling me is not going to happen? Where'd that middle ground go? Can you not at least take a moment to go, oh, looks like that was correct, but now let me tell you why it's right. Nope. That's not how partisanship works, guys. You just follow along like a blind, something insulting. Here's what he said.
With efforts to reduce the
Oh, wait, that's not it. See right there, that's crazy. If I pull back the video, I should be on the screen. I don't know, maybe StreamYard's just messing with me. That's so stupid. God, so stupid. So, I swear I grabbed that. I guess not. All he's saying here is that they will go. It's a short clip, but it's worth hearing him say it. Because it's his typical kind of cryptic answer, which suggests that there's more to it and lets you read into whatever you want to read into it. But all he's really saying, in my opinion, is that they have something. We have some way to force this into reality, just like he was just saying.
Egypt's president and the King of Jordan have both said that they won't take in displaced people from Gaza like you suggested. Is there anything you can do to make them do that? I mean, tariffs against those countries, for example?
They will do it. They will do it.
What makes you say that?
They're going to do it. Okay, we do it.
That's not cool, man. Like that's not like some kind of cool answer. Like that's stupid. That's not what they, get it, man. Get to the point. Like he likes to make himself some kind of like mystic background. Like they'll do it. Got it under control. And the reason he does that is because all the followers are going to read into whatever the new Q post says about what he actually meant, the way he scrunched his eye a certain way. And now we know it's stupid. It's assumptive. It's subjective. Overall, the point is maybe he doesn't have any plan. Maybe it's Israel told him to. And the point is, at the end of the day, not saying that, they'll do it, is more alarming than not. Because all you're really doing is showing that you've got some secret manipulative plan. And what you're discussing is literal ethnic cleansing, which is honestly probably why he doesn't go into detail, because legally speaking, this is a crime, a war crime. But it's not new to him. He's done it before.
Against those countries, for example?
They will do it. They will do it.
What makes you say that?
They're going to do it. Okay? We do a lot for them, and they're going to do it.
Right. So we're going to force them, basically, because that's what we do, right? Freedom, liberty, and we'll make it happen no matter what, because we get what we want. Freedom. It's just so stupid. And by the way, I just think it's funny that why does his hair look white right there? It looks white, which kind of makes him look like an Oompa Loompa, like with his dark, it's weird. Like, it's not like I'm trying to insult him. There's something strange with that. Like the way he looks, it looks odd to me. Like he's got like a extra dark tan there with white hair. Like, is this the camera? They don't feel like his hair looks like that elsewhere. I just thought that was strange. Maybe CNN's doing that to make him look stupid. That wouldn't surprise me. So, ethnic cleansing. The organized, often violent attempt by a particular cultural or racial group to completely remove from a country or area all members of a different group. By the word definition. It's sick to me that anybody, for any reason, is politically motivated to pretend that they're not doing what we all know they're doing. Suppressed news. This guy, open source intel, says Trump confirms Egypt and Jordan will take and Palestinians. No, he didn't. He said we'll force them, is what he said. But it goes, yet, instead of Palestinians protesting against leaving, it's Egyptians protesting against them coming. What does that tell you? It's the same thing. It's the same, basically paraphrasing some old Hitler Nazi speech about Jews. It's exactly what they're doing. And the reality is you're trying to make it out to be that they're all grotesque monsters, and that's why they won't take them, which, by the way, is what we've always told you they all think. When you push them, no, it's only Hamas. We're trying to save the Palestinians from Hamas, but then everything else you say makes it clear that you think all Palestinians are bad. You guys are ridiculous. In fact, you're bad at this because what you're doing is showing people who you actually are. Racist, disgusting bigots that support racial apartheid. But Suppressed News says this open source, no intelligence, has been blocked. So both Egypt and Jordan have rejected Trump's statements, and Palestinians themselves oppose displacement, which is why they remain rooted in their land despite everything Israel's done. Regarding the protests in Egypt, it's not against Palestinians coming, but rather against Trump's plan to ethnically cleanse them. And if you actually take a second to listen, which I know he's not interested in because he's a Zionist propagandist, they'll tell you that. And it says no one has an issue with legally accepting Palestinians while preserving their right to return to their land, a right that Israel denies and prevents. The moment they leave, they're never going back because it's not Gaza, right? The Palestine is gone at this point. They're taking Gaza. It's been flattened. They're already blowing up the West Bank and arresting people, guys. So once they kick them off the land, they're not going to let them back in. They've already told you that. And that's the whole thing is people like open source here act like they're supposed to leave because they don't belong there. Like, think about how gross this turn is, where now they're acting like, it's the same old false history of Zionism, of all of it. They're just conflating everything and acting like they are owed everything, even though it was given to them by a government, because that's exactly how think about trying to pretend this was a God gave them to them when you can prove that it was the Balfour Declaration that the UK government literally gave them. And they were deciding between multiple locations. All historically proven, but yet somehow we just pretend, even people in Congress today pretend like it was God. Doesn't that scare anybody? Like, and I'm a religious person. That makes me scared because either they actually think that, which means they're willing to act politically for what they religiously believe, which is crazy. That's where you get the worst things in history, or they know they're lying about it and are willing to do that for Israel. That's the world we're in right now. And it says, what Egyptians, along with the rest of the world, oppose is a forced displacement of 1.5 million Palestinians from Gaza, which is ethnic cleansing and illegal under international law, no matter what narrative you put on it, guys. Arab nations reject Trump's suggestion to relocate Palestinians from Gaza to Egypt and Jordan. But they don't care. They're going to strong arm it and call it democracy. And guess what? If they don't do it, they'll probably replace them as leaders. That's the world we live in right now. It says Israeli UN envoy warns of Egypt's military buildup. Why all the submarines and tanks? Now, this is January 31st, 2025. While Egypt has played a central role in a mediator between Israel and Hamas, Dannon's words highlight a growing trust gap between the two nations. They're not on the same side. Okay, they're forcing this in. The reality is, I mean, not only that, the point is they're literally expecting there to be some kind of conflict. So overall, this is about them being imperialist, being authoritarians, forcing what they want, even with their allies, because that's who they are. And we're supposed to pretend like this isn't transparent, that they aren't like the villains of the world, forcing people against their own interest, their own will, their own people's interest for what they want at the expense of everybody, including you, including half the time parts of their own government. They don't care. Right now, it's in fact, I think exactly that it's against the interest even of their government, of everything they might want. They've been building a narrative around rules-based order and all these things, and they just destroyed it all to fight for Israel's greater reset. And then you've got a bunch of very, very uninformed people screaming about how it's all about woke politics and how we need to fight for Israel. Now, Abir points out that she's honestly speechless about this. And this is the same Oren Barsi guy who got caught multiple times lying, but even fact-checked by Twitter for lying about food being everywhere in Gaza. And yet it was proven that what he was pointing to was a bakery that was destroyed weeks before he was pointing to it. In fact, I might even have that. Yeah, I think that's it right there. See? He says there's no famine in Gaza. It's funny how that is denying well-documented events is what YouTube says will be censored. But of course, even though it's well-documented, they're on a side here and they don't care. or Twitter for that matter. The point is, yes, there's a famine, and the leading groups that dictate whether it is a famine or not, like the IPC, are openly telling you that the vast majority, and I mean like 70+% are in famine right now. But he doesn't care because he's lying for Israel. There's no famine. In fact, there's more food than ever. And he shows this whole thing. And nope, guess what? Nope, they're widely documented with some people resorting to eating animal feed. And then it goes on to say the bakery in the video was bombed and destroyed in October 3rd, October, killing 3 people. He's posting this in February 2024. Now, guess where he took it from? Kogat. Kogat, the group that's supposed to be coordinating things for Judea and Samaria. No, this is an Israeli propaganda group pretending to facilitate aid while lying about enough aid being there. This is Kogat. They're the ones that made this lie up, and they're supposed to be the ones that are feeding them. But no, it's another Israeli extension of their propaganda campaign. And they're starving children to death while telling you they're being fed more than ever. That's the guy we're talking about right here. That's him. And here's what he says. There are only 2 possible solutions. 1, the denazification. They're still calling them Nazis. Not only ideologically stupid, but while you're committing a genocide against them. Like, how pathetic this all is. Of the entire Palestinian society by placing educational, cultural... Oh, you mean like re-education camps? Yeah, that's what he's proposing. To ensure education geared towards... My God. But then number 2, encouraging the return of Palestinians to their historical places of origin, such as Egypt and Jordan. My God. While their grandparents originally arrived as migrant workers. I get it. I'm speechless. Like the fact that you can even, like, you can pretend like somehow you think you own this from 3,500 years ago. But if you're actually trying to pretend that Palestinians came as migrants while you controlled the territory, guys, I mean, this is wholesale from whole cloth, just completely false, like everything they do. But you realize why this is happening now. They're desperate. They're losing. Now, maybe not in immediate control with the U.S. government lying for them, but the world does not buy it anymore. They've lost control of the narrative, at least everywhere. So what do? Just like they started with last time, just start building the fake narrative again. And then over the process of 10 years, if they still control it with the U.S., they'll force it in. They'll force it in with their definitions around Zionism, their definitions, and they'll censor you and they'll take your jobs away. And maybe over 10 years, we'll all be quiet again. Who knows? I hope not. That's what they did the first time. But here we are. Now, here is an account called Awesome Jew. And it says, hundreds of Egyptians protest near the Rafah border crossing, waving Egyptian flags and voicing their opposition to Trump's plan to relocate Egyptians. Yeah, it's partly true. They're against it because they don't want them to be ethnically cleansed, and they support them. It's very clear. But they'll lie about it because Zionists lie about whatever. And of course, making it about Jewish people so that you inadvertently think you're fighting Jewish people so that you then fall for the trap of Zionism. That's how this works. Their concern is understandable. Now, by the way, that's what this continued to say, by the way. But if you look at their account or any of these people, you'll very quickly identify the fact that they'll go after anybody, Jewish especially, if they're going after the agenda, if they're calling out Israel, or if they decide to say Palestinians have lives that matter. They will go after them like Ben Shapiro. And so that just look for yourself. So you can very quickly then identify Zionist versus somebody who believes in Judaism. So if you're going after anybody, especially Jewish people that are against this, then you don't believe in you believe in Zionism, which is not the same thing. That's why they're trying to create fake definitions with Trump's anti-Semitism law to make it against the law to say that a hundreds of year old political organization is the same as a 3,500-year-old religion. They think you're that stupid, guys. I know you're not that stupid. But it says their concern is understandable. Here's what he says. They don't want violent terrorists in their country. But ultimately, they have no choice. Trump is determined to push the plan forward. So as always, what he's showing you here is that they think all Palestinians are terrorists. Because what they're talking about is moving the Palestinians, not Hamas. So what they're telling you, just as always, is they think all of them are bad and terrorists. So does Israel. It's never been hard to see if you're just not lying to yourself. Now, Sarah Abdallah points out that right now in The Hague, no, this was actually the 31st, but it's going to today. It says the blood that has been spilt in Gaza on the hands of the international community, and in particular, those Western countries that support and feed this genocide. Special Envoy of Belize. This is an ongoing point right now in The Hague. A group of nations calling themselves the Hague Group are set to announce a raft of legal, economic, and diplomatic measures against Israel. So even as the feckless U.S. government and the UK don't do anything about this, there are people collecting their power around the world, and they are going to make something happen. The global south is stepping up, it says, where Western nations have decided to go rogue on international law and norms. Of course, I don't know, that's probably this person. Let's not pretend like they went rogue. They've always been rogue. We just finally are seeing through the lies, is my opinion. Propaganda and Co. says Israel is now being sanctioned. Belize, Bolivia, and this is as of the 31st, Colombia, Cuba, Honduras, Malaysia, Namibia, Senegal, South Africa explored collective actions at both national and international levels to further the cause of Palestinian liberation. This isn't going to go away, guys. It's only a matter of time. I agree. Sarah also points out, and my thing is the point matter of time until the U.S. government decides to recognize that it's not in their interest to support Zionism anymore. Not that they won't, or that they won't have consequences because they're all bought off and influenced and blackmailed, but clearly at some point the scales will tip. These people are shameless opportunists, and they will find that's my point. When we try to use that against them, find the people that are lower on the rungs and get them to go against this because it's in their interest to. But still question them. Don't trust any of them. But it says, when future generations inquire about our contribution to Palestine's right to self-determination, our response must be, we took concrete measures, or we will be remembered as leaders who watched and did nothing. That's Namibia's Minister of Justice. Haaretz put an article out on the 31st. New Zealand will now require every Israeli to provide details of their military service to receive a visitor's visa. So you see, the world around, even vassal states of the U.S. empire are going, you know what? These people are disgusting. Not all Jews or Israelis. The murdering Zionists that are committing war crimes and cheering about it and posting it on TikTok in the IDF. And so what they're saying is, if you're in service, we require that you verify that. It says a genocide hotline has also been set up by a local pro-Palestinian group, and Kiwis can now report IDF troops visiting their country. Now, I'm sure you could argue there'll be an overlap of an IDF troop that didn't commit crimes. The point is the same, though. Right now, and this is historically how this works. After the German military or anything, guys, it ends up becoming we recognize that military was committing the crimes. So that then becomes an issue. It doesn't say they go to jail, right? But it does say that they provide details of their service. So I think that this is inquiring. The point is the world is turning against this because they should. Israel's committing a genocide. Now, to roll this in to the next one, there's one more segment here, but don't forget we just talked about the pager dynamic, right? Israel's infiltrating U.S. tech in the light of the pager attack in Lebanon, showing you that we're equally on unstable footing with Israel having startups and technological influence across this country. So we very well could be stacked with pagers and phones right now that'll explode should they want them to. That's not a crazy thing to think about. It's terrifying, in fact. And many times they allude to that on interviews. And that's a point we're going to get to here. So thinking about this, I just pointed to this, and I'm glad this went kind of viral. Other people are seeing this and pointing it out. I think APAC Tracker and Zionism Observer really went to town on this. Good, because this is pretty terrifying. So keeping in mind this conversation about what they just did. Oh, actually, I forget. This is, I'll just briefly point to this. This is interesting. It's about a 7-minute video, or no, it's 7 minutes. It's wild, though, if you listen to it. I'm going to skip it for time. But Al-Mazraoui says, what did I just watch? How has the world gone completely crazy? Why are Western countries allowing themselves to be occupied and enslaved by these creatures? Now, if you listen, this person is literally sitting down with the Sweden Democrats, or with giving instructions to Sweden Democrats on how to handle issues about Palestine. Now, listen, it'll blow your mind. This guy, by the way, who sounds like he doesn't have a second-grade education, is literally walking her through how to basically ignore the facts, to go after Palestinian groups. And it's wild. And she's writing notes down. That is what we see around the world. The Israeli influence that is controlling out of fear of racism, I guess. It's when what they're doing is telling her how to be racist against Palestinians. But it is wild. But we'll come back to that. APAC Tracker points this out. We just showed you this the other day. Yesterday, I think. Batar, US. It says, we hand out beepers. One of these students is on our list to deport as appears to be a student visa. Do you realize that? So Israel's already weaponized Trump's discussion about visas and immigration in general. Haven't we been telling you that? Now you could argue it's just an overlap. I'm of the mind that's what this is. This Israel is using through the Trump administration to achieve these goals in this country. They're literally showing, either way, whatever you think about it. Now you've got these Israeli groups that are saying, we're going to deport you. Call ICE. Here, take a beeper to American students and students that are on visas. In some cases, they could tell they don't even, it's just anybody. And they just go, well, are you a visa? They don't even know. They're going after Americans in most of these cases. Where's the American government? Right? Where's the Stefanics and the Cottons of the world that care? Oh, I thought you cared about Americans. Oh, but I guess because they're not Israeli Americans, you don't care now. Shouldn't this matter more than anything? That you got Israeli entities or any entity from a foreign government or anybody threatening them with potential pager bombs or targeting them for harassment. Israel used beepers to commit terror attacks. Now Zionist organizations are taunting American citizens by offering them beepers, suggesting they be blown up. This is terrorism. Now realize, we'll come to it in a second, as we keep proving, despite people pretending it's not true, even illegal immigrants in most cases are protected under the Constitution if they're in this country. Supreme Court has roundly ruled that. And also because the main point is, if you understand it, these weren't American things. They were outlined as inherent rights that the United States government at the time were outlining. Inherent, inalienable. That's not unique here. The point is, on top of that, especially people here with visas who are not, their residents are protected for sure. And so as he's going after them on the conversation of saying things about Israel, and they go, well, they're here on visa. It doesn't matter. This is what I was saying earlier, guys. Under the guise of going after what you think are Democrats supporting Israel, that's the whole woke agenda, you're allowing them to circumvent your constitutional rights. That should matter to an American more than anything else, because that will open that door and they will kick it in like they've done every time. But all these Republicans out there going after the woke agenda are being played, or either that or they don't care. This is what you should care about. So this is, remember, this one I showed you. This is at a rally they called a jihad rally. It was a vigil for Heinrich Job, a child that was killed by Israel that has been roundly proven even by corporate media. They killed her for no reason, then killed the people coming to help her. That's what they do. And they say, join us at the jihad rally as we assist ICE in deportation efforts. Because they support Palestine? Yes. It's just absolutely sickening how clear this is. So here is one of these people. So this is at that rally. Okay, so they propagandize, they put it out, a call for violence. Come here and help us go after these people. Okay, then they go to the actual, the vigil for a dead child. And here's what this person did.
Gaza! They hate America, you know? Right, you hate America so much. Get the out. Come on, show your face so we can get you deported by ICE.
Today marks 1 year since the Israeli military martyred Hind Rajab, and New Yorkers have set up a vigil in her memory. Zionist agitators are here at the vigil, disturbing the peaceful protesters.
ICE, come on, show your face, you terrorists. ICE, ICE. ICE, ICE, ICE!
Unfortunately, our religion, the Jewish religion, is being misused to justify all of this. This is wrong, this is criminal, this is a violation of international law, this is a violation of Judaism.
Y'all got your ceasefire, now you just want to drag it out because you want to blame the Jews for your why are they still here?
The ceasefire is achieving some achievements, but we need way more than that. We need a ceasefire in the West Bank. We need a ceasefire in entire Palestine. We need an end to this occupation. We are standing here at this vigil for Hind, where this 5-year-old girl was so ruthlessly murdered while she was looking for help. She was seeking for help in Gaza a year ago. This is a sad story. It's unfortunately not the only single story. This is just one out of so many other stories. This is something that should wake up everyone.
Yep, exactly. Right, so you have Jewish groups there, Orthodox Jewish rabbis speaking about this, but it's a jihad rally, right? I mean, do you think that idiot with the long hair screaming the ICE, do you think does he practice Judaism? Or is he supporting Zionism? What would you say? Seeing as how there's Jewish rabbis there supporting this, or you're screaming at a young child's, I mean, it's not that hard to recognize. And I simply said, and so the guy says, show your face so we can get you deported by ICE. I said, sure glad we're not seeing the politicization of government agencies like we saw under Biden, right? Trump has effectively allowed a foreign government to act through the U.S. government agencies to censor, threaten, and attack Americans. Hashtag winning. Look at the engagement. I mean, come on, guys. Like, you realize that there's, especially since what we're constantly talking about, and we shared, this is straight up suppression by Twitter. Are you really going to pretend that this is engagement you get from an audience that's engaged in this conversation and an important point to show you how alarming that is? This is Twitter making sure these things don't get shared because it's blatantly obvious. It's sick. Now here is the video of them doing this to students. Most of these are American students who just support Palestine. Here's what's crazy about it. There's plenty of examples, whether it's Proud Boys or whatever else, where Republicans, whatever else conservatives are wearing face coverings because they don't want to be, because the point is the government goes after them, right? So in this case, because you want to make it about a Democrat thing, you make it like a mask or whatever else, but, so they cover their faces with a kippah or something else. Terrorists. It's the same damn thing. The point is, obviously, these Zionist groups are going after them. They're trying to harass them. They're trying to get them fired. They're trying to get them. So that's what they do. Makes perfect sense to me, but it's all about a means to an end, lying for their agenda. So here are some of those American students that these Zionist groups are threatening. I haven't heard a word from any of these so-called America First politicians.
Beeper?
No.
Have a beeper for you. Somebody wants a beeper? Have a beeper for you. You have a beeper? I have a beeper for you, sir. Yeah. Would you like a beeper? Have a beeper.
These are American students, guys. These are not visa students. These are American students supporting Palestine. This is a Zionist grown man offering them pagers. That's not, it doesn't, whether they're bombs or not, that is a threat, and you damn well know it. Can you imagine if this was a Muslim man who was doing this to a bunch of Jewish students? Oh my God, that would be the biggest story of the century to them. And it should be an important story regardless. But right now, I haven't heard a word. You pick it. You pick any one of these names that keeps screaming about Americans, whether in Gaza or whatever else. Not a word. They don't care about any of you.
Beeper for you. No, why are you running away? Have a beeper for you. Covering your face. Yeah. Have a beeper for you. Why are you covering your face?
Security.
Have a beeper for you. Here's a beeper. Why are you
covering your face? Because you're a maniac and what you're doing, and you can see it on their account. This is the account we're showing you. They're literally going, get them, attack them, fire them, get them, get them removed from their position, get them deported. Gee, why are you covering your face? I don't know.
Here's a beeper for you. Here's a beeper for you. Don't touch me. We're in New York City. Don't touch me, sir.
You're on private property. Get out. I'm asking you to leave the building.
Beeper, sir.
I'm asking you to leave the building.
Don't put hands on me.
Don't put your hands on me. See, and then, of course, then he runs out and pretends like he was attacked because he's Jewish. I mean, it's just the stupidest thing. You're literally trying to hand things that you're pretending are bombs. That's a threat. From a point of criminal law, you can go to jail for that. Nobody cares. So APAC tracker. This is the account right here. Batar USA says has been calling him, APAC tracker, relentlessly and left him horrific messages. I don't know how they got his cell phone. I mean, we all know how. I mean, that's how these people operate. This is intelligence, guys. This is an Israeli operation. That's my opinion. But if we can't see by now that that's what this is through ADL, APAC, it's all the same stuff. And if you think that's about Jewish people, you have not been paying attention. It says they called at least 10 times consecutively this afternoon. Here's the transcript of the voicemail. It says, you left your Islamic SHIT hole. You didn't go to another Islamic SHIT hole. You came to America where they gave you every right and privilege. And now you want to turn into another Islamic SHIT hole. What the F is wrong with your thinking? Think for 1 second. Think for one effing second. It says, these are the pieces of SHIT you ran away from. And now you want to. I mean, how in the world they think this is an account that has been dedicated to highlighting APAC funding of U.S. politicians. And all you could do is make it about racism and race, and because that's all they care about. They are obsessed with racial division. And it says GoFundMe is helping Zionist terror organization Batar raise funds for bounties to encourage bomb threats in New York City. That's what they're doing. You just saw it. And that you read it, they're telling you that they're going after these people. Help us raise money to go after these students. Zionist media tabloid says Batar US appears to be a New York-based Batar Zionist organization. granted 501c3 status in July. Its president, Matthew Cronin, CPA, also handles the books for Ron Trocian Family Foundation and Blue Star Foundation, both run out of the same P.O. box. Interesting. He's, of course, the chairman of the Global Batar Organization with links to Kahan Chai, which, again, we've talked about in the past, the Jewish supremacy organization designated as a terrorist group by the U.S. government, but seemed to operate with no problem, right? Another fact, the spokesman for the Global Batar Org, Jake Novak, is the same guy who tried to extort Matt Gaetz a few years ago. Batar continues their unhinged targeting harassment, including their fundraiser for hitmen. Hopefully, the info for this thread can help the inevitable legal complaint. Another interesting find, your government records listed Batar at 250 Park Avenue, Roan's new building before it was changed. So they're going to, how much you want to bet they're going to call this doxing, even though it's public information? But that's what they've drawn that line for, where they argue, even though you posted, they're probably going to go after these groups. I promise that. They seem to have let Laura Loomer back on, though, for no big deal, right? But it's all selectively applied. The bottom line is, guys, these groups are publicly displaying that they're going after Americans because of their ideas. It's as simple as that. And if you think the Trump organization does not support this, you're not watching. Or if you think they support it, in case that was double negative. Here's what Kim Iverson said about the same video. It says, the person who needs to be deported in this is this Zionist threatening to blow up American kids. I'm so glad somebody has principles and integrity out there. I mean, it's simple. There's no error in this conversation, guys. It doesn't matter who you support politically. The person doing the wrong thing is the one threatening to blow up children. Funny how that's also what's being ignored in Gaza. Gee, common thread. But it says the Zionist, a.k.a. Jew, is American. They're trying to pretend that she's being racist. It says these terrorists supporting kids. And by the way, here's how dumb these people are. It's a Zionist organization. That's what it is. So maybe they're Jewish, probably, but he's a Zionist. So you can want to pretend, look, see, this is the game they play. The point is that what she's making it out to be is that we're talking about a Zionist organization that is threatening kids. You want to make it about Jewish people because you want to go wink, wink. That's what you really mean, even though she doesn't. That used to work. It doesn't anymore. But it says these terrorists supporting kids who don't know better or are morons are covering their faces. Why do you think that is, Kim? Oh, so you're assuming. You're willing to allow these kids to be threatened with bombs because you assume they may have a reason that they do it because of the thing I'm thinking right now. Oh, you know them, do you? Did you speak to them? Did they sign a document saying? That's subjective assumption, and we should all laugh at this complete moron. Or on top of that, realize he's calling them terror-supporting kids because they support Palestine as the Palestinians are being genocided. Not hard to recognize what's going on here. And then she makes a perfect statement by saying he has an accent. Are you sure he's not there on a student visa? Mic drop. Right? I mean, oh, wait a minute. I don't know what to say right now. Oh, no. Of course, it's only about certain student visas, right? Certain kinds of people with certain skin colors. That's what it's really about. These people are transparent. Patricia Dowling highlights AIPAC tracker saying, predictably, AIPAC's New York representatives and senators are silent on this Zionist organization placing bounties on New Yorkers and encouraging bomb threats. Right? They used to care about bomb threats in New York quite a bit. Funny how that doesn't matter right now in certain context. And Patricia says, why is this organization allowed to place bounties on the lives of American citizens in the United States? Crickets. Where you at, Stefanik? Cotton? Kirby, Miller, anybody? Where you at? I mean, doesn't this matter? I thought Americans were your whole point. Until they're not. And don't forget, as we just showed the other day, which is still very real and not being discussed by all the people that claim about they care about veterans and all the different points, as long as it makes the agenda look bad, they ignore it. And of course, it's from the city of Newark, and we don't like the Democrats, so we'll ignore it still, even though it is a veteran who was detained, and as he writes, suffered the indignity of having his legitimacy of his military documentation questioned. Now, they went into this restaurant, and this has been publicly covered. You can look into it for yourself as much as it's being denied by people that don't want to research it. ICE went in and arrested a bunch of people with no warrant, only went after the brown people, even though there was other people there that were, the point is, if we're talking about immigration, couldn't there be an immigrant from Germany that's on a visa? Of course there could. But they're clearly showing you it's about very clear skin color dynamics, which we know what that's about. This is for Israel. It's about Palestine. And they arrested a Puerto Rican who is a military veteran in the United States. It's not hard to wrap your mind around this. So they're already abusing this. And we just saw that group using ICE. They're already using this whole thing against their own political adversaries. And it's working. I don't think Trump's confused about that. I think they're all very aware of this. This is my point about all of this being an agenda. They're using these woke politics to get you to think you're doing things against Democrats, and all you're doing is watching this government be completely puppeteered by a Zionist government. And you're losing everything that you thought you're fighting for. But here's what Libs of TikTok said. It says, holy shit, NYPD are reportedly restricted from cooperating with ICE agents. Who sent out the memo? Now, it's interesting, right? Because yes, I could argue that doing so might be politically driven. I think all of these people are politically driven. But my only point is to, funny how easy it is for these large accounts to just blindly assume in the direction of their political agenda and half the time being wrong about it, but that never deviates. They still get, people still support and still share. The point is, you're simply highlighting this as because you think it's politically motivated, which I would agree it's likely, but you don't know that. It also could be for what I just showed you, that they're going, well, time out. I literally see these very terroristic groups using this process and falsely claiming people need to be deported and sometimes getting taken. I just saw in Newark, ICE take somebody who was a veteran. I just saw them go in and take them without a warrant in the first place. Whoa. Maybe we should make sure this is being done legally and not in the interest of a foreign government. But see, Libs of TikTok does not care about any of that. My point is neither of us know. So a real journalist, researcher, human being would care to find out the facts before you lurched into the conversation and made it about your clear political agenda. That's all these people are about. So my point is, obviously, we see this going in a direction that is not in line with American rights. Whether or not you think that they should be doing this, shouldn't we make sure that first they respect the constitutional right? Yeah, that would be America first, wouldn't it, Libs of TikTok? Cradle points out, an official from Meta's, wait, hold on. Oh, wait a minute. I think I closed one on accident. There was one more I was going to show that I had in line there. I'll leave it there. I think I actually closed a tab. Either way, point was the same. I was going to end with one more thing, which is simply that this, at this moment, is clearly being abused. And that should matter to people that care about constitutional rights, not just those that, feign to when it's in their interest. Now, in regard to this same point of the Israeli influence, whether it's about pagers and electronic influence or everything else, guys, it's literally across the board right now. I wanted to highlight this, the technological vein. The Cradle points out an official from Meta's WhatsApp chat service has told Reuters that the company detected an attempt by Israeli spyware company Paragon Solutions to hack 90 users on its platform. The official added that WhatsApp had sent Paragon a cease and desist order, but they declined to comment. Now, you might be familiar with this. You know why? Because Derek covered this on January 7th. Now, Cradle's doing amazing work. I think they covered this back then. This is about the follow-up of WhatsApp commenting on it, as well as DropSite, revealed that nearly 100 journalists, the same conversation. But I wanted to show you, since this is important, this important story has been circulating the last few days, make sure you check out Derek's coverage for TLAV from January 7th. I said, if you follow TLAV, you're ahead of the curve. But as always, it's ridiculous. If I had 10,000 followers alone, you would get more engagement with that on average, but not when it's certain things against a certain country or against a certain agenda that's being run by a certain government. I meant the last one was the U.S. government. The point here is that this is important, and it's very clear what's happening. It is an Israeli group. They're now trying to kind of hide behind a Florida company that is basically spying on Americans through spyware that is populated like chickenpox across this country. Derek covered it on January 7th. The Israeli spyware firm NSO Group found liable for hacks of WhatsApp users. And the story is crazy. They caught them. They lied about it. I mean, it's exactly what we're talking about. This is Israeli government aspect, the infiltration of everything happening in this country. You've got Zionist groups attacking Americans, threatening with bombs. You've got tech infiltration, suppressing, censoring. You got Trump passing executive orders to censor Americans for Israel. How do you not see this? I don't understand how people anywhere can't see how alarming this is right now. It's everything we've all worried about coming to fruition in front of you. Now, this is the article. Meta's WhatsApp says Israeli spyware company Paragon targeted scores of users. And this simply, I'll show you this other one that simply is this plus others. That gets, this article has more information. But it's simply saying that they, were caught. Now, Meta's WhatsApp says spyware company Paragon targeted its own users in 24 countries. This, of course, says Paragon declined to comment, but it says the official said WhatsApp has since disputed the hacking effort and has disrupted, and was referring to targets to Canadian internet watchdog group Citizen Lab. The official declined to discuss how it determined Paragon was responsible. He said law enforcement and industry partners had been informed, but declined to give details. Now, why would that ever make sense? In what other context ever with a hack have you heard something like that? But it happened, but we can't give you any more details about who and where it came from. And the government, we told them, but they don't want to tell you either. Well, gee, maybe it's because they're working with the person doing it. The FBI did not immediately return a message seeking comment. So the FBI, when informed, didn't even want to know about it. It's just like, my God, we're in a bad way right now. Spyware merchants such as Paragon sell high-end surveillance software to government clients and typically pitch their services as critical to fighting crime and protecting national security as we edge into pre-crime, right? As the FBI and everything else, we're just talking about this. Such spy tools have repeatedly been discovered on the phones of journalists, activists, opposition politicians, and at least 50 U.S. officials. And it keeps going. See, only a very special kind of stupid cannot see what that is. There are 50 U.S. officials find this and they just go, well, no comment. It says, raising concerns over the unchecked proliferation of technology. Paragon, which was reportedly acquired by a Florida-based company called AE Industrial Partners just last month, that's an effort to hide this right now, has tried to position itself publicly as one of the industry's more responsible players. It's Israel, guys. That's what it is. Paragon Solutions is Israel. And it says its website advertises ethically based tools, teams, and insights. Disrupt. Yeah. This is Al-Sham. It's Al-Nusra to Hayat al-Sham. It's the same thing. They gave it a new name, and they look back and go, are you good? Will you ignore us now? And apparently it works. This is not a question of some bad apples. These types of abuses, it says, are a feature of the commercial spyware industry. And yet it doesn't stop. Anybody confused? It's designed to be surreptitious and end up on your phone without you knowing it, and the U.S. government's working with Israel on it. But nothing more. Well, AE Industrial Partners simply this shows that they've invested in Israel as evidenced by their involvement with Paragon Solutions, an Israeli cyber offensive firm involved with discussions for U.S. fund to potentially buy this right now. Their overlap with Israel is the point in a lot of ways. Let's not forget the Israeli election interference and psychological operation industrial complex, where they were, even Guardian and Le Monde, I think, did an investigation where they proved this Israeli working for the Israeli government was influencing elections and bot farming all over the world. He gloated about 92 presidential elections that he influenced, some in the United States. Amazing how that can be a broken mainstream story, and yet people don't talk about it. Almost like they're afraid to talk about Israel. Well, remember, Paragon Solutions is currently in a major deal with Department of Homeland Security. Not a joke. So we know they're intertwined. So Paragon Solutions is a spyware firm that's spying on you, and they've already been caught, and yet your government's working with them. You confused? Hey, guess what else? ICE is working with Paragon Solutions. See how it all comes together? $2 million contract. So ICE is using Paragon Solutions, and ICE is working with Zionist organizations, or at least they're being used by them, to go after Palestinian supporters. And while they do it, they're scooping up all the information of you and anybody else around you, from your phones and your biometrics, everywhere. We're using drones. This is everywhere. Every different little piece of what's going on is adding up to the same outcome. DHS must come clean on contract with spyware purveyor Paragon Solutions. It says the Center for Democracy Technology has joined 35 other civil society organizations and a number of spyware experts in a letter that calls on the DOH, the Department of Homeland Security, to release, not DOH, Department of Homeland Security, to release details about its $2 million contract with Paragon Solutions. Paragon is a spyware vendor headquartered in Israel, whose flagship product, Graphite, is used to extract communications content. The contract between DHS and Paragon is reportedly under review for compliance with President Biden's groundbreaking executive orders on spyware. Oh, but guess what? That was back in November. Now Trump's in power, and now no one cares. I'm not making that up. They just, Biden did it, and the other way is good. That's what's happening. Trump is doubling down on everything Israel right now. The order before barred agencies of the U.S. government from making operational use of commercial spyware that, among other things, poses a risk to improper use by foreign governments. You know, spying on journalists, dissidents, political figures. Oh, so that's what Trump wants to do now. They're using that. They're doing it. Understand, this is a huge, huge national security risk. For the people that always love to push that line, this is as big as it gets, and they're rolling it out right in front of you. Now, we talked about this. This is what I think is happening. The new Trump administration and the technocratic Zionist coup of the United States. Same point. Funny how the very people that call everything a coup suddenly don't recognize it when it's the most blatant I've ever seen. Now, Derek also wrote this. Meet the spyware companies preparing to unleash their tech in Trump's second term. It's already happening. This is Paragon Solutions. It's also what I think Tokia is one. Other one was, which one? Blanking on it. NSO Group, that's Paragon Solutions, but there's been many of them. I think it's over, and snag it out of here. It's almost 50% of the entire market is Israeli government. 50% almost of spyware, which is basically crimes, guys. It's what it is. It's criminal. It is surreptitious spyware that end up on your phone without you knowing it. Now, let's check out the Paragon Solutions website and let's get some more information. What do you think? Oh, I guess there's nothing. Do you know what kind of sites have things like what kind of sites have zero information? Intelligence fronts. Do you think a company that needs your business or anybody's business that's trying to market itself, whether the governments or not, would have a website that has zero information? That's the thing. That's the link we're on. That's the email link. And then it says, what about us? Paragon Solutions, US Inc. Lie. They're barely getting a Florida this is an Israeli company. Provides our customers with ethically based tools and teams. Oh, really? Ethically based? This inherently in itself is unethical. That's it, though. That's what you get. Empowering ethical cyber defense, right? All they want you to see is that. Ethical. We're not criminals. Overstress, things like that. Criminals. Now, here's what Trump said. Now, this is where it gets interesting more so. It's about the fact that this is something Whitney has been saying forever. The privatization, right? Whether it's total information awareness to Palantir, which is one example, or any number of things we've shown you, this transition, right? Or, DARPA's program into Elon Musk's artificial intelligence, or any number of them, guys. That's what we're watching. Here's Trump telling you that's the plan, right? So we're seeing all these cuts and slashes. Everyone's going, what about this though? What are we going to do? Well, we're going to push it into the private market. Now, what does that sound like? Does it sound like freedom and democracy, or does that begin to sound like a fascistic overlap of government and private business? Every time in history that has led to we're watching this go the same way it always goes, guys. That's why, not the right conversation to have right now, but why we should start asking whether we need government at all. Here's what he had to say.
Whether it's offering what we've called the buyout package or other efforts. Do you have any concerns that there will be employees broadly across the federal government who might take that up? And they're a part of the many different ways that agencies protect the public, from food inspections to water safety to the air traffic
everybody's
controls.
replaceable, and we'll get very good people to replace them if it turns out to be more than we thought. It could be a lot, it could be a little, we don't know, but we'd love to have them leave. We're trying to remember this. We want them to go into the private sector. It's our dream to have everybody almost working in the private sector, not in the public.
Is that your dream? Certainly not the dream of what we pretend we're driving for. I mean, that is, see, they love to make that out to be that it benefits you, America. No, it doesn't. They are not you. They are the 0.01% billionaire circle oligarchy. That benefits their companies. That benefits their interests. Like in every one of these things, even the tariff conversation, that's not benefiting you. That money goes back into their inner circle. You're not the one. You're not running. There are people that run. Bottom line is the people that benefit by and large, the people that end up profiting from that dynamic. You pay more for products. It's basic.
Sector. We have many people, very few people came to work. They were, it started more or less with COVID, but actually even before COVID. But it started with the COVID. They didn't come back. And then Biden let them get away with murder. And
see, so Biden bad. So whatever he says next, we need to do. The point is, drive them all into the private sector. David Icke says exactly. They're transferring the power from official government to corporate oligarchy while deleting regulation to impose a tyranny with even less oversight. Now, let's just say you think that is because they're all the good guys and they're going to save you from everything. May sound nice, even if you think that's the reality. You're still going in a direction that reduces your ability to do anything else, even if they do that. So many years go by, and then they just decide to change, or somebody else takes power. Guess what? No, you have any mechanism. Right? The less oversight. They're increasing. Like, here's what's funny. They came at this as an idea of reducing government, reducing, like, rebels fight the deep state and slashing, getting rid of everything. They're building more government. What they're doing here is building out the surveillance apparatus, building out and removing the things that even the illusions of checks and balances. Now, look, I'm of the mind that we don't need any government. Right? But this is not in that direction, guys. As much as you want to think that's in this direction, this is expanding it into a less accountable direction with more power for them. Mr. Brightside, of course, says, what a disappointment you turned out to be. So short-sighted in your old age. Right. Because Mr. Brightside knows what's about to happen, and David Icke doesn't. No, I would argue none of them know. None of us know. What's sad is people like Mr. Brightside believe what they're told. Talk about naive. Even if he's right, the point is, like before, you don't know what Trump thinks. You don't know what his plan is. You're not the one that sees the distant plan, and David Icke is short-sighted. You believe what they're told. That's the stupidest position ever in political time, whether or not it turns out to be right. Historically, if you listen to what politicians tell you and you believe it without question, you're the fool, right? That's historically almost every single time, but he knows better. That's this new dumb sleeping giant I wrote about in 2016 that woke up all of a sudden and pretend politics began in 2016. The point is, that's really silly to think, because they're the good guys and they know. So let them tear down everything because they're going to build it back better. Oh, that sounds like something I remember. Amazing what these people can ignore. Now, Elon Musk, combining this, says this is the critical battle to restore power to the people. See? That's what you want to hear, right? What's he pointing to? Is he pointing to some great equalizer that's going to give people power? No. He's pointing to a comment by Joe Lonsdale from Palantir about privatization. Because that gives power back to the people. Does it? No, in fact. No, it doesn't. It completely removes you from the equation. But it says, from the massive unelected bureaucracy, right? An unelected bureaucrat pointing to another, I guess, extension of another kind of unelected. Well, I mean, what would you call a Palantir or like a Citibank of Obama? I mean, that is the deep state. It's not a bureaucrat. I mean, I guess you could argue in some cases they become that, but they're the purse strings, guys. They're the technological power money influencers. My point is that this is an elected bureaucrat pointing to the deep state and acting like that is going to give you power away from that. I just don't know why people can be this blind. Anybody out there that doesn't see that what he's doing right here is simply going, pointing at the deep state while telling you you're fighting the deep state. Like, it's as simple as that. It's as if your elected representatives cannot overcome the bureaucrats who control government, then you live in a bureaucracy, not a democracy. Well, no, we live in neither. There is bureaucracy, but we live in an authoritarian oligarchy that's becoming a technocratic oligarchy. It's also authoritarian. But Joe Lonsdale says, events and well, read it for yourself. He quotes and then quotes, and he's highlighting all these different overlaps. Joe Lonsdale is Palantir. He's one of the founders of Palantir. If you don't know by now that Palantir represents one of the largest threats we have that overlap. I mean, Palantir right now is working with Israel to effectively commit genocide. That's public. January 2024, they partnered with Israel for artificial intelligence. They're using artificial intelligence to kill people. Lavender, Habsora, and then weirdly, Palantir just is now overlapped with the Trump administration to roll out the AI infrastructure for this country. That should be kind of scary, knowing what they're using it for right now. And the fact that you're working with groups like Larry Ellison and Oracle, or SoftBank, which is basically Israel, or OpenAI, ChatGPT, and Sam Altman. You know, WorldCoin, the world currency that stakes your biometrics. God, it's like a cartoon right now of what people choose to ignore. But this is the point, guys. People like this are trying to tell you that your own subjugation is how you become free, and people are gobbling it up. Donald Trump rolls out the AI biomedical control grid backed by Israel and the deep state. That's what we're watching roll out, and they're calling it freedom. Derek wrote about it. Stargate, Trump partners with technocrats to promote mRNA injections, AI, transhumanism. And to make that complete, they just rolled out the HR 1513 Future Networks Act, which is not, you couldn't, just Trump. This is the current Congress rolling this out, but it's bipartisan support. And I guarantee this flies by. What's it about? 6G. The bill requires the Federal Communications Commission to establish the 6G task force to report on the 6th generation wireless technology. Yeah, that's what's happening. And before you start pretending like he's got nothing to, yeah, well, he's very supportive. I want 5G, he says, and even 6G technology in the United States as soon as possible. Said that in 2019. He's all about it. And I guarantee more Republicans than anybody are very aware that the whole 5G, 6G, the overlap of this is part of the control structure. You know that, I know that, but sadly right now, because they're doing it, it's apparently going to be ignored. Speak up if you have integrity. If you believe that's a problem, say something about it. Now, let's move into the next one. And this is going to be predominantly, I mean, we're going to start with a little bit still on foreign policy, but then ultimately get into the overlap of where I think this, and I've already been making points about it, but the DEI manipulation. Let's see. Where is that window? There we go. So starting here, I didn't want you to miss this. Now, really, I probably should have thrown this in the beginning. That's where I thought I had this for the wrong window. But it's important to see this because it's just one of these big points. I mean, really, if we're talking about lies, you know, promises made, promises kept. We keep hearing this really stupid mantra when half the time what you're claiming as a promise kept is the last thing Americans should want. But here's Ukraine, right? Probably didn't see this because of probably not being pointed to by all the Republicans screaming he's keeping all his promises. Well, the U.S. government has now transferred around 90 Patriot air defense interceptors from storage in Israel to Poland for delivery to Ukraine. Okay. Wasn't it Marjorie Taylor Greene who was just screaming from the rooftops that Trump kept his promise about not funding Ukraine, but made sure to keep funding Israel because that mattered, and Egypt? Well, how was that? 7 days, all of a sudden, here we are. I said, what was that about suspending aid to Ukraine? What was that again about promises kept? All you're doing, I mean, it's just being covered by corporate media. You're just having it go through Israel, through Poland to Ukraine. But it's U.S. storage of these. Like, this is just the ongoing agenda for greater Israel, for everything you're trying to accomplish. And it's like Trump. It seems like Trump wasn't even capable of waiting. And if you gave it like another 2 weeks, people would have forgotten about it, I would imagine, because of how quick this stuff goes. My point is, I bet you anything that Israel didn't want that. So they made it happen. That's what this is. Think about how lazy it is. Think about how silly it is to make a whole big case about not doing this. And then within a matter of days, you end up funding them anyway. Where is everybody? Very little engagement, as usual. Now, one point I wanted to highlight that I thought was interesting, just before we get into this part about occupation. East Palestine resident. Town fractured after years of derailment. This is from January 27th, 2025. It says nearly 2 years after the train derailment, she says she's still feeling the effects. Her name is Flint. She was forced to move. If she goes back today, she still gets rashes and other symptoms. I mean, again, I told you so just doesn't cut it with something like this. If she's getting the rashes, which is the chloracne, that means these are high-level dioxin contamination. And we know that, guys. We know it. That's what happened. all the others, Conyers. I mean, these people are suffering, guys. Nobody seems to care. Not even the people screaming Maha, apparently, because, I mean, I don't even know why. This doesn't even seem to be connected to Trump. It's not, there's no partisan draw, apparently, because all we live in now is this fake controlled media atmosphere where we scream about helicopters because they told you to. The problem here is that this is a big deal, and they're still getting sick to this day. And now it's so far past it. Norfolk Southern, as I told you, has made more money than before. They've benefited from this. But that's how fascist corporate overlap works. And that's what they're rolling you into right now. If you think they weren't accountable before, wait till this future they're building. Now, on that note, speaking about land grabs, because it's funny to me how they can't stop talking about that, even though we can see this happening in places that aren't as interesting for the partisan conversation. Speaking of land grabs, let's talk about Israel. Now, I just made this point in the other show, and I was in the flow, and I didn't want to grab it and search, but here it is. And this is important to make a point about. And this clearly overlaps what we're going to get into next. Justifying land grab, Israel says it is, quote, allowed to ignore international law anywhere it wants. Hope Americans are listening right now. I hope Republicans are listening. This is what the Israeli government, many who are still there, truly believe, to the point to where they wrote a statement to their Supreme Court saying we can break law wherever we want. International law does not bind us. And then you want to stand back and wonder why they don't care about what they're doing in the United States, what they're doing in Gaza, what they're taking from Syria, what they're taking from Lebanon, because they believe they can do what they want. Well, clearly the world, in some cases, the governments of the world have allowed them to think that. This is from 2018. The Israeli government has recently claimed that it can legislate anywhere in the world, direct quote. And just so we get to it right out of the gate, this is the document. And this was covered by Haaretz, okay? This is not a secret. It is in Hebrew. You could get a translator. This is exactly what it is, and it's widely covered. Of course, not by corporate media in the West, because that would be racist, even though it's true. It says, legislate anywhere in the world that it is, quote, entitled to violate the sovereignty of foreign countries. That's their quote. And that is, quote, allowed to ignore the directives of international law in any field it desires. Well, clearly, they think that. This was written as an official response letter to the Supreme Court. I just showed you. The background of these statements is the new law from last year, which legalizes outright theft of Palestinian land. And I'll read you directly from Haaretz in a second. Now, the settlement regularization law is what they call it. It's typical. Was passed in February last year from 2018, remember, in order to retroactively legalize thousands of settler homes and structures built on Palestinian private land to avert the possibility that the Supreme Court might one day sanction the removal. Because there is pushback, even in Israel, on these illegal settlements. Very minimal today, but it existed within the political sphere until much. So right now, today's reality is the kind of where you saw the religious extremists in their government take power because of Netanyahu. And it gets to that at the bottom of the article. But at this point, there were still, and they called it like the lefty, like it's the same thing they do here, right? In this case, it was the bad left-wing Israelis. But in this case, they were the ones that were going, let's not murder everybody. But not even that, really. Just let's not, in this case, allow the Supreme Court to rule something we know is a violation of international law. I take back what I even said, actually. There's plenty of them. Most of them, in fact, very much have the same hatred for Palestinians. The point is they just don't want it to be that easily perceived by the world. But to be clear, there are sections of this, even on the Israeli side, that see a problem here. They've spoken up since this October 7th. But it says, before the law was passed, Israeli law still considered such structures illegal. Even their law did. Now, I still argue they still were doing it. They like the public display of saying, see, we think it's illegal. But even though under international law, absolutely all the settlements are a flagrant violation of the law, be they located on private land or not. That's always been the reality. It still is to this day. It was not only Haaretz that called out the law as theft law. It was also a longtime Likudniks from the Likud party from Netanyahu, such as lawmaker Benny, Begin, or was it Benign? How do you say that again? Begin. Former Likud minister Dan Merodor called it evil and dangerous, even though Prime Minister Netanyahu was warning that passing it may end up getting Israeli officials to the International Court in The Hague. Think about that today. So this is my point, is that Netanyahu and the rest of them, these aren't good people. But even he has been driven further to the right by the Smotriches and Ben-Gvirs because they threatened to pull out, which destroys his government, which Netanyahu needs because if he doesn't hold control of the government, he's going to prison. These are your allies, guys. That's crazy. And this is public information. And so the crazy part of it is even he was going, we can't do that. We'll end up in prison. Too late now. They did it because he got forced to, and now they're committing a genocide. But it says, I should add a critical note here about Meridor's central claim that it is in fact erroneous regarding the West Bank in that East Jerusalem is by international law a part of the West Bank, and Israel has applied its sovereignty unilaterally upon it, de facto since 1967, and in quasi-constitutional basic law in 1980 in defiance of international law and United Nations Supreme Court, United Nations Security Council, resolutions. The point is that it's not just, the main point comes around the West Bank, that they're claiming we can take it, even though we know that's not the case. It's international law. It's been illegal the entire time. But in this discussion about the West Bank, that's where this claim came out. Where they're going, look, we can do whatever we want anywhere in the world. Why would the West Bank be any different? And that's the argument made by the Israeli government. Israel's famous equation of, and this is something that's public, maximum Jews, maximum territory, minimum Palestinians. Let's keep pretending it's about Hamas, guys. Came this time to mean that Israel would risk enacting state legislation in an area where Jews were still generally not a majority, in the hope that it would help them become it. Because that's what this is about. Retroactively legalize about 4,000 settler homes that are illegal. In the recent court case, the plaintiffs challenged the law, pointing to the obvious illegality. They said them and fellow petitioners argued that the Knesset is not permitted to enact and impose laws on territory occupied by the state of Israel. The point being illegal occupation. That's the international law reality. You can't just take that. You're supposed to allow people to go back to that territory once the conflict is over. And it says, thus the Knesset cannot enact laws that annex the West Bank or that violate the rights of Palestinian residents of the West Bank. Then it goes on to say the state of Israel, in the recent response letter, which we showed you, that's right here, to the court, claimed this in defense. The Knesset has no limitation which prevents it from legislating extraterritorially anywhere in the world, including Judea and Samaria, West Bank and Gaza. Very simple. Went on to say, although the Knesset can legislate any place in the world, although it is entitled to violate the sovereignty of foreign countries, clearly they think that, through legislation that would be applied to events occurring in their territories, although it is written the authority of the government of Israel to annex any territory, although the Knesset may ignore directives of international law in any area it pleases. Despite all these, the plaintiffs seek to define a rule by which precisely West Bank and Gaza, the Knesset is prohibited from legislating anything, and that precisely there and nowhere else in the world, it is subject to directives of international law. Think about how wild that is. They're outraged. They're like, look, guys, if we all know we can do whatever we want, why would it apply to West Bank in some separate situation? That's what he just said. Then it says the Israeli government's extremist response, this is one of the attorneys, has no parallel anywhere in the world. It stands in gross violation of international law and the United Nations Charter, which obligates member states to refrain from threatening or using force against the territorial integrity of other states, including occupied territories. The Israeli government's extremist position is, in fact, a declaration of its intention to proceed with its annexation of the West Bank. Obviously. And the fact that anybody ever even tried to deny that while they were building illegal settlements is insane. But that's where we are. Right now, the U.S. government's denying a genocide while it's being committed. Talk about insane. It says that this is the lawyer, has posted about this and provided some quotes from the above. It says, you would think that such proclamations, publicly, by the way, by the Israeli government would really hit the mainstream news cycle. Yet it seems to have gone relatively unnoticed. And hopefully you all know why today. It says several of my contacts have responded to this little reported news with a certain disbelief. Could it really be that Israel's openly saying that it's above international law? Yes. And it says, indeed, as I mentioned above, it is not exactly a secret that Israel is now acting in brazen defiance of international law. More so today, isn't it? Its own highest legal authorities are completely aware of it. But what we also need to see is that it has been doing this for a very long time. In fact, since its inception. As I mentioned, at the time of the passing of the regularization law, legalizing the theft of Palestinian land has been Israeli policy since day one. That's the truth. And it says this is the part of the basis by which Erdogan claims that, quote, Israel can legislate anywhere in the world. The essence of this is if we could do it before, why can't we do it now? Funny how they make the same argument. Well, you did it in Iraq, so, I mean, they're just children. It's crazy to me. Sullen children that have been given far too much power. So here is one of those articles from 2017. It says, voting yes for theft. As always, Haaretz just telling you what the West doesn't want to, just pretending isn't real. Now it says, assuming the Knesset vote takes place, which it did and it passed, the state legislature is going to stain itself, they were writing, dreadfully when it approves what's been dubbed as the regularization law, meant to retroactively legalize illegally built homes in the West Bank. The name of the bill is misleading, as always. I mean, there's so many overlaps to what we see the U.S. government and Israel do. The Patriot Act, I mean, they're the same thing, it seems. And it says the name of the bill is misleading and not by coincidence. The bill doesn't aim to regularize, but to steal. If the vote takes place, the majority of our lawmakers will raise their hands and approve the bill that will steal land from Palestinians. The theft will come after the fact to accommodate settlements and outposts that were built on private land, and land will be expropriated from its owners while the thieves living on it will be granted the presumption of innocence. Remember the classic, if I didn't take it, somebody else will. These are criminals, guys. There's no way around it. To grant this theft a veil of equitableness, that's what I thought was relevant here, Palestinians can prove ownership will receive increased financial compensation, except they never allow that because they always dismiss what they claim. Here's the keys. Here's my deed. Nah, we don't believe that, or we don't acknowledge the authority of that document. They never allow it. The point, though, a veil of equitableness. This is what Haaretz is calling out in 2017. Don't miss how this is happening. This is the DEI point, guys, under the veil. So right now, what's happening with this is they're pretending, right, in our government, using these ideas of these ridiculous agendas, which very clearly had very damaging effect on a lot of people, but were ridiculous. I mean, as I keep pointing out, even with the trans agenda, guys, the leading hospital at the time was telling you they were doing things, being rash with children treatment. That was written by Associated Press, and yet somehow keeps going. These things are propped up to be demolished, guys. I think that's very clear. And so now they've got us all fixated on this very clear built up to be collapsed agenda so that we miss apparently the prison being built around us while we scream about pronouns. And I think that's what Israel was doing this then under the veil of being equitable. They, in fact, were enshrining their illegal actions. And it says, as far as the members of this nationalist religious party are concerned, there is no area in the land of Israel that belongs to non-Jews. Except that's not true because Jewish Ethiopian Jews, for example, are treated as second-class citizens. Orthodox Jews that don't believe in Zionism are literally beat up on the street. So realize it's not about Jews. That is the case. Non-Jews aren't allowed to be there, but plenty of Jews aren't as well because it's about Zionism. It says, heading this band of thieves is Naftali Bennett. All the way back then. And it says, so that's how it is. To authorize land theft in the occupied territories, the justice minister is prepared to smash the country's legal norms with their own hands. That was what's her name? We've talked about her before. I think I cut it out there. But it's that somewhat attractive woman that was there, the small features. Then she was used right at the beginning and then kind of pushed aside. But she was one of the extremists, guys. She's radical. And it says, if the regularization law is invalidated, this is what she said. I thought her name was right there. I guess it's right above this. So she says, if the regularization law is invalidated, so if we end up being pushed back because it's blatantly illegal, it says there's a series of administrative decisions that the Attorney General has already made and stands behind that regularizes most of the settlements anyway. Oh, cool. So this is just state writing into law the illegal act we're taking, and even if you don't let it happen, we're going to do it anyway. That's what it looks like to not have an independent judiciary. This is a broken system, just like ours, by the way. And it says Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu knows that this bill is immoral, unconstitutional and will certainly do Israel great damage internationally. Netanyahu also knows that the law will be struck down by the High Court of Justice, which will then be smeared mercilessly by the settler right and its Knesset representatives. But it says Netanyahu's trapped. He knows the good of the country requires that the bill be buried for good. But on the other hand, he hears Smotrich declare, if it doesn't come up for a vote Monday, there will be no government. So Netanyahu knows if I don't have a government, I'm going to go to prison. So I guess I'm stuck. So the good of the country or staying out of prison sounds like our government. It's where we are. And it says, if there's one thing Netanyahu longs for, Netanyahu's long years at the helm have proven, it's that when asked to choose between the good of the country and his political survival, the country will always come second. I've been telling you that forever. It's a public sentiment. And yet the U.S. government treats him with the utmost respect, even though he's now an ICC criminal. Well, here's a follow-up the next day. Israel passes the Palestinian land grab bill in a late night vote. Israeli lawmakers on Monday evening passed 60-52, a contentious bill that would retroactively legalize stealing Palestinian land. And by the way, and here's why it matters. And the move could kill the chances of a peace deal. See how every time this happens? And they go, they didn't take the deal. No, the point was the deal was coming. It got close. And you rolled this out, which then destroyed the chances of that deal, and you blame them, like you do every single time. We can't deny this anymore. The public statements are there. It's all out there. Even Ben-Gvir has admitted that he sabotaged multiple deals. That's the reality, guys. And he did it in one part for this reason. And it says there were fears that the vote would be delayed, but Netanyahu told reporters earlier Monday that it would go ahead as planned after he briefed the White House on the vote. Far-right lawmaker Smotrich praised the bill's passage into law, saying it was a historic day for the settlement movement, the illegal movement that the world already sees as illegal. Today, Israel decreed that developing settlement in Judea and Samaria, or the West Bank, is an Israeli interest. So he just said the illegal thing that the world claim, even the U.S. says illegal, we just solidified in law as our direction. Yes, guys, obviously. And yet, from this point to today, they still deny it. It says, from here, we move on to expanding Israeli sovereignty and continuing to build and develop settlements across the land. Be clear, he does not just mean Palestine. It says, B'Tselem, the leading human rights group in Israel, condemned the bill's passage, saying it proves yet again that Israel has no intention of ending its control over the Palestinians or its theft of their land. Lending a semblance of legality to this ongoing act of plunder is a disgrace for the state and its legislature. It says passing the bill mere weeks after UN Security Council Resolution 2334, that's the potential deal, is a slap in the face of the international community. While maybe not actually. I thought that was but either way, there's one of two things. One of them was the potential deal. The other one was the conversation about whether they are allowed to continue to annex, which they're not. That's the point. It's always been illegal. So either way, it's an insult to people that they thought Israel pretends to be part of the whole process. In practice, it's yet another facet of the massive land grab carried out openly for decades by declaring state land. Israeli media, Israeli human rights groups, and yet your bought-off politicians lie about it. It says, Peace Now called the passage a stain on the Knesset, and it bears the signature of a single person, Benjamin Netanyahu, who abandons Israel's future for the hands of an extremist minority. That's the way it is now. And supports a law that he and the Attorney General have warned against. See that? It says Netanyahu is willing to enable the theft of land to endanger Israeli army officers and to drag Israel into the International Court of Justice in The Hague, and all for the sake of his own political survival. In the face of this madness, we will be the responsible adult, and we shall block this dangerous law in the Israel's Court of High Justice, which, as far as I can tell, didn't happen. But overall, think about this writing about this is the same way. I mean, the only way you can make sense of people on this side of the world pretending that's not the case is because something's wrong. I don't know how we could pretend otherwise. Now, in the West Bank, since we're talking about it briefly, I want you to see, don't forget, the genocide has extended. This is not even an abuse of the word. They are now doing identical practices to what they just did in Gaza, in the West Bank. They cut off the electricity. They're bombing locations, buildings full of people. They're ethnically cleansing. They're bulldozing houses. They're ripping up streets. It's the same thing. And on the 25th, they killed this 3-year-old girl, a child, in Jenin. Rabi Abdul from Human Rights, Euromed Human Rights Group, the Israeli occupation, has just notified the 26th all the residents of Al Naman village, east of Bethlehem, of its intention to demolish all of their homes and forcibly displace them. Publicly, everybody's got to leave. We're not talking about Hamas. We're not talking about Human Shield. We're going, move out of the way. We're going to destroy all your homes because we want the land. They don't even care anymore. Because look, if they've gotten away this long, I guarantee you they think there's nothing going to happen. Let's prove them wrong. Suppressed news. This is on the 31st. The Israeli army has just stormed a Palestinian wedding in Hebron and abducted the groom while he was next to his bride. What was supposed to be the happiest moment for a couple turned out to be their worst because of Israel. I guess it's just disgusting. And then this ends up being a person who gets arrested for no reason, spends 15 years in jail, and gets released way down the line when they want to use him for a token. Zionism Observer points out that they're now publicly telling you guys, this is a quote from Katz, after the operation, the IDF troops will remain in the camp to make sure terror doesn't return. There wasn't terror in the first place. This was a controlled area by Israel. This is the West Bank. That they just took part of the West Bank and they're saying, we're never leaving. All you cowards out there that pretend it's about something other than the obvious are just part of the problem, which I don't think is the majority. Speak up. They also just said we're never leaving Syria. It's not hard to see what's going on, guys. The people in Syria are the terrorists they support. Suppressed News points out Israel occupation forces carried out an airstrike targeting a vehicle in the West Bank. Airstrikes, demolition. If there was any justice in this world, everybody everywhere would be calling this out. There's no way around this. This is objectively illegal in every possible way. He also points out Israeli soldiers filmed themselves occupying a home in the West Bank just to watch TV after terrorizing and expelling the residents. Right. So exactly like what happened in Gaza, in the West Bank. These people are monsters. They're sick. Now here is a group of Jewish people. As Dan Cohen highlights, what kind of Jewish state sends uniformed secular thugs to assault Jews for practicing their religion? Israel is the un-Jewish state. This constantly happens. Now, here is, as Patrick Henningsen points out, a pogrom. Zionists murdered 10 Palestinians in the occupied West Bank on the 29th. The West is silent because it is a partner in the slaughter and genocide. You watch the video, it's the kind of coverage of the police covering and dealing. These are Israeli settlers who are being allowed and in most cases backed up by the IDF to rape, pillage, and murder. Now, I'm not being facetious. That's what they're doing. On top of that, in Lebanon, because it's not stopping there either, Israel dropped bombs on a children's amusement park in southern Lebanon. What's the argument? Are pretending that there's Hamas in tunnels under there, or it doesn't even matter? They are a hateful people, the Zionist Israelis that are doing this. I just don't know why, and it doesn't matter. It's just, it kills me. Not a military target, children playing. On top of that, just bombing civilian homes in Lebanon. But here's Haaretz from the 30th of this year. There's no Auschwitz in Gaza, but it's still genocide. This is precisely what genocide looks like, says an Israeli Jew writing for the leading Israeli platform. And she says, ask yourself why Israeli historians and media publicly acknowledge Israel's genocide, but the U.S. media won't. You know why? It's really not that difficult. And this is Jonathan Cook. 30 years of Middle East lies just keep coming back to haunt us. And he says the West war on terror was built on a series of deceptions to persuade us that our leaders were crushing Islamist extremism. In truth, They were nourishing it. And that's the biggest secret that's not really a secret. They were arming the people they were using to claim they were fighting, and all they were doing was destabilizing the people that they claimed they're protecting. In most cases, Christians. You know why? Because that's what Israel's agenda was. It's about the easiest thing in this conversation to prove. And he just makes a point about the Oslo Accords and how the prime minister made sure to basically sabotage the deal. I mean, this is what they've been doing for as long as you can remember. In this case, they stormed the Al-Aqsa Mosque in order to make this happen. Now, Mohammed Safa points out there's never been a war in history, and hear this, where 80% of the country has been destroyed, 100% of the population displaced, and 50% of the children killed, or 50% of the deaths children. Think about that for a second, guys. There's no precedent here. No, the most moral army. There's just no misunderstanding that. Now, getting into the point about how this overlaps, using the veil of equitableness, using the manipulation of this to trap you in the idea of fighting this while trapping you inside the prison they're building. Sassy Red Sox makes an interesting point. She says this D-head has a lot to answer for. So this guy says, doom and gloom goes proof begone, 10 days of darkness. He goes, Donald Trump took away CBDCs, which not really. A lot of these, I won't say it every time, but most of these are shell game sidesteps, right? So for example, CBDC for the private stable coin, which is way worse. It's coming, guys. We've been right about just about every other part of this. The point is, I say for all of them, but it goes on to say, Trump took away WHO, Trump took away FEMA, Trump took away DEI. Okay. Trump took away Paris Climate Agreement. Then he says, these were the basic requirements for the New World Order. And there's the issue. No, they're not. It says, do you now see how they're moving away from negative timeline? So the point she's making, and this is the point I keep seeing, I keep highlighting. They have made a dynamic here where you fall into this, where you think all you're trying to fight is the woke Democrat agenda. If you think for 1 second, then I'll understand CBDCs, yes, that's very clear. But see, they didn't stop that. That's still happening. But the WHO, well, there's still many overlaps with plenty of dynamics, even through Bill Gates and what's happening. That still exists. Or FEMA, different point there, but DEI. But all this is about the idea. Paris Climate Accord, it's about fighting that agenda. These are important aspects. But if you think for 1 second that what they're building right now is about DEI, is about pronouns or climate change, you're missing everything that's happening around you. Right now, those things seem to be the sidestep. I mean, how do we miss the AI infrastructure, the mRNA dynamic, the wireless body area networks, the nanotechnology, all these things that are rapidly coming out, and they're using, I mean, the National Reconnaissance Office spy satellite network they're building. I mean, everything. It is what the North American Union. But they took away pronouns, so we're winning. So this is the point I keep making. These things matter, but they've used this and this is my opinion, as she's highlighting, to make you think that this is what it was built on. And now we're done. And she simply says, he doesn't understand that nothing we have now will be in the New World Order. Absolutely nothing we will have will survive. That's why Trump is so publicly allowed to tear it all down. Sleight of hand. Trump is taking out the old and putting in the new. Stargate, data centers, 6G, vaccines. She's right. Now, this clip is just about RFK saying he's pro-vaccine. But think about that. It's if you, and this is, I don't know if I would say everything, but the idea of allowing them to tear down what won't matter once this comes out is so transparent. And the Fed won't really matter if we're rolling out a CBDC, but I haven't even seen that begin to happen because I don't think they'll do that just in fear that they won't finish. But again, very transparent, but all the different things we're seeing. So Tommy Lawrence seems to at least be recognizing this. I see a lot of them doing it. She says the whole DEI conversation's gotten out of hand. She says, no, the word is not against you, nor do you deserve special perks if you are a marginalized race, gender, sexuality, etc. Or no, the world, she said. I agree. I mean, the point is, even if you think, but there are plenty of examples of the world is against a lot of people, regardless of their agenda, religion, but that seems to play a central role today. The point is, regardless of that, it's your choice to feel like a victim and feel, in any context, even if you truly are. If you lean into that, I think it's a detriment to you. But either way, you do not deserve special perks. Like, let's just be clear to get into all the side nuances. Meritocracy, guys. It's amazing that we have to pretend, or anyone would even disagree with that. Like, it's crazy that you would stand there and go, no, it has to be about some kind of, affirmative action dynamic. And it's like, well, guys, that is racism in and of itself. If we're simply saying the person who's best suited for the job should get the job, then that makes sense in every context. Now, yes, what happens in the past is people then abuse that, right? Where they say they're doing that, but then they only hire their white friends or whatever you want to say. Well, that happens in any context. You could pretend it's about the diversity hires, and we could again only hire certain. It's the same thing. So the reality becomes that people will do. That's called freedom. So I say we pull it all the way back and let people hire whoever the F they want. But the reality overall is that in most cases, all things being equal, people hire people that will benefit their job, benefit their business, which tends to be the best person for the job. If you want to let somebody only hire a certain race, that will hurt them in the long run, guys, for a million different reasons. Either way, the government sticking their fingers in to make whatever happen is not the answer. So that's my point. So we're all in agreement there. And on top of that, then, or rather the main point is then this becomes something that it gets over-focused on. And I argue they built that up so it could be torn down. But she says, however, conservatives would do better not to immediately label anything and everything a product of DEI. So at least she sees that. It's the same as anti-Semitism, guys. It's a manipulation in order to broad stroke so you think something's happening. It's a game. It cheapens the argument to throw it around as a catch-all. Can we just stop? She says, I agree. There is very real DEI dynamic that should be stopped, that are, I think, counterproductive or really damaging for a lot of different things. But I wrote, but Tommy, this is partisanship. That's exactly how it works. It's assumptive, tribal, and largely based on groupthink and broad stroke generalizations of the, quote, other side. You know this well, you've used it yourself. Zero engagement. My God, I can't even look at these things again. That's wild. That was, 3 days ago? I mean, simply for going after somebody, people would go, I'm telling you guys, we are wildly suppressed right now. But either way, the point is simple. We all know this. This is what partisanship does, right? You lean into the assumption. What's fun, on a funny note, I don't think I included it. Musk put out this study, or he quoted it with an emoji of a study that was claiming that if you have higher testosterone levels as a man, you tend to lean more into what you believe, even if it goes against what the majority believes, whereas low T lean into agreeing with the majority. Well, I'm like, well, it seems like you're the what do they call it? The beta cuck low T male Pied Piper. It's like, because I mean, the reality is it's both ways. It's not just like, it's not right. It's left and right. Partisans, as anybody objective knows, follow the lead. They follow the group, guys. So it's funny that he would point to it. But that's the same as pointing to anything else. Pointing to a meme about free speech when you're literally censoring people. It's pretty funny. But that proves it, right? He pointed to the meme, so he must be the guy. But the overall point, guys, is this is out of hand. And it is being used against you. Here's what's even crazier. If you think you're fighting these things, I'm willing to argue that by leaning into it the way you're doing it now is only going to actually make it stronger. Watch. Israel uses these things against you, and your government is very clearly rolling that out. Now, again, as I said, my thought on this, like if you look at it in a broad sense, if you stand back and look at it all, I think that what they've done is allowed this to be ridiculous. So we've seen this before in many different contexts where they've allowed it to get like ludicrously out of hand. So then it almost justifies the problem, reaction, solution. So then we go, what? And how is this even still here? Like, this is wild and it's hurting children. Anybody would agree with that that's looking at the facts. And then what they do is they allow that to all be cut, like we're seeing. All the DEI programs, and we go, yay, we're winning. Look at that. We cut all these things down. They were brought up to be brought down. It's my theory. And then, of course, we'll see monumentally increased spending around artificial intelligence or whatever else, because China. And then this is my prediction on this, mark my words. The very people that were telling you that they were going to be cutting spending and reducing government will spend the rest of this administration selling you on why it's necessary because China. Which, again, maybe that's not an unfair argument, but this is the thing I do every time. I wasn't telling you in the beginning which way or why or how. I simply said, I don't think that's going to happen. I think spending will increase and government will increase because it always does. No, he promised. Okay. And now that's where I see it going, where they're going to point to the token 1 billion. Well, I'll show you in a second. We cut $1 billion. That's a lot of money. But when you just put out 100 billion for the first rollout of the AI, another 400 billion to follow, and even he said probably over $500 billion. Do you really think you're going to somehow slash enough things to undercut just that? Not even getting into all the other spending that will come. That almost guarantees that you're not going to cut spending, that at the end of the day, you'll be spending more. Even though you could, yes, we did slash these things. Overall, you didn't cut. My point is at the end of the 4 years, if you ultimately spent more than you cut off, it's a wash. I think it's going to be more. But that's my point. I think it's a game. And so that's what I think this is about building this up so that it can be brought down. So you feel like you just won, but ultimately it'll be, now we have to because of some new thing. Now here's DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency, which by the way it's not. I mean, this is an advisory role. It is not a new department. So as always, they're kind of tricking you with that. They just renamed the digital services point. But who knows what will happen after, they could change, they could do something different. But as of now, it's supposed to go away after 2 years. But they just simply post this. And this is what I think is so funny. Department of Government Efficiency says through 129, 85 of these related contracts totaling $1 billion have been terminated. Okay. I mean, I actually believe it happened. Without even looking into it, I would argue this most likely happened just because of just deductive logic. But I wouldn't assume. My point is, I'm willing to bet you that the vast majority of people, and I can prove it based on the timing this came out before there was even really any more information, we're just going, there you go. Articles written about it, quoting just this tweet and saying, there you go. They cut all this. Did you check it? Are you sure? Just because he texted it out on Twitter does not prove. But this is where we are. We're in the land of Twitter files now. He said it, so therefore we know. And he says, DOGE has now saved taxpayer of $1 billion in DEI contracts. Okay. I mean, ultimately, this is a token where you shave these things off and then grow the surveillance state exponentially. Well, that won't really matter, will it? In a larger sense, especially since what we're walking into is what we keep telling you. So the DEI feels like a distraction. But here's Fox. DOGE announces more than $1 billion in savings after 104. Okay, well, it's 2 days later, but if you read this, what you'll notice, they don't have any other source material. All they have is a tweet from this Department of Government Efficiency with a bunch of names on it. And then goes back to this one. Same point. I'm of the mind that it probably happened. But what's interesting is Fox News is reporting on this because it was tweeted from a group that has been lying consistently, like every government entity, but they have. And then it says updated data. And they show you another screenshot. Wouldn't it be great to have a link so you can actually look at these things? But I think a lot what's going on right now is meant to be opaque. And they want that. They know the people supporting it won't complain about it because they don't want to make them look bad. So now you're essentially allowing this system where they just tell you what's going on and we can't verify it, but because they're on our side. But how about this? Okay, Department of Agriculture, 11 contracts, $112 million. Okay, how do you know those are bad programs? Because they said, right? I mean, yeah, I guarantee all these things are overwhelmed with woke politics. Okay, but how do you know that those 11 contracts have anything to do with that? Maybe they're boxing out all the people that are fighting the deep state. Of course, that would never happen because they promised and they said. I just think again, I want to be clear. I'm not saying I even think that. I'm just saying it's interesting how we're at a point where you, left and right, are being led by insinuation, screenshots. Right? I mean, even if you go in and look at the contracts for the Department of Agriculture, you get the point. It's very clear to me that this is, and we're going to get to a point where they're doing whatever they want and they just say it out loud and they tell you that. I mean, the news reports what the label was. It's pretty wild to me right now. Now, we just talked about this, the unconstitutional executive order. It's the same conversation because the executive order about anti-Semitism, at the core of it, is about what Republicans feel they're fighting Democrats. That's why it seems most of these Republicans are unwilling to call out how unconstitutional this is. Because apparently only ones doing this are terrorists and Democrats. But that's not true. It's quite alarming how well this is working. Now, we just showed you this. This is the additional measures to combat anti-Semitism. the main thing to look at, because again, overall, we're talking about students and visas. Well, they're protected under the constitutional rights, just like you. It's easily proven. And so all they're doing is taking one further step in, like, isn't it amazing how Obama would blink hard and we'd scream about a violation of our rights, right? Or Clinton. Now this guy is literally rolling something out that directly violates your country. But no, it's okay because those guys are bad. It's just sad how easily people fall for this. But all the rest of them is about, the overarching point about going after anti-Semitism, which is unconstitutional. Because on top of it, because most of these people are not, and they're fighting for Palestine, but even if they egregiously hate Semites, which is not Israelis, then it's a thought or a belief. If they take action that is illegal, violence, harassment, those are already crimes. So all you're doing is enshrining the idea that you're not allowed to have a thought if it's against something that Israel doesn't like. And visas, students are protected under international or under constitutional rights. Number 2 says very clearly, it shall be the policy of the United States to combat anti-Semitism vigorously, using all available and appropriate legal tools, to prosecute, remove, or otherwise hold to account the perpetrators of unlawful anti-Semitic harassment and violence, which in this case, because of what they just wrote here, unlawful anti-Semitic harassment would be saying Zionism is not Judaism. So Americans, and this is what even Michael Tracy made this point, anybody honest, it's very clear that applies to anybody, not just foreign students. Americans, they're claiming, can be prosecuted, removed, or otherwise hold to account if you simply say something that they claim is anti-Semitic. If you're lying to yourself about this, it's going to come back to bite you. Now, my point again is this is about the using woke politics to convince conservatives and Republicans that you're not watching the destruction of everything you believe. Zachary Foster points out this in Harvard. At Harvard University, students are allowed to call the U.S. a racist endeavor. They can call Canada, Mexico, the UK, France, Germany, racist countries. They can call every country in the world racist except for one, Israel. Welcome to Higher Education Circa 2025. So think about this now. They're going after woke, DEI, all that, right? They're going after everybody for allowing them to do this. Except this one's okay because it's about the group they want to protect. It is wild hypocrisy. These are the bro flakes. These are the woke right. That's what we're staring at. The people that pretend this is not the same censorship of hate speech. It's just embarrassing. A lot of people see it. Harvard University will adopt a definition of anti-Semitism. It's the same thing. You're not allowed to criticize Israel. Otherwise, you're a racist. Only Israel out of every country in the world. And Max Blumenthal says, while the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled burning an American flag is protected speech, Americans have been charged with hate crimes across the country over the past year for burning a flag of the apartheid state of Israel. Does the Constitution now contain a Zionist exception? I hope you're hearing this. Simon Godek pointed this out. Well, why do you tolerate Trump gutting the First Amendment just to shield one small, powerful minority from criticism? You either stand for the First Amendment in full or you stand for tyranny. And he gets in a debate about whether the First Amendment protects everyone, even illegal. It's true, and it's obvious. I went into the actual details on legal sites yesterday just to add what Glenn Greenwald pointed out. So many people falsely believe the U.S. Constitution only applies to U.S. citizens. The Supreme Court has held for 200 years. It restrains the U.S. government relating to anyone legally on U.S. soil. Yick Wo versus Hopkins upheld due process rights for a Chinese national in California. And this is an article. President Donald Trump is expected to sign an executive order today threatening action against international students in the United States. But as we just showed you, it's more than that. It applies to Americans. But on top of that, as Glenn also would point out in the extended, I've seen this conversation, I think you might even down here, is the point that even an illegal alien, as has been ruled by the Supreme Court in numerous examples, and look it up as the legal breakdown, it'll show you this, are also protected, but there are certain carve-outs, right? Like, so if you're there and you commit a crime other than the idea of illegal immigration, for example, then I think there's carve-outs there. But look, that's worthy of debate, right? You could argue by simply breaking the law. But see, this is where you get into the reality of what these are. These are not handed to you. These are not things that can be given or taken away. They're inherent, God-given rights That's why it still applies to an illegal alien or an American that's broken the law. Same point. It's just sad that we can't be honest about this because foreign government politics. But here's where it gets even more interesting, guys. I'm sure you saw this too. John Kennedy says, they, them are now was, were. Oh, you're so funny. Well, pronouns to be removed from federal email signatures. What was that again about free speech? I mean, guys, this is embarrassing. Now, I'll be the first to say that I think pronouns are stupid. The idea that you have to put them, but why would you not be allowed to? Isn't that just the same thing in reverse? Obviously. But it's so frustrating that we have to be the ones to say that. I'm not saying you have to do it or you should. The bottom line is if you want to write whatever you want after your name on your signature, the government shouldn't be allowed to tell you otherwise. Here's Donald Trump and all these woke right politicians and podcasters coming out and saying, yeah, stupid Democrats, you can't do it. You guys are hypocrites. Every single one of you. Here's one of them. Libs of TikTok. Breaking. Trump ordered a sweeping memorandum, which, by the way, I don't even know how you think that applies to people writing signatures. An executive order or an executive, there's executive orders and executive statements that effectively eliminate gender ideology from federal government. Okay. But 5 p.m. today, the following changes will be made. And before we even read them, gender ideology, to be clear, in regard to an individual is your personal beliefs and what you think. We're at thought crime level here now, guys. My point is that if we're going to talk about this and what should be changed is the idea that we should not be allowing governments to institute these things in schools. They shouldn't be teaching children. This is about you and your own personal beliefs. But here's what it says. Terminate contracts, programs, and grants that include gender ideology. So right even there, I'm of the mind personally that I do think these programs are problematic. But this gets into a different point about whether or not Trump can unilaterally, with a memorandum, change what has congressionally been approved for funding. Even if I disagree with it, this is my point from before, is we have to realize that there is a process to this, and if what he's doing gets to the point to where they're essentially taking control of the, like right now, let's be real. Congress hasn't approved war since World War II. So they're already, this is showing you one other step where you have other, what I think are foreign governments reducing what even the illusion of us having an influence on this and coming down to one person they put in power to dictate what can happen. Now with Doge and the rest of them kind of what they wrote, taking the purse, especially when we can't see ethics pledges and we know there are Israeli funding and manipulation dictating their choices. It's quite concerning that they now have that much control over $6 trillion of money. Doesn't it? But not to people that want to pretend all they're doing is fighting woke Democrats, because then you're the see how that works? It says you get back to this point, terminate contracts. That's the main point. Then it says any employee whose job involves gender ideology must be placed on leave. So what it depends, I mean, that I agree generally. I just don't, these are broad stroke comments, and the idea of that involves gender ideology, I'm willing to bet you will begin to overlap with things that, how about you want to bet this kind of overlaps with the abortion conversation? Even though that's a very different conversation and is very politically driven, and both sides have a very different opinion. But it says remove all websites and social media accounts that promote gender ideology. Now, here is an interesting point. Isn't that censorship? Now, do they mean only government websites? And if they do, then I'm okay with that. The idea that the government should not be involved in promoting sexual ideology to anybody. But it's interesting, right? Because you can see where there begins to be an opaque part of this where maybe they just start getting rid of other websites, which interesting. But it says terminate email systems with a pronoun prompt. Now that's where I'm really getting at. Now, if you're talking about a government, part of it, which is what they're saying right there, which is like, so it makes you do it. Okay. I agree with that. Same as but see, I would be willing to bet you that we already see examples of them doing similar things in the other side of this, where they have to do something, it's how this is the left-right game. None of them want your rights or freedom. They don't care. They want to use the same problem against you in the way they like. And their side cheers for it. But it says withdraw all orders and regulations that promote gender ideology, cancel all trainings that promote gender ideology, disband resource groups that promote gender ideology. All forms should only give options for male or female. Replace the word gender with sex in all documents. Intimate spaces should all be based on sex, not gender identity. Yeah, mostly agree with all of this. What they're saying, though, is some of these things in regard to the forms replacing gender. I mean, so the main point overall is the pronoun aspect for that. That's what he was just saying and what they're all really hyping about. Federal employees told to remove pronouns from email signatures by the end of the day. Right? So under the guise of fighting these things, which I think these are not, like I said before, and just in case it's unclear, I 100% disagree with this whole dynamic. Like in the sense that we should not be pushing this on people. This should not be a government dynamic. The entire idea of gender ideology, I think, is a complete manipulation. Just so that's clear, even though it should be blatantly obvious from all my work I've done, but we know how things get manipulated today. But overall, under the guise, I think, because a lot of this is about hiding what's really happening, they're censoring people. If they're not allowed to write their own pronouns in their emails, then you're censoring people. And I think that's silly. It's the same example we've shown before about getting people fired for making jokes. Here's libs of TikTok. Pete Buttigieg removed his pronouns from his bio. Okay. So the idea being that they're being told to do that. How is that not the same thing in reverse? And I simply said, we're the media now. Like that's something to be reported. Like that's just a petty, small, embarrassing thing to promote. But because in my point is this is being built as what they're fighting. Like this is a win. We just succeeded because they don't put pronouns, their names. Like how easy you guys are to manipulate. Now this is the picture I used today. Large point. This guy says, this photograph was taken 2 days ago at the FBI Academy in Quantico and submitted to the New York Times under the condition of anonymity. It says, if a picture is usually worth 1,000 words, this one is 1,000,000 words, worth 1,000,000. Okay. Now, if you see the picture for the podcast, it's a wall, like a collage of words, right? I think there's a word for that. I forget. And it says fairness, leadership, compassion, integrity, stability, and yes, diversity. One says respect. And they're painting over it because those are Democrat things. I mean, do I even need to explain that? Like the idea of this is this is the kind of thing we're talking about. So now fairness and leadership and compassion, yeah, screw that. But because you feel it's woke, you're just, I mean, it's just such a silly, stupid thing. Like what do you think you just changed here? The world has changed. No, you didn't do anything. The FBI is still around. They're still setting up Americans. They're rolling out your technocratic prison. But good thing we covered up all those words. Like this is my point from before. The idea of diversity. The quality or condition of being diverse. The condition of having or including people from different ethnicities and social backgrounds. A variety of sort. Okay. Wouldn't you want a diversity of opinion, of a diversity of choices? I mean, this diversity is not a bad word in the way it's being applied, where you're then forcing woke politics on people or hiring people because of their ethnicity, which by the way is racism. Then yeah, that's bad. But what's happened is they've now turned this in, inverted this. This is the great inversion. And now you guys are acting like this is a bad thing. Or that compassion, leadership, fairness, yeah, those are woke things, right? That's what, I'm a man and I don't think like that. I drink, this dumb thing. They've tricked you all into being as stupid as possible. Sustainability is a very positive thing. But just like we saw, because it was focused on, and they weren't actually doing that. In fact, what they were doing was destroying sustainability, but it became bad. Now, sustainability is a bad thing, but not for intelligent people, but for a lot of partisan people. And so my point in this is if you think this is a win, if you think you somehow succeeded by having them paint over a wall of mostly, I think, entirely positive words, because that's woke, then you're missing you've lost the plot. In fact, you've taken the bait and you're being led down a path where you miss what's really happening. Now, again, if you didn't hear me in the beginning, it's clear that these things for example, the trans ideology that's affecting your children in general is a horrifying thing that needs to be stopped. Or the idea that you're putting people in positions for jobs that are not the best person for the job. That's obvious. But these are real world realities, not the fact that somebody can call themselves what they want or you can say your own pronouns. Like, it's sad that this is what people pretend is the point. Arnaud Bertrand, different perspective on this, which I think some may disagree with. But this first, Tom says, so Doge are bragging today that they got DEI scholarships for Burma canceled. That's my point from before. All these things they're pointing to say, look at all this stuff we slashed. Well, if you dig through it, you're going to find plenty of stuff that's not even remotely what you would argue is DEI. It's just stuff that was passed by Democrats or Biden or whatever. So what it says is these are U.S. aids. So from my perspective, U.S. aid in general should be gone. I think these are terrible things that are actually hurting by far more than they're helping. But it says Lincoln scholarships, which help young people struggling for freedom in Burma's dictatorship. Which, by the way, we can get into the reality of why that is and who's supporting the same old story. But it says a cause Americans have supported under Republican and Democrat presidents. Okay, so it's bipartisan. Following up on the $45 million in DEI scholarships to Burma has been canceled. Well, here's what Arnaud says. The layer of irony in the U.S. ending its own foreign interference programs, which he sees this stuff like U.S. aid, because it somehow propagandized itself into thinking it was a good-hearted DEI foreign aid, are literally too rich to unpack. Now, again, because he frames it as good-hearted DEI, like obviously there's far more surreptitious around that I think than any positive. But aside from that, it's hilarious to think about that. Like U.S. aid is a Trojan horse for regime change. And so what's hilarious is effectively they're removing these things under the guise of fighting that ultimately is hurting what their agenda is. But of course, you could argue that's what they're secretly doing, but they're not. It's obvious. They just bombed Somalia. They're going to continue the same foreign policy. They're funding Ukraine. They're continuing the genocide. Let's not pretend it's not obvious. So overall, I do think it's interesting that this was ultimately not what they thought it was. In some cases, you could argue this was actually genuinely helping people. But it says, anyhow, the end result is that you end up in the hilarious situation where a bunch of diehard imperialists are achieving through confusion the wet dream of generations of anti-imperialist activists. It's this next step, the National Endowment for Democracy, hopefully. I swear, you guys, it's very, very DEI and woke. Point being, maybe we could trick them into thinking it's woke and maybe they'll actually stop something that's good. Overall, if you look into this, I argue that scholarships for people in Burma, it's not DEI at all. It's ultimately helping people. But I would argue a step before that, though, that it shouldn't be the responsibility of anybody unless they want to do it to help people in any location, in any context. So that's where I would argue that becomes that kind of direction. But is it woke politics to help people struggling under a government that's been helped by our, it's the same conversation everywhere? Well, not really. Caitlin Johnstone simply makes a point. And again, you could fill the first part in with whatever story you want or whatever, this burning down. Capitalism sets entire ocean on fire, she says. Democrats, Trump. Republicans, DEI. And again, it's a nonpartisan point. The reality is that both sides are completely lost in the game. You get these morons in Congress screaming about things we can prove aren't true against somebody who is doing good work in health. Meanwhile, that same guy supporting a genocide, RFK Jr., and they're all pretending they're fighting woke politics. Meanwhile, technocratic prison gets built. mRNA cancer shots are coming out. AI infrastructure is being, obviously that should be the focus. But here we are. Now we'll talk about the crash overlap, because it's interesting how the DEI conversation came into play, right? Paulie St. George says helicopter crash story being pushed everywhere successfully covers up the Trump Trump executive order to combat anti-Semitism. Now, it's always, I agree. I do think there's very clear, now it doesn't always mean it's manufactured. I think when there's a moment when they really don't want to see something or hide something, that they do it. They being the hierarchy enslaving you. It could be one group here, one group there. The power structure decides to take something and make it into a big story. It's very easy to see how that happens. And I simply use the old cat meme I've used, the dangly cat toy. That's what we're talking about. What happened in this crash over here? And, yes, it's a story that should matter. Obviously, it's a news story, so that's crazy. But the fact that it kind of eclipsed the entire news cycle for days, that's not normal. And that's my point, is it becomes not just the story, but then it becomes 75 different building theories that all are true, that Jones covers every other day. That's usually how this works. So first, Whitney, of course, plucking out the point that really, I think, interestingly enough, I almost wonder whether this was meant to be the point that gets taken out, that they then just jumped over the top of and went right to woke politics because that agenda is working too well. But interestingly, continuity of government got pulled out of this. Hegseth said this publicly. which is very concerning for those of us that are, aware that the continuity of government is the deep state, right? That is the shadow government built under the Reagan or even before, but it is a parallel government structure. Groups actually involved in it that is meant to be sort of this continuity of government dynamic. Now, the way they frame it today is that it's like just the practices they keep up to make sure they're prepared for if something bad happened. And that's really not the full picture. If you look into it, the history of it, Whitney and I've talked about, it is the shadow government that seemed to have never gone away. But she says, here's a primer on what top national security officials mean when they say continuity of government. Here's the link for you. I'll include this for you. What Newsweek conveniently failed to mention about continuity of government. So they wrote this in 2020. But here is what Hegseth said, very quick. Or, maybe I didn't. He just says it very quick. He says that the Black Hawk, no, I swear I did download that. I must have missed something today. It's crazy. I keep missing these things. Pretty sure. Oh, maybe that's what it is.
Because they put a big push to.
Nope. I do see where I went wrong, though. So either way, he just simply says it was a continuity of government training mission. Training mission. So interesting around this story first is that, why would that be? It just seems like an interesting time. Now, you could argue they do missions like this all the time, but I don't know about that. I think what's interesting is that right now, either I think they wanted this to be a conversation, or it speaks to something other than they're trying to hide. I'm guessing. That's all we would be doing right now. So my point in saying all that is that that's what this started as. Even before this was January 30th. It was this opaque story that just got crazy, and that's the partisan game. Elon fans it like crazy every time. 100%. Yes, exactly. All sorts of fake stories that don't add up and we can now prove aren't true every time. Whether it was the drones they all ramped up and lied about, or supposedly some mass event that was going to happen, but on inauguration. Again, it wasn't like maybe let's talk about it. It was like, this is happening. Here they go. Here's the proof. Here's the prophecy. Here's what this guy saw. And then nothing. Same thing here. But here is quickly what Decentralized News points out, citing Whitney Webb, about this. This is one of the earliest examples of the continuity of government conversation in Congress, and it got pushed back on as we can't discuss that. It's super top secret. Just worth hearing.
North, in your work at the NSC, were you not assigned at one time to work on plans for the continuity of government in the event of a major disaster?
Mr. Chairman.
I believe that question touches upon a highly sensitive and classified area, so may I request that you not touch upon that, sir?
I was particularly concerned, Mr. Chairman, because I read in Miami papers and several others that there had been a plan developed by that same agency, a contingency plan in the event of emergency that would suspend the American Constitution, and I was deeply concerned about it. And
suspend the American Constitution.
Wondered if that was the area in which he had worked. I believe that it was,
May I most respectfully request that that matter not be touched upon at this stage. If we wish to get into this, I'm certain arrangements can be made for an executive session.
Right. So in case you missed it, it's the reality of your government having a plan to suspend what they have no right to suspend, which is not something that they can suspend. But this is where it goes. And so now you run the risk of, or you ask the question, is this something that they can initiate in order to carry out an agenda? And now we see them carrying out exercises at the most alarming time in our history, in my opinion, where we can see foreign influence rolling out its agenda literally in front of us. Like, it's worth considering that we're at a very dangerous inflection point here. But here's what Mario Nawfal says. Black Hawk crash linked to secret U.S. government escape plan, ? The Black Hawk that collided with passenger DC jet was reportedly on a training mission for continuity of government. Now, again, the point being this was on the 1st of February, even though it was, what was said earlier. Like, my point here is that this is what comes out later after the hype around what turns out not to be the case was fluttering around for a few days. But Reuters said, right? Because, it's typical that the rebels are always quoting corporate media. But John Rich on the 31st just said, why don't we have the name of the Black Hawk helicopter pilot? There's 10 million views. Well, Who knows? Like, even at the time, like, I didn't get much into this because I sensed immediately this story was already becoming a partisan hype story. Not to say there's plenty of things to talk about, but overall, that it becomes this game that's like, what, unknowns are not immediately suspect. Or I guess you can always suspect. My point is that you don't know, as I've said many times, well, you go on with the story, new things could develop that go, oh, okay, now it all comes, that's why that makes sense. But at the time, it's very easy to hype the unknown and then insinuate this or that. And so I simply said, it's truly wild how easy it appears to hijack this conversation, hijack the conversation with a new partisan hype story. And no, I'm not saying the story should be ignored. The best manipulations always include truth. But if you can't see how transparently this is being used, I think that's a choice. And then, funny enough, on the 31st, Concerned Citizen, one of the many accounts that were kind of hyping and leaning into the other stories is, oh, wait, interesting morning. There was a woman that became the focal point, or I guess a focal point of the DEI discussion. So immediately it was that there was the diversity hires, and that's what we know because Trump fanned that conversation. I'll show you. But the point is that it's not, and as even this ends, there's no proof or evidence even that it's simply a possibility. Yes, obviously, if you're hiring somebody that is not the best person for the job, and that is one of the people that ended up being the pilot, which doesn't seem to be the case, then yes, you could argue that might have been a factor. But the fact that you can just go, I know because common sense that diversity hires are why this all happened, it is the most lazy, cobbled together. It shows me that that's the thing. It's DEI. Everything's DEI. That's why I think they know that everyone sees what's happening. And so they roll out these ridiculous stories. And the point is they made it about a trans pilot, and that's why it all happened. And then, oh, guess what? Turns out that wasn't her. Joe Ellis goes online to show the world that it wasn't her flying the Black Hawk. So then, which by the way, now it's got 3.7, but the others are getting 20 million views. It gets less engagement because, oh, the thing we were all hyping turns out to not be the case. And I simply said, maybe it's a good time to stop promoting the lying partisan grifters who incessantly push the current thing. Facts be damned, be they snowflakes or broflakes. Because what's funny is the whole, I support the current thing is like, that's the Republicans saying Democrats do that. Well, guess what, guys? You're the same thing. You're the same woke right for the woke left. You're the same thing. The snowflakes and broflakes. You are showing yourselves to be willing to use hate speech to censor and get, and attack people and or get people fired from their jobs because they say the wrong. It's the same thing. In this case, supporting the current thing. You all get hyped up into the new direction and you all put the same thing and you make the same conversation, and that's not the majority, in my opinion. That is the team sport politics, but it's prominent. Another example, I think we pointed to the same person in another example recently, right? Where it was a story that was put out that turned out not to be the case, but she was already defending it, even though it wasn't the reality. So same thing. She says, retraction. I just received a phone call from a lieutenant colonel advising me that my previous post, which I deleted, was inaccurate. The pilot of the Black Hawk was not a transgender pilot. However, there is a real transgender pilot, but not the one that collided with the American. Oh yeah, so it's false is the point. Got it. And this person says, so you don't feel any particular need to verify something before you post it? That's the only point that matters here, because it wasn't true. So all you had was the narrative floating around and you went with it. And now it's not true. But I will give her credit for publicly retracting it. That's more than most of them do. But this person says, you're depending on people who actually know what's going on to call you on the phone. That's when you realize you're probably putting out a claim that you will later have to retract. It says, and I like what you do, but you do this too often. You need to kill the urge to be the first, right? That's what drives this. So it very well could be good intentioned, but overall, the person calling and claim, even him calling and saying that still does not prove the story would be this source claims that's the outcome. But the point is, she says, Brian, thanks for the writing, but what else recently have I had to retract? Well, I just showed you one just like 3 days ago. But it says, I did get a call from someone who knows was on the helicopter. I made a mistake and immediately retracted it. It's called being honest. Please clarify your statements. Well, yes, this is now, but the point is the same, is that when you didn't have information, you ran with the story that was popular, which is why it had to be retracted. But this person says, I'm actually wondering who planted this story, as it was all over social media. That's the question we should be asking. Seemingly instantaneously. Yes, because we're being played. It says, now debunked pilot will be on CNN. These psyops are making me want to give up social media altogether. But I hope we really stand back and think about the fact it's not some Democrat, Republican. This is the government using these stories and clearly playing the right. And it's not Democrats playing the right. It's clear, I would argue, I think anything's possible. It's clearly, in my opinion, the self-fulfilling. They're using this direction to keep you guys, which is the largest threat to what's happening, from recognizing it's happening. Holly says, I didn't see this. I feel you. It looks like it was. Of course it was. God, that's perfect for what we're about to talk about. Now, this is just what Paulie posted. I haven't confirmed this, but it says, I feel you, Jules. It looks like it was Matt Wallace, who you've heard me talk about, who first posted it. You see, and he's got millions of followers, and he's lying about damn near everything he posts, and Elon Musk and the rest promote it. This is a psychological operation dynamic, guys, and whether this Matt idiot even knows it. I'll hold back. This is an important point. Another small unknown account is being blamed, but it looks like it was him first. Destiny Resendez says, I don't know if this is real. This is about my post about it is. It turned out to be, that was her posting, like it wasn't me. But what this is, she said, I don't know if it's real, it says, or what, but this is a new kink of the story if she wasn't piloting the helicopter. This person says, the reverberation of agenda-based rumors has become painful to watch. AI not going to fix stupid. At least there's a lot of average people that are at least honest enough to call this out. And by the way, Destiny does good work, so you should definitely follow her. But here is what Trump said. Charlie Kirk, of course, sharing it. Porter says, I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now, on the 30th, by the way, that diversity had something to do with the crash. You can't, is the point. You can have an opinion that it did, but you don't know, even if everything they're saying is true, you still don't know for a fact. And by the way, the evidence today at least clearly points the direction that it had nothing to do with this, especially since at this point they were pretending and of the mind that it was the transgender pilot. But he says, because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. How silly is that?
Today, blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. We then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay?
And see, all of his partisan followers cheer. Yeah, stick it to the Democrat. No, you're dumb. You're stupid. What you just cheered for is stupid. You have no clue whether or not that's the case. It's his opinion. Right? I mean, I could also argue that he has some information that he's not sharing, and maybe, but we now know it's not the case, guys. So what he said was wrong and ultimately was being pushed because of the narrative circulating. So maybe he got tricked by the narrative. That seems to happen, or maybe he's the one pushing it. But see, common sense, because that's nuts. It's just a smug dismissal. That's not what anybody should cheer for. That didn't answer the question. In fact, it showed you he doesn't know, and he just wants to be smug about it. It's stupid.
And unfortunately, a lot of people don't.
You're damn right about that.
We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level.
Nah, all the Q people freak out about that.
When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing with very high-level computer work and very complex computers. And one of the other things I will tell you is,
right, he jumped away from that because there's no good way to end that. The bottom line is, if you're a diversity hire, then you must be dumb and not able to do this. Which I'm going to be the first to tell you that if you're not hiring the best person for the job, well, then it's a guarantee that that person is going to be less than the person that is best. It's perfectly possible that the best person could also be the diversity, but then you wouldn't need the diversity conversation. You would just hire the person best for the job. So my point is, it usually ends up being somebody that is, qualified, but less than the person who's actually the best, but they're a different color or they're gay or whatever. That's just dumb. It is, in fact, it in its own self, bigotry, because you're making it about race or gender. I mean, that is bigotry. Just because it only applies to one thing, it's the same game. But overall, the point would be that unless you're talking about, well, they make the point about the extreme handicap. There's a good point to make why you would even hire somebody in those positions that may have an extreme handicap. That's the same reason working in restaurants, I argued you wouldn't want to hire somebody that would be a problem for in a kitchen, for example. That's not racist. It's just functional. Someone in a wheelchair is not going to be able to work on a hot kitchen line, right? Even though I ran into that when I was hiring for past restaurants where you had to walk carefully around that but it's just the obvious point. You can be mad at me about that if you want. It's a liability. People can get hurt. So that's why this would make sense. But my point is, if him saying that is like the absolute, that you're just not going to be smart to do it, well, that is insulting. Because there's plenty of people out there that have limitations that might actually still be the best for the job because they work twice as hard. But that's not just because they have the livability. You have to prove that you're actually best for the job. But it's just frustrating because you get people that otherwise have good intentions that get pulled into this. And they think they're cheering because we're fighting the woke DEI, but all you're really doing is getting tricked by other very, very bad people. And you somewhere in there, there's good people that get played by this. I'll leave it at that. What did this guy say? God, people are so ridiculous. Well, okay, so here's where it somewhat ends. Whereas Charlie Kirk goes, we don't know exactly what caused the crash. Oh, I'm glad you're admitting that after lying about it for 2 years. It says, that's what investigators are for. But Trump is absolutely correct that for years across both Biden and Obama, Democrats put lies by choosing versus. Oh, okay. So now, because of a broad overlapping point, we're going to make it okay that he blatantly said that's involved, even though you just said we don't know for sure. I mean, you're a hypocrite. You're dishonest. What you're doing is trying to equivocate. You're trying to make it sound like he didn't just blatantly lie to you or push an opinion as a fact. We don't know. Read the first line and realize what they're doing. We don't know. That's the point. And then he goes on to show you the hiring of, and again, through Buttigieg and all this stuff. Like, my point is, I think stuff like this is ludicrous and is there so it can be brought down so you think you just won. That's just my opinion. But, the point is it's showing, where was it? The increased employment of severe intellectual disability. But then it highlights what these things are and showing these different lists. But I guess my point would be, are we of the mind that you're going to have somebody going to be hired for a position where they can't even functionally do the job? That's certainly possible. And if we actually see that, well, that makes my point. Nobody logical is going to say it makes sense. So it's there in order to be brought down. But overall, it is, as far as I could tell, not the overarching broad stroke thing they're making it out to be. Especially, again, in case you're missing the point so far, they were all wrong. And now we're at a point where that's not the case. But I want to highlight this before we get to that. Here's Alex Jones. Evidence indicates that backdoor remote control technology was used to ensure the helicopter crash. Oh, no, that's fake. Sorry, bud. It's not just because they said this. It's because the story has now come to a point to where all of them are acknowledging. It says there is no evidence to support either claim of remote control or sleeper agent. But Alex Jones sure shared that and got 18 million views on it and probably made $100,000 from his donations that day. Not that any of that matters. The point for me, he's wrong and seems to. And the point is about the fact that it's misinformation. And people I'm convinced these people are not just profiteering. It's about very specific misinformation at very specific times where everyone seems to be able to see it and they still don't care. Feels very similar to the other conversation, doesn't it? Why would you do that? Knowing that everyone is seeing through you. I mean, you're getting fact checks on Twitter for crying out loud. Ask yourself that question. But that's what I was going to hold back on. So this, guys, is Jack Wallace, not Matt Wallace. Jack Wallace, apparently, which I just found today, is Matt's brother. Weird how we keep seeing this. You got the Tate brothers, you got the Weinstein brothers. But he goes, breaking new footage of DC plane helicopter incident. Not new footage, by the way. This is taken from another count, saying Black Hawk was blacked out. Okay. Well, there are stories about this, but then he goes, well, but the transponder was blacked out on the helicopter for civilian. This guy has no idea what he's talking about, just like Matt Wallace, but grasps on to whatever is running around and tries to make it something different to get the reach. This guy has 25,000 followers. Okay? This video got 11 million views. Just went up by 100,000. Does that sound like it makes sense? All right. You have us over here with 80,000 followers and we get 6 reshares. And there's a lot of people like that right now. This guy shared a video that was already out there with 25,000 followers and got 11 million followers in reach and doesn't even know what he's talking about because the story was about basically, as he points out, the continuity of government exercise and that they were flying with night vision for testing out that, the night vision exercise. So he shares this because he's regurgitating what somebody else wrote, and then people asking questions, he tries to clarify the transponder was blacked out on the helicopter for civilian. He's conflating different parts of the story. The guy doesn't even know what he's talking about. According to reports, the Black Hawk helicopter was flying higher than it was approved of flight path. That's what Trump has even ultimately ended up on. They were flying too high, and that's why it happened. Which doesn't have to be some diversity hire. Who knows why that happened? And I guarantee other people involved, even people at let's put it this way. It's a continuity of government exercise that you're in night vision blacked out. Are we going to pretend like following the rules is part of that exercise? Either way, flying higher than approved flight path, possibly outside the designated airspace, which could have contributed to the collision. The deviation from the approved flight path may have led to a situation where the helicopter was, quote, blacked out, meaning it was in a, quote, condition where its night vision goggles would not have been effective due to, okay, that's how this is highlighting it from other reports. From what I can tell, that was actually part of the exercise. This is just another part of the video where you can see them colliding, which is just crazy. And by the way, you can see as they go to collide that both of them have lights on. But it says, new footage has been released showing Wednesday's mid-air collision between both these, the passenger flight and the helicopter. 67 deaths. Just in case you want to see the actual thing on there. But so here's his account. Here's his brother, Matt Wallace, who has been blocked, by the way, because every time he was putting stuff out, I was very easily showing that he was making things up and lying, and so he blocked me. Simple. But Matt Wallace has 2.3 million followers. One of the easiest people to show is lying. I mean, I'm talking like kindergarten level stuff where the guy is speaking like he has a first grade education. He's not proving anything. He's showing you basically subjective overlapping points and then goes behind the paywall. Here's all the facts. And then you go behind. Oh, nope, same thing. Just the same old extension of a non-story with no verifying facts, usually hyperbole and subjective assumption. Look for yourself. If you're not a moron, it's very clear. But it's the same thing with like the People's Voice and the rest of these platforms that get propped up by the Elon ecosphere because there's a game being played here. But I just find it really interesting that all of a sudden, December 2024, Jack Wallace hits the scene and it says technology investor, crypto enthusiast, politics, Doge, and Trump coin. Follow my brother, Matt Wallace. Gosh darn it, man. I'm just telling it's just crazy out there. And interesting that he comes around, as at least Paulie's claiming his brother starts the whole fake lie. This guy jumps into it, gets 1 million views, and probably made a lot of money. And he's also very wrong, by the way. But here's what's interesting on that note. Thacker points out the Pentagon provides office space for a limited number of media. To broaden access to reporters who did not have this luxury, these outlets will be now removed. New York Times, NBC, NPR, Politico, which I think are all propaganda platforms. So they have things they've reported that still end up being true, or in some cases, things that I think are even good work. But I very much think all of them on the overarching long-term agenda is about misinforming you. Then it goes, here are the ones that will be offered space. New York Post, One American News, Breitbart, Huffington Post. So are we confused, or is this all just the same thing? Right? We're at a different moment where now we're being propagandized in a different direction. New York Post, One American News, these are Republican, very Zionist lying platforms. Like, look at the New York Post lies just since October 7th. I mean, like egregious, easily provable lies, or blatantly reporting whatever Israel said, even though the rest of the world's already acknowledged that it was already proven to be a lie. Not a joke. One American News, Breitbart, it's Huffington Post is a different political direction, but the same outcome. If you can see beyond the two-party illusion, which I'm beginning to think is most people, then you already know what we're talking about. But it's just a rotation, guys. That's all it is. As Garland put it, it's a corporate restructuring. They're still lying to you. Now, this is obvious in how clear this is just push, push, push. Charlie Kirk says the media doesn't know what it's getting into picking a fight with Trump over DEI and air travel. Right. So let's be clear on this. This whole thing was built up around the idea that that person was, oh, I think I have this in the wrong spot. I just realized that. Shoot, let me show you this first. This was the culmination point of the other one. So here we are with this. And this guy, who I'm not familiar with, says, cis straight white pilot, cis straight white helicopter pilot, cis straight white air traffic controller, cis straight white FFA administrator, fired by cis straight white president, and cis straight white billionaire. That's the reality, by the way. So it wasn't the trans pilot. Okay. Here's what he said.
Because they put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration, this was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine?
Yeah. I mean, again, same point, meritocracy. That's it. There's no place in any context where I argue anybody but the best for the job should be hired, especially in a technical, challenging job. But do we know that that's for people that are aircraft controllers, or are that people that are administrators at the FFA or working as a janitor or whatever? I mean, I'm just saying, let's be real, that there's a lot more than just what he's pointing to in that, which is what the reality is when you break it down. But I'm not going to say they wouldn't put people in those positions to make any number of reasons, even if it's to build this up so it can be brought down, or maybe they're just crazy. I'm not going to deny any of that. But what I do know is that this is a broad stroke argument that's being used only on the heels of a story that they were wrong about, because it's about this agenda. It's about getting you overcompensated and overfocused on just DEI. That's my opinion. But damn it, if that's not clear right now.
These are people that are, I mean, actually, their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have.
You know what's really stupid about this? Look at the list of things he's listing off. There's not equivalence between all of them. There's very different challenges for each one, but he's going to tell you that they're just challenged, shortened life. Yeah, some of them, like dwarfism, for example. Yeah, they do have, not every single person on that list is going to, but the idea is that he's just trying to broad stroke this so it makes it about that's why this happened and restoring faith in air travel. There was the other crash in Philadelphia, I believe. It's really silly to me to actually try to make this about DEI. It certainly is an overlapping factor. One, there's no way they could absolutely know that the choice and decision that was made, even if they were a diversity hire, was why the crash happened. Unless we can prove that, which they're not claiming. Like in the sense, like let's, for example, say that their disability happened to be the problem that's caused them not to react in time, and you could then prove that. Yeah, well, everyone should point that out. But that's not what we're seeing here.
Brilliant people have to be in those positions, and their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened, because of the stress where you have many, many planes coming into one target.
They just kind of like blurred those two things. It didn't make sense. But of course, the point is you get people that then rip him apart for this because that is a dumb thing to say in a large sense. But then you get the people that are, I guess, their job, because they feel they support him or they know him and they're best friends, even though they don't, is to defend that. Even though if it was Biden that said it, they would probably find ways to rip it apart. It's just partisanship is so tiresome today. And it's so, 1,000 different adjectives. It's getting obnoxious more so than ever. But this person says, just because someone is straight and white doesn't mean they're qualified. That's the part the left doesn't get. Aptitude has nothing to do with race. Funny how you missed the point, though. The point is that you guys are trying to make this about a diversity hire, and he's simply highlighting it's a bunch of white males. Like, not saying he's the best person for the job, but it wouldn't be a diversity hire if they're a bunch of straight white males, right? But the point is, now they're broadening it. Well, they could still be. Okay, well then, I think we've all lost the plot here, guys. I think it's about applying DEI where no matter what, because that's the thing we're supposed to say, even in cases where it does matter. But this person says, sorry, this is a DEI reply. You're actually unqualified to reply to me. It's just funny. So, Charlie Kirk, back to the point from before, says the media doesn't know what it's getting into, picking a fight with him on DEI air travel. Here's the facts. Obama administration threw out all the results of the merit-based. Yeah, okay. We all get it. I agree. They went in that direction, overcompensated. Now you're rolling it back. And in the mix of all of that, we're all losing our rights, our liberty, our freedom. Oh, did you miss that part, Kirk? You stopped short before technocracy. Sorry. Overall, yes, it's obvious to see that there was abuse in this. But, overall, anybody, as I've said before, should be leaning in the direction of meritocracy. But this is the point I'm getting at. That you guys have now turned this into some DEI-focused debate over two things that you can't even prove are exactly what was related to it. So the point is you had an agenda, and that was to make DEI the focus, and then you took this and made it into that story using a false narrative spread by Matt Wallace to get it spinning, and now you're just going forward anyway. Because, well, we all know there's DEI. Well, that's not the same point, though. Yes, we do, but you've turned this in. You get the point. You've taken a false story to roll this out. How do you not see that as dishonest, even if the story about DEI overall is true? They're playing you. And then Musk goes on a rampage about it. DEI has caused people to die. Like he thinks he's being clever. That's not even that clever. The point is that you're trying to make the argument that this is what was responsible for the crashes without saying that, right? That's what this guy does. He's very manipulative. Then this person says, DEI kills people, literally. DEI is a structural racism, believing the end. Yeah, I overall agree. But most of these people that are against this are supporting the most obvious apartheid state in the world, committing open racist genocide everywhere you look. Selective application. But it's simply saying believing the ends justify the means. Yeah, same point. On the other hand, diversity is a natural byproduct of meritocracy. Yeah, we see that. I agree with. But it says the key term is that equity in DEI means do anything to ensure equal outcomes. That's not meritocracy. It's racist. I agree with that. But what they're saying right there is applying this to the whole conversation that just happened. To say DEI kills people literally is quite a stretch. It can, just like any practice, could lead to that if it leads to a situation where somebody is unqualified. And there's a lot of that today that's happening on both sides of the paradigm. But it is a stretch to just make it kills people. A lot of things can, but it's a stretch to say an ideological thing ultimately will always do that. But you get my point. There's points to be made in all of it. Absolutely, he says. He goes on. Paul Joseph Watson says, Trump is right. DEI is making us less safe. Look, these aren't things that anybody should disagree with, but what they're doing is trying to make this the only focal point. They're now broadening this out. That's why Tommy Lauren was making a point about it. Guys, take a break here. This is everything is now DEI everywhere you look. Anything that is not Trump's agenda has now been DEI. It's the same application of anti-Semitism. Anything, it's the same game. And this one, Donald Trump Jr. says, that's real and it's amazing. And Elon Musk shared this with a little emoji. It's the office of Kamala Harris. And it says 404. This page is unburdened by what has been, which is funny. It made me laugh. But this guy says, it's real and it's amazing. The White House is fire. It just makes me laugh. If you guys think that's important, I mean, look, obviously you can just share something because you think it's funny. But what I'm seeing is this is taking over the conversation. And here's my point. I said, who cares about the Zionist technocrat takeover of our country being facilitated by the current administration as long as you troll the Democrats? Right? As long as we can make Democrats look stupid, we're winning. Some people actually can't tell the difference. Now, where are we? Over 4? So what was I going to do last here? I think I can get into some of these in the next show. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to do a show tomorrow. This was going to be about the Doge spending overlap, which I think we can get into tomorrow. Because there's a bunch I don't want to rush through these last parts. But we'll talk about this interesting point, because this kind of happened today. This conversation about, and this was the point from earlier I was saying. So this is what Robbie shared, saying the highest ranking Treasury official, David Liebrick, who, by the way, was appointed by Donald Trump until Bessent comes into position, but nonetheless appointed by Donald Trump. He resigned rather than complying with Doge, which was forcing access to the trillions they spend under the argument that they just, and it says what he says right here. He then adds on at 12:52 in the morning at February 1st, the Doge team discovered, among other things, that payment approval officers at Treasury were instructed always to approve payments, even to known fraudulent or terrorist groups. They literally never denied a payment in the entire career. Not even once, he says. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. In fact, nothing these days surprises me when it comes to criminality of our governments. But do we know that? I mean, It's just Elon saying that on Twitter, and he's been lying a lot, or been wrong a lot, or shared false statements from other liars a lot. My point is, from Zero Hedge to plenty of mainstream articles to even people that I respect, Musk reveals Treasury's been auto-paying everyone. Why? Because there's the tweet. Geez, Twitter files really did a number on people, guys. Again, my same point is, even if it turns out to be true, the fact that people argue it is, we know it is because he said it online, how dangerous and irresponsible that is. We are in a bad position where people are able to, where mainstream articles are written around the idea that this is the case because Elon tweeted about it. Even though he shares Visegrad 24 like every day, and they are nothing but a constant misinformer. They lie about things around Israel every day. It is interesting. Or here's another example, by the way. Trump shares a screenshot. It's simply so, look at how much it's reduced after the immigration part. My point is, like, people are sharing this as if they know, or making articles about it. And my point is, I don't even know. The graph is something they just, at this point, when they just got caught lying about military in California or Gaza condoms, both of these two people, why do we pretend a screenshot means anything? Half the time, I don't even think they know they're wrong, guys. That's not even to say it's false. I'm just making a point about assumptive people today. But Doge wanting access to the Treasury payment system. And then she's pointing out that this was somebody Trump appointed. We'll go into this again. I'm just going through it quickly to wrap. Now, these are different perspectives. Obviously, Common Dreams is a left-leaning platform, but interesting point, though, that this comes to an argument about the legalities of it all, right? The idea is, it does seem that they've taken control of this now. Musk and Doge gain access to Treasury payment systems after the guy resigns that Trump appointed. But here's the problem, as I think they write right here. No, it's not that one. Where was that? Oh, it's right there. Congress famously has the power of the purse. It says, but it looks like Doge is trying to snatch it. We have to realize, and this is my point from before, I want no government. But if we're at a point where this is the process, and Congress, whether it's war or spending, is approving these things, and we're supposed to pretend there's a check and balance, right? Now you've got and not even a true government. It's an advisory role that's going to disappear soon, and they're supposedly stepping in and taking control of $6 trillion of spending that's already been allotted by Congress. It's technically illegal. And on top of that, this man is not somebody we should be trusting right now with all of the influence in very, very clear compromise positions, whether it is him or Trump or anybody else in their current inner circle that are blindly supporting of a dangerous, Zionist, genocide-committing prophetic organization. Or Palantir, or Larry Ellison, or any of the rest of these people that are intertwined in what's happening right now. My point, though, is that this spending is a huge deal. These people haven't signed ethics contracts. Like how? And the main point was, we don't even know whether foreign governments are funding them or dictating what they then do with Israel. Okay, if we're worried in earnest that Israel is truly influencing this country, which I think most people are, how do we not worry about what this is? Every one of these little steps where you're seeing more and more consolidation of control under the guise of fighting woke politics, couldn't you at least consider this is Israel? Or what if it was China? Isn't that something we hear a lot? Like, you can't take a step back and go, whoa, maybe we should make sure he doesn't break, ignore our constitutional rights in the interest of going after woke politics, just in case it's a foreign government. Of course not. Anybody honest might do that. But don't worry, because Alex Jones is telling you that the deep state's coming after the economy. It's going to collapse the economy. BlackRock's hidden hand in the market meltdown. You mean BlackRock that currently funds Elon Musk, or BlackRock that is the shareholder of Rumble, or, but no, those are the good versions of it, though. It's only this one that matters. Or the idea that I think what he's doing is trying to justify what is about to happen because of what they're doing. The reality of the financial situation that they're creating. In this case, forcing other countries to not move away from the dollar, even though, as David Icke points out, isn't that freedom? Freedom to choose what currency we want to, but not in the new world of freedom, right? When you're talking about sustainability and diversity and the game of the word, well, guess what? Freedom and liberty from these people's mouths seems to mean the opposite. Elon Musk now has full access to Treasury's payment system. Trump's admin missing ethics pledges. It's amazing. Absolutely it's terrifying. Now we'll go over this. The tariffs point and some of these really alarming administrative positions. Tulsi Gabbard contradicting her stance on Trump's Iran policy, literally calling him a warmonger, saying that it's illegal warmongering, and now saying it was right. You're either not anti-war or you're a hypocrite. There's no way around it. You can't pretend that that's a problem and now pretend it's good because you're on his side. Tulsi Gabbard is increasingly shown to be one of these. You're flip-flopping in very hypocritical ways. You're just as bad as Bernie Sanders and all the rest. Or this one with, we'll end with this because it's funny. And I'll go over this more. But here, Paulie made this point. This is Kash Patel. They're all screaming about what a great thing he is, but this is what just happened. It's not just this, but this is just embarrassing, as well as his support for FISA warrants that we're all supposed to fight against.
Are you familiar with the Stu Peters? Does that name ring a bell?
I'm sorry, what is...
Are you familiar with Mr. Stu Peters?
As if he couldn't hear the question.
Not off the top of my head.
You made 8 separate appearances on his podcast.
That's funny.
So much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Stu. Always love coming on your show.
Kash Patel, thank you so much for making the time to be here with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Stu. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Stu. Appreciate it. See you soon.
I gotta go, Kash. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thanks,
up
Stu.
against a hard break here. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it, Stu.
Kash Patel, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Stu. Appreciate it. You've got a great show.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got a great show. You're the best. Now, obviously, you could argue that he is, got somebody handling him, and you could argue in a weird way, or just, an assistant who's taking these and doing it for him, and he was being put on all sorts of shows, and he's just being kind. That's certainly possible. But I think we all get the sense that, that many times, you don't know. Come on. You could look further into just those. There's clear overlap here. And as people are pointing out, just like we saw before, they're leaning into the extreme and moronic people like Stu Peters because they're reach in order to get that benefit, but then dropping them when it's inconvenient, because that's how this works. But that's what I said. Well, that's embarrassing, both for working with that hack and trying to hide from it. Oh, and I was going to show, we'll do that. I was going to show you this. So here's Polly's tweet, right? Here's me quote tweeting it, right? Well, here's all the quotes from her tweet. Oops. See, here's a tweet. Now, what you won't find, especially not at the top, where you're supposed to see your quotes at the top like that, right? But just take a quick little glance. Here's all the quotes. What you won't see in this list of quotes from Twitter is TLAV. Oops. It's the small thing, guys, but it matters. It's small, subtle, constant suppression where you just don't show up when it matters, when they want that. But you can look for yourself. Well, you'll notice if you go fast enough, you see a little quick circle at the end? That is an indication that they're suppressing. Watch right at the bottom. You see the blue circle start to load, and then stops. It's going to load more and then stops it. I'm telling you right now, guys, there's people, this platform is actively suppressing people's content that they don't agree with. If you don't know that by now, I think you don't care. And then this one, Kash Patel is okay with warrantless wiretaps, 702 FISA warrants. And I'll get into this more. That's what he says. And I said this perfectly sums up the way the two-party illusion works. It's never truly about solving the issue, guys. It's always about maintaining it, but doing it in a way that nods to the current paradigm partisan support. And they always pretend to seek an end, then they always rationalize its continuity. What he says is, we have to look into it because they do have a value, but to make sure that they do it right. Oh, okay. So something that they've already abused, you're going to make sure it still goes forward and just make sure they don't abuse it. So the same thing continues, and they'll probably continue to abuse it because that's what they use it. I thought he was going to end the FBI. No, he's just going to turn it into what they need for their purposes, and then they'll cheer it as somehow ending it because they'll alter the name or something. Like, it's just it's so basic right now. But of course, Alex Jones says, bombshell, he told the world that Pelosi and Schumer refused all the National Guard troops. Well, as Darren says, well, everybody knew that, man. We reported it. They reported it. It was public knowledge. Yes, I know the Democrats pretended, but it's not some bombshell when it was publicly reported news. We knew they turned down the National Guard. That's public. But I said, but Darren, Elon said, wow, we're supposed to pretend this is a bombshell. Because he did. Wow. Wow, it's crazy. And of course, because Josh Hawley tells you these people are on your side, well, of course they are, right? When the deep state Josh Hawley tells you that you got to support these guys, well, then you got to, because we're fighting the deep state. It's obvious. I'll leave it there. We'll get into some Epstein overlap when we go into the next one. Then just lastly, this is interesting to me. Conor McGregor is now meeting with 20 members of the Irish Parliament to confirm his candidacy ahead of Ireland's presidential election. Well, seems interesting. Sort of seems like Andrew Tate and the Bruv Party in the UK. Is that interesting? Or even Tommy Robinson going all political in this case, where he's sharing this about no place for people like this in the 21st century, pretending it's Islam, even though it's actually a Jewish woman in Israel. It's the truth. Jewish woman and her 2 daughters in Israel. Dark black clothing. This is Forward, Jewish platform. I simply said, hey, will you call this out? Will you still call this out as having no place in the 21st century once you realize it's actually a picture of a Jewish woman in Israel? This person says, Ryan, did you see what was positioned under his pro-Tommy rally today? Well, look at that. Half British, half Zionist. Isn't that exactly what keeps seeing in Trump's administration? Yeah, don't miss what's happening right now. It's not hard to see. My point is, you got people like this rapist or this rapist who are running for political parties because they see the game. And apparently it's working. Hopefully we can see through it. Thank you all for tuning in today. Had a pretty good turnout today. Long show. A lot to get to. Make the clips for me. Tag me. Get this stuff out. There's always these little parts in there they're important. You know, those little sections that I think are powerful that get buried in a long show. If you help me clip these things out, tag me in it, right? I mean, do it consistently. I'll tag you. We'll get that reach out. The point is that, you know, even right now, some of the people doing clips for us, Jason, Brock, I mean, we have to tighten the belt a little bit because with, you know, tens of thousands of dollars in lawyer fees they're still racking up for all the lawsuits that are still building up from Israel attacks on TLAV. That's what it is. What's happening. My point, though, is that help us get the clips out because I need to grow the reach as the suppression only continues. But thank you for your support, guys. All the links down below, down the show notes, donations. We take cryptocurrency, direct donations through Stripe, direct donations through things that won't censor us, you know, all sorts of different ways. Or our mail-in address for you to send something, even just words of encouragement. It means a lot. Thank you all for being here. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.